Chapter 82. Looking at the information displayed in the property panel, Rog nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the abomination lying on the ground, "From now on, you are my summon beast. Under normal circumstances, I won't restrict your freedom, but you'd better control your temper and don't make trouble everywhere. In addition, when I summon you, you'd better listen to the arrangement. Someone will come to you later, and he is also my man. As for whether you two plan to live together or live separately, it's up to you. Finally, a warm reminder, don't try to escape. If I find out, I'll let you have a good talk with Makujin and let it correct your wrong ideas." After explaining, Rog returned to his office with the flying thunder god, and then informed Punisher to go to the forest to pick up the abomination. The matter with the abomination has come to an end for the time being. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. sends the reward, the commission will be completely completed. He now has a total of 73 ninja coins unspent. If he adds the 30 ninja coins entrusted to him, his unspent ninja coins has once again returned to the 3-digit level. With the sage body and the 2 accompanying would release ninjutsu, his need for ninjutsu has further decreased. Whether it is attack or control, he now has enough means, and for the time being, there is no lack of firepower or control skills. After thinking about it, he opened the exchange page of the system and focused his attention on the basic ninjutsu on the first page of the exchange page. Transformation Jutsu. One of the 3 ninjutsu taught by the ninja school, the basic of the basic ninjutsu. Ninjas who don't know transformation jutsu are not even qualified to graduate from the ninja school. But it is such a basic ninjutsu that Rog has never exchanged. Clone jutsu, he only exchanged for substitute jutsu, and he also studied substitute jutsu to the extent of instinct. He will definitely not exchange for clone jutsu. He already has shadow clone jutsu, and exchanging for clone jutsu is purely a waste of ninja coins. Compared with clone jutsu, transformation jutsu is undoubtedly much more practical, and the future improvement may be greater. When the shapeshifting technique was unleashed to its limits, it could even cause the chakra primogenitor to reveal a flaw in an intense battle. Just as Rog was thinking about whether he should exchange for the shapeshifting technique, he received a transfer message on his phone. It was a transfer of $100 million. At the same time when the mobile phone received the transfer information, the commission in the system became completed, and the 30 ninja coins were transferred to his account. Transformation jutsu only costs 30 ninja coins, so he finally exchanged for this ninjutsu that may play a great role in the future. Transformation technique. By condensing chakra to change one's appearance, one would be able to transform into someone else. Ordinary methods would not be able to see through it. Other than turning into other people, they could also turn into animals or objects. Whether it was transforming into a human, an animal, or an object, it was only a change in appearance, not a change in essence. This meant that even if he transformed into Hulk's appearance, he would not have the same physique and strength as Hulk. For special agents or spies, the transformation technique could be considered a rare divine skill. But for Rog, who likes to fight head-on, the biggest meaning of the transformation technique is to confuse the enemy. After confirming the chakra operation of the shape-shifting technique, he began his first shape-shifting technique. Bang! When the white smoke dissipated, the person sitting on the chair became Natasha, who Rog had just seen. Just by looking at the appearance, there is no problem. But this jutsu is a bit too weak. The effect of the jutsu will be lifted if I endure a little bit of a violent attack. It is enough to scare people. As for the rest, Rog stopped the messy thoughts in his mind and lifted the effect of the shape-shifting technique. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Rog continued to receive some commissions from time to time as usual to earn some ninja coins for himself. Most of the time, he spent on the study and mastering of the 2 Kekkei Genkai Sharingan and would release, making these 2 Kekkei Genkai a part of himself. After the end of the day's practice, Rog opened his property panel and looked at his current status. Host, Rog profession, ninja talent. No seal technique, 7 attribute chakra Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan, would release physique. Senju body, Senju Hashirama, ninjutsu, substitution jutsu, body flicker jutsu, hold jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god, level 2. Chakra perception, Rasengan, self-taught. Odama Rasengan, self-taught. Summoning, transformation wood release. Wood dragon technique, wood human technique lightning release. Chidori, Chidori sharp spear, Chidori flow fire. Release, grand fire annihilation water release. Water iron cannon genjutsu, dark walk sharingan genjutsu, false memory taijutsu, strange strength chakra amount. One tail summon beast, Punisher Frank, Edo Tensei, Abomination Bronski unconsumed ninja coins. 256 ninjutsu hasn't changed much, it's still the same ninjutsu from a year ago. In terms of ninja coins, he didn't accept many commissions this year and only earned more than 100 ninja coins. Rog originally intended to let Punisher and Abomination accept the commission together, but he found that the system perfectly avoided this loophole. If he didn't accept and execute the commission himself, the system wouldn't pass it at all. Even if he accepted the commission and arranged Punisher and Abomination to do it, the system would cancel the commission that has passed the judgment and deduct 5 ninja coins from him. After losing a few ninja coins, he decisively dispelled the idea of being lazy and honestly performed the commission himself. Among them, the biggest change is the amount of chakra he has. According to his judgment, with the Senju body, he should be able to get more than 100 calories of chakra after 1 year of practice. But he found that he somewhat underestimated the Senju body from Hashirama. In the past year, his chakra amount has successfully increased from 102 calories to 300 calories. Then, the system changed the measurement unit of chakra amount to tail. As for the current chakra amount, it's equivalent to Ichibi Shikaku's chakra amount, or Kyubi Kurama's chakra amount or Jubi's one tail. He can't judge for the time being. The increase in chakra amount also brought another benefit. The power of the ninjutsu he can use now is far beyond the power of a year ago. In other words, he was now even stronger than before. Chapter 83. Although he now has 256 ninja coins, Rog doesn't have any ninjutsu or items that he particularly wants to exchange for. Even the commission scrolls that he usually consumes the fastest, he still has 5 of them, so he won't have any need to exchange for them in a short time. Just as he was considering whether to continue to expand his business scope, he received a call from Frank the Punisher. Since turning Abomination into his own psychic beast, Rog has formed a team with the two of them and asked them to collect some more peculiar metals outside. At the same time, he asked them to occasionally act as messengers of justice and maintain social security in the United States. Simply put, he asked them to find trouble with the local gangs from time to time, to maintain justice and generate income for the firm. Because of their hard work, the firm's operating income has improved significantly and even attracted the attention of the IRS. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s silent suppression of this matter, Rog would have been invited to tea by the tax bureau early in the morning. Of course, in return, Rog finally had an informal meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, Nick Fury, and reached a consensus on certain issues. "My lord, we found the hammer that fell from the sky that you were talking about." As you expected, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people found the hammer and built a simple research base around the hammer. The hammer the Punisher was talking about was Thor's Mjolnir. Although Rog knew that Thor's hammer would appear in New Mexico, he didn't know when Thor's hammer would fall. So half a year ago, he took the simplest and most crude approach. That is, he sent both Punisher and Abomination to New Mexico and asked them to keep an eye on the situation there. Waiting really paid off. After hanging up the call from Punisher, Rog began to sense the flying Thor technique on Punisher. Thor, we're finally going to meet. I hope you can bring me some unexpected surprises." When Punisher ended the call with Rog, a strong man with long blonde hair suddenly broke into the research base, quickly knocked down the guards in the base, and quickly approached Thor's hammer in the middle of the research base. This guy is good. Obviously, he has received professional combat training. The guards inside can't stop him. The speaker is Abomination Bronski, who is nearly 4 meters tall. At this time, Abomination has no previous fierce and arrogant attitude. After signing a psychic contract with Rog, Abomination escaped several times, but the results of the escape were not good. The best escape result was that he even saw the border of Canada. At that time, Abomination was trained by the combination of Wood Arhat and Wood Dragon for a whole month, and then he completely gave up. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s business. We don't have to do anything, we have to make sure that the hammer is not taken away. The Punisher also noticed Thor, who was rampaging in the research base, but he didn't take Thor seriously. Although Thor showed superb combat skills, in Punisher's view, he is at the same level as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents. Without his divine power, Thor really has nothing particularly noteworthy. Not only does he not have the power of Thor, but he doesn't even have the super strength and physique that an Asgard should have. Just as Thor invaded the research base, several lightning bolts suddenly flashed in the dark night sky, followed by heavy rain. One person go to the commanding heights, bring a weapon. At this time, the person in charge of this research base is none other than Agent Coulson. Although Thor's invasion caught S.H.I.E.L.D. by surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a professional agency after all. The entire base instantly entered a state of alert, and more agents were chasing Thor. What's the situation? After issuing the order, Coulson came to the command room and asked. The hammer emitted a huge amount of electromagnetic waves. The system can't record it. The equipment can barely maintain it. The interference from this thing is too great. After listening to the report, Coulson took out the walkie-talkie and said, Barton, talk. Sir, do you want me to stop him? Or do you want to send more people to kill him? Barton stood in the basket of a crane and said calmly while pulling the composite bow in his hand. Wait for my order. Coulson did not issue an order to attack and walked quickly in Thor's current direction. After knocking down all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the road, Thor finally came to the center of the research base, only a few meters away from Thor's hammer. Looking at Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, who has been with him for more than 1,000 years, a gratified smile appeared on Thor's face. As long as I can lift Thor's hammer again, I can regain the power of Thor. I am Asgard's Thor. Just when Thor thought he was about to end the test given to him by Odin, a strong black man more than 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him and then gave him a heavy punch, knocking him to the ground. You're quite big. Thor, who was knocked down, quickly stood up and said, But I've knocked down bigger ones. As soon as his voice fell, Thor's right fist hit the big black man in the face and the two instantly fought. While Thor and the big black man were fighting inextricably, Rog also teleported to the front of the two Punishers. Sir, are we going to join the battle too? Abomination immediately asked after seeing Rog appear. Although he had been severely trained by Arhat and Wood Dragon for a month, Abomination was still the same Abomination who was eager to fight. But before the battle, he would ask for Rog's permission. No, I'll take care of things here. You can continue with your previous entertainment activities. The entertainment that Rog mentioned was the work of the Punishers and Abominations to generate income for the firm. For them, this is a job that will make both of them happy. Regarding Rog's arrangement, the Punishers and Abominations had no objection and left immediately. Looking at Thor, who was hugging and rolling with the big black man in the mud, Rog silently used chakra to perceive Thor's state. This seal is ridiculously strong. Thor doesn't seem to have much problem on the surface, but in his body, there is an incredibly powerful seal. This seal not only completely sealed the power of Thor in Thor's body, but it also suppressed his Asgard physique to a very low level. That feeling is like suppressing a heavyweight boxing champion with a height of more than 2 meters to the state of a newborn baby. Just when Rog was shocked by the seal in Thor's body, Thor knocked the big black man to the ground with a beautiful flying kick, and then kicked the big black man hard on the head. After doing all this, Thor, covered in mud, came to Thor's hammer Mjolnir and grabbed the handle of Thor's hammer with a smile on his face. Then there was no then. Tani used both hands and all the strength of his body, but Thor's hammer remained motionless and showed no signs of moving. After trying for dozens of seconds, Tani looked incredulously at the night sky shining with lightning and roared at the sky with incomparable grief and indignation. Whether it was Coulson, Barton, or other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they all silently watched Thor kneeling on Thor's hammer at this time. The show is over. Ground units, assault. Looking at Thor, who seemed to have lost his soul, Coulson raised the walkie-talkie and issued new instructions. At this moment, a flying Thor kunai shining with silver-white light flew towards Thor's hammer like lightning. When the flying Thor kunai hit Thor's hammer, Rog appeared in an instant and held the flying Thor kunai. Is this Thor's hammer? Rog ignored Thor next to him, and ignored Coulson, Barton, and others who were condescending, and directly held the handle of Thor's hammer, and then his right hand suddenly exerted force. Gotcha! Thor's hammer, which had not moved since it fell, suddenly moved. Chapter 84. Once again, it was time for the necessary part of every novel that was published. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers for their support. If it wasn't for all of you, this novel wouldn't have been promoted all the way to the top. It wouldn't have been able to complete the recommendation process and be published on the front page. Thank you to all the readers for your recommendation tickets, collections, comments, and gifts. I've read all the chapters and reviews you left behind. Thank you for all your suggestions. Then, I would like to thank the Mr. Lan Guang. Even though the recommendation results weren't ideal, he still arranged for a follow-up recommendation. This gave the novel more exposure and allowed Apprentice to complete his dream of being published on the front page. Therefore, I would like to sincerely thank Mr. Lan Guang. Thank you for your support and support. Finally, it was time to act pitiful. Readers who had been reading the novel should know that Apprentice wasn't acting pitiful. He was really pitiful. Every day, he would work overtime until midnight and could barely write a chapter when he got home. Therefore, he still owed all the readers 15 chapters. These 15 chapters would be repaid on the second day after the novel was published. He would finish repaying them within 10 days. Because there weren't many updates, many readers chose to read the novel first. Apprentice could understand this. After all, Apprentice did the same when he was reading the novel. However, the data on the first day of publication, which is the first subscription, has a very, very important and decisive effect on the subsequent development of a novel. Therefore, the Apprentice is here to plead with the readers, when the novel is published tomorrow, can you subscribe a chapter first? Just one chapter would be enough. Really, just one chapter would be enough. The chapters after that could be taken care of slowly. However, for the first VIP chapter tomorrow, Apprentice hopes that all the readers would subscribe to it. This was very, very important. Please. Due to his hand speed and his stockpile of manuscripts, the Apprentice was unable to release 10 or 100 chapters like other authors. However, he would release at least 5 chapters tomorrow, which was a 10,000-word update. He hoped that the readers would be a little happier after reading it. Currently, the book's collection data was 244. Normally, the subscription ratio would be around 10:1. However, Apprentice wasn't that ambitious. Because there were some parts that weren't written particularly well, Apprentice would be satisfied if the subscription ratio was around 15:1. As long as the average subscription exceeded 1,600, every 100 subscriptions would add a chapter. If the average subscription exceeded 2,000, the daily minimum would increase from 2 to 3 chapters. If the average order could exceed 3,000, which meant that it was a premium product, the minimum daily order would be at least 4 chapters. Although this didn't seem possible, one had to have some dreams. Perhaps this dream would come true like Infinite Tsukuyomi. Next was the reward system. For the time being, every division master would be rewarded with 1 chapter, which was 10,000 rewards plus 1 chapter. Finally, I'll sell my misery to the readers. The 24-hour subscription result was very, very, very important. Even the readers who were reading books hoped that they would be able to subscribe tomorrow. This was very, very, very important. Please, everyone. Tomorrow at noon, I'll officially update the VIP chapter. Whether it's a hit or a flop, it all depends on the readers. Chapter 85. Thor's hammer didn't move much, and the sound it made when it moved was very weak. But even so, the movement of Thor's hammer still shocked everyone present. This hammer can actually be picked up. Coulson, Barton, and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all showed an incredulous look. After discovering Thor's hammer, they tried various methods to try to move Thor's hammer. But no matter what method they used, Thor's hammer didn't show any signs of movement, as if it was connected to the whole earth. Coulson, Barton, and others just felt incredible, but as the former owner of Thor's hammer, Thor was completely shocked at this time. No one knows Thor's hammer better than him. It is precisely because of this that he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In Thor's memory, except for himself and Odin, no one can lift Thor's hammer. I have really been abandoned, even Thor's hammer is not willing to recognize me. Thor's hammer would rather be lifted by a stranger than returned to my hands? I really am. Rog didn't know what Thor was thinking in his mind, and he was also in a state of confusion. What's going on? Didn't they say that there was Odin's spell on Thor's hammer? Didn't they say that only people with a pure heart and justice can lift Thor's hammer? Didn't they say that as long as you can lift Thor's hammer, you can have Thor's power? Is there a bug in Odin's spell? Before Rog could figure out what was going on, Thor's hammer in his hand suddenly became extremely heavy, and then it fell directly to the ground with a bang. At the moment when Thor's hammer fell to the ground, a blue lightning bolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and directly struck Rog. Boom! The lightning directly hit the Thor's hammer on the ground, and the raging electric current created a tornado-like airflow, blowing the people around it away. When the lightning was about to hit him, Rog left the place with the flying thunder god and returned to the small hill outside the base. At this time, he was very glad that he had left a Thor kunai here before he went to the research base. The speed of that bolt of lightning far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't left behind the flying Thor kunai in advance, he would have been the first person to be struck by lightning while raising the Thor's hammer. Although Rog was far away from Thor's hammer, the lightning did not seem to intend to let him go. The night sky, which was already filled with thunder and lightning, was suddenly enveloped by bolts of lightning. The entire night sky became as bright as day. Without giving Rog any time to think, the lightning in the night sky seemed to have a life of its own, attacking him one after another. Boom, 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 boom. He was inexplicably struck by so many lightning bolts, and each one was thicker than the last. Rog did not hesitate and made a decision in an instant. Flying Thor. Because there were no other flying Thor spells around the research base, Rog could not repeatedly jump around the lightning bolts. The coordinates he was teleported to this time was the Punisher, who had already left this place. At this time, the Punisher and the Abomination were heading to a nearby town, and were discussing which city to go to next to generate income. When Rog reappeared, they were slightly stunned. Then they understood why Rog appeared. The next second after Rog appeared, several bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the night sky and hit the Punisher and the Abomination in front of Rog. As for Rog himself, he returned to the small hill outside the research base through the flying Thor. Most of the lightning bolts struck the small hill, making the originally normal-looking hill look like it had been bombarded by missiles. As for the remaining lightning bolts, they struck the Punisher and the Abomination. One of them had a body of filth, and the other had thick skin, so Rog was not particularly worried about the condition of the two of them. After confirming that there were no more lightning bolts in the night sky, he pulled out the flying Thor kunai from the ground, and then slowly walked towards the research base. Don't touch things that don't belong to you, or you'll be struck by lightning. Although Rog had not yet figured out what happened just now, he had already made up his mind to not touch the Thor's hammer for no reason. And in the short period of time when he mentioned the Thor's hammer, he felt as if he was being watched by a great existence. But he was not sure if this gaze came from Odin, the father of the gods, or from an existence he did not know for the time being. Anyway, no matter what, Mjolnir was currently on his list of things that he should never touch unless absolutely necessary. After coming to the research base again, Rog enjoyed the warm hospitality of S.H.I.E.L.D. More than a dozen heavily armed guards raised their weapons and aimed at his head. Don't do anything stupid, just inform your supervisor Coulson directly. Although these S.H.I.E.L.D. guards did not know the true identity of Rog, they silently reported the situation after hearing the name of Coulson. It didn't take long for Coulson to walk out of the base and come directly to Rog. What are you doing here? Coulson looked at Rog with a little vigilance. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is now in a friendly cooperation stage with Rog, he knows very well that this so-called cooperation may be suspended at any time. I heard that you found a very strange hammer, so I came to take a look. By the way, if you don't mind, I want to take the guy inside. Coulson didn't know the true identity of Thor at all. They just thought of Thor as a secret agent of a certain country. As for why this secret agent took the risk of robbing the hammer, they haven't figured it out yet. At this time, Thor is being held in a temporary interrogation room. He is covered with mud and is in a complex state of loss and shock. Loss is because he found that he had lost the recognition of Thor's hammer and lost the hope of becoming Thor again and returning to Asgard. Shock is because he found that Thor's hammer can be lifted by a Midgardian, that is, an Earthling, which is something that even Asgard people can't do. If Rog hadn't been attacked by lightning, Thor would have even thought that Thor's hammer had found a new master for himself. Just when Thor was full of doubts, Loki in a handsome suit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Loki, why are you here?" Seeing his brother suddenly appear in front of him, a look of hope appeared on Thor's face. "I came to see you," Loki said in a low tone. "What's the matter? Is something wrong with Jotunheim? Let me explain to my father." Thor said in a hurry. He had never been so eager to see his father. But Loki's next words immediately made him fall into the abyss of despair. "Father is dead." Chapter 86. Loki's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Saul's body, causing him to be completely stunned. Father is dead? Odin, the father of all gods, is dead? Then, uncontrollable sadness and annoyance welled up in his heart. "What?" Thor asked in an extremely sad tone. Banishing you, coupled with the threat of war, made him unable to bear it any longer. "Don't blame yourself. I know you love him. I want to tell him, but he won't listen." Listening to Loki's words, Thor couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. Knowing that you can no longer lift Thor's hammer, but still putting Thor's hammer beside you, this is too cruel. The burden of the throne now falls on me. "Then can I go home?" Thor asked in a pleading tone that he had never used before. "The condition of the armistice agreement is that you must be banished." "Yes, but we can find a way. Mother also forbids you to go back." Although they grew up in the same family, it has to be said that in terms of IQ, Thor is suppressed by Loki. But this is also where Loki's talent lies. After all, people with too low IQ can't become the god of trickery. "See you never, brother." "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming." After completely fooling Thor, Loki left the interrogation room with satisfaction and came to the vicinity of Thor's hammer. After a friendly exchange, Coulson finally agreed to let Rog take Thor away. Just as they were heading to the interrogation room, Rog saw Loki trying to lift Thor's hammer. "That guy is trying to lift Thor's hammer, aren't you going to do anything about it?" At this time, Loki was in a state of magic invisibility, and the surrounding shield staff did not notice his existence at all. "Which guy?" Coulson followed Rog's gaze, but he saw nothing. "It's that guy in a suit with black hair." Although Rog had never seen Loki before, he was 100% sure that the person who was trying to lift Thor's hammer was Loki. "Forget it, there's no point in telling you." After saying that, Rog went straight to the aisle near Thor's hammer and said to Loki below, "You're Thor's brother, right? I think it's better if you don't lift Mjolnir. You'll be struck by lightning if you do." Loki didn't expect that someone would be able to see through his invisibility spell. What surprised him even more was that Rog actually knew about his identity and Thor's hammer. "Or you?" Loki withdrew his hands and silently put them into his suit jacket, ready to pull out the dagger at any time. "My name is Rog. I'm a ninja." "Ninja? What kind of occupation was this?" Loki thought that Rog was a sorcerer like himself, so he could see through his invisibility spell so easily. In the eyes of Coulson and others, Rog seemed to be talking to the air at this time. But as an experienced agent, Coulson immediately reacted and quietly arranged for S.H.I.E.L.D. staff to scan the environment near Thor's hammer. After looking at Rog carefully, Loki didn't say a word and turned away. A strange guy came out of nowhere, and he didn't look strong at all. He was a low-level existence that didn't need to be cared about at all. Rog didn't stop Loki from leaving, but silently observed the energy around his body that couldn't be detected by the naked eye with Sharingan, and memorized the way this energy worked that he had never seen before. "Is this Asgard's magic? Interesting." When Loki's figure completely disappeared, Rog turned to Coulson and said, "That guy is gone." Next, it was a routine release procedure. The only thing worth noting was that when leaving the research base, Thor silently took a notebook placed on the table. I didn't expect you to have talent in this area. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s staff didn't notice Thor's little move at all, allowing him to easily take away the notebook that belonged to Dr. Jane Foster. Why can you lift Mjolnir? And why did you come to save me? These questions I'll answer you later. What you need now is to change into clean clothes and solve your food problem by the way. More than an hour later, in a 24-hour chain restaurant in Anticapuant, Rog, Thor, and Dr. Jane Foster looked at each other and maintained a strange silence. For you, Thor took the lead to break the silence. My name is Rog. I'm a private detective. Rog didn't say that he was a ninja, because if he said that he was a ninja, he would have to explain what a ninja was later. This would make the topic more complicated. Private detective? Obviously, whether it was a ninja or a private detective, Thor didn't understand either. You can understand it as a person who gets paid and then helps others solve their problems. Rog explained simply. I see, it's similar to mercenaries. Although Asgard didn't have a private detective, there were mercenaries, so Thor quickly understood the profession of a private detective. Strictly speaking, private detectives and mercenaries were two completely different professions. But no one cared about these small details now. Why can you lift Mjolnir? This is not something that Midgard people can do. You're a bit of regional discrimination. Although Asgard has a longer history, Midgard is not a backward place. And whether or not you can lift Mjolnir has nothing to do with Asgard. As long as your father's spell recognizes it, anyone can lift it. Dr. Forster, who was sitting next to Thor, looked at Thor and Rog with a confused expression. She knew every word that Thor and Rog said, but she didn't understand the meaning. My father. Thor's expression suddenly became lonely. I saw your brother just now, he's quite handsome, but a bit cunning, he's not an honest person. Loki has always been like this, he likes to play pranks since he was young. When he mentioned Loki, Thor's lonely face showed a hint of relief. Looking at Thor's current appearance, Rog couldn't help but sigh. They were both raised by the same parents, how could their IQs be so different? He had intended to remind Saul tactfully and let him know that Odin was still alive. But now, he gave up on that plan. Your father is not dead yet. Don't underestimate him. He is the father of all gods, a powerful existence in the entire universe. Chapter 87. My father isn't dead? Thor's voice became agitated. Of course. You have to have some faith in your father. The name Father of Gods is not just a title. Without enough strength, the others in the universe will not recognize the title of Father of Gods. Hearing this, Thor calmed down a little and began to think seriously. After eliminating some subjective thoughts, he felt more and more that Rog's words were correct. The main reason was that Loki had too many bad records. So after calming down, Thor quickly noticed the loopholes. Then how can I go back? Thor asked the question he was most concerned about. I don't know. Thor thought that Rog knew how to get him back to Asgard, but Rog's answer instantly extinguished his hope. Actually, I also want to go to Asgard. So if you find your own strength, I hope you can bring me along. The reason why Rog said so much to Thor was purely because he also wanted to go to Asgard and see a world outside of Earth. The universe is so big, I want to see it. In addition, he also wanted to go to Asgard to see a civilization that was completely different from Earth, especially when it came to combat and magic. You want to go to Asgard? That's right. Looking at Rog's serious face, Thor seriously thought about it. Bringing a Midgardian to Asgard was not in line with Asgard's rules, but it was not a particularly serious matter. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, Thor finally made a decision. If I can return to Asgard, I can bring you along. However, I have a condition. I hope you can protect the people here from harm during this period of time. Although Thor was not as smart as Loki, he had lived with Loki for more than 1,000 years after all. So after figuring out some things, he knew what Loki would do next. After losing Thor's power for a few days, he finally began to understand what Odin had often told him before, the responsibility of being a king. No problem. Not to mention just protecting the people here. Even if Thor asked him to deal with Loki, he would not refuse. After reaching an agreement with Thor, Rog left the restaurant and booked a room in the town's best hotel, and paid the room fee for a week in one lump sum. Rog wanted to book a room for Thor, but after thinking of Thor's Dr. Jane Foster, he silently gave up the idea. With Thor's appearance, even if he was unfamiliar with the place and had no money, he would never live on the streets. After all, this kind of man with a strong body, handsome face, and long blonde hair was very popular with the opposite sex in this country. In the next few days, Thor stayed with Dr. Jane Foster, teaching Dr. Jane Foster about the universe, and at the same time, trying to learn about the Earth. In the evening, Thor usually stayed with Dr. Jane Foster. During the day, he would appear beside Rog. Although he had lost the power of Thor that he was proud of, and Asgard's innate strong physique had been suppressed to the level of ordinary people, Thor did not sink because of this. It was because he was now in the weakest period of his life that he needed strength more. Although he did not have the strength of the past, Thor quickly adapted to his current state and showed the fighting qualities that a top warrior should have. That punch just now was good, as expected of Asgard's former Thor. In order to make the battle more fair, Rog did not use chakra, nor did he open Sharingan. Your fighting skills are also very good, and there are not many people in Asgard's royal guards who can have your skills. While Rog and Thor were learning from each other, Thor's friends, 3 warriors of Sengoku and Sif came to Earth with the help of Heimdall. If possible, Sif and others would not want to go to Earth in a way that violates the king's orders. But there is no other way, who told Loki to sit on the throne of Asgard now. The huge energy of Bifrost connecting the 2 worlds not only attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also Rog's attention. That thing just now should be Bifrost, it looks like someone is looking for you. Rog pointed to the funnel-like spiral cloud in the distance. Yes, it's Bifrost that is teleporting. Thor's eyes instantly became serious, looking at the spiral cloud in the distance with a dignified expression. Thor thought that the person who came this time was sent by Loki, but when he saw that it was Sif and others who were teleporting, the dignified expression on his face disappeared in an instant. In Asgard, in addition to his parents and Loki, he trusts the 3 warriors of Sengoku and Sif the most. However, before he had time to talk to Sif and others, Bifrost opened again, sending the real enemy over. At the end of Bifrost's second teleportation, Rog used Chakra's perception to perceive the target of the teleportation. This almost cheat-like energy intensity is worthy of the destroyer specially built by Odin. Get ready for battle, the destroyer is here. Rog silently reminded Thor. When the flying dust raised by the teleportation gradually dissipated, Coulson and others, who had rushed over, finally saw the true appearance of the destroyer. Is it a robot made by Stark? I don't know, that guy wouldn't tell me anything. Coulson took the handheld loudspeaker from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent next to him, came to the destroyer, and said loudly, "Hello, your weapons and equipment are not registered, please identify yourself immediately." The advancing destroyer stopped silently after hearing Coulson's words, and then opened the armor on its face. Just when Coulson and others thought that the destroyer would identify itself according to their request, they saw the flame-like orange-red light shining on the destroyer's body. Then, there was a powerful high-temperature beam of light. Boom! It only took a few seconds for the destroyer to blast the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle in front of him into wreckage, and then he walked straight towards the town. Meet the enemy outside the town, you should know better than me what kind of power the destroyer has. If we fight in the town, even if we win, the town will probably be gone. Sensing the power of the high-temperature beam just fired by the destroyer, Rog turned to Thor and said, "We are responsible for stopping the destroyer, you are responsible for evacuating the town's residents." Thor did not refuse Rog's suggestion to meet the enemy outside the town, but he did not intend to let Rog participate in this battle. This is Asgard's business, and it should be solved by Asgard's people. No, the weak guy is responsible for evacuating the residents. You are the weakest here, so you are responsible. Chapter 88. The weakest guy was in charge of evacuating the town's residents? Thor had lived for more than 1,000 years, but this was the first time he had heard someone say this to him. "I like this guy, ha." Volstagg, one of the 3 warriors of Sengoku, patted Thor on the shoulder, then put his axe on his shoulder and laughed as he walked out of the town. "Being weak is a sin. You can slowly get used to this now." Fandral, one of the 3 warriors of Sengoku, did not laugh like Volstagg, but he turned his head and gave Thor a look that said, "You know what I mean." As for Hogg, he did not say anything. He just sighed silently, then took the warhammer in his hand and followed Volstagg, who was the first to leave. Sif had wanted to fight the destroyer with the 3 warriors of Sengoku, but after seeing Thor's helpless expression, she decided to stay and evacuate the town's residents with Thor. After saying this, Rog used the body flicker technique to leave the town. He was not willing to let go of the opportunity to fight the destroyer. The destroyer was an ultimate weapon personally created by the father of gods, Odin. It was originally created to resist the invasion of Earth by the celestial gods. But after its creation, the most important thing the destroyer did was to guard Asgard's palace treasury. Although the destroyer had not officially fought against the celestial gods, it was enough to make people pay 120% attention to the ultimate weapon that Odin had entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, even if it did not have any dazzling achievements. The destroyer's main material was URU metal, and its energy source was Odin's divine power. This meant that the destroyer not only had an incomparably strong defense, but also had an almost inexhaustible energy. Looking at the destroyer's height of more than 6 meters and its body that was emitting a silver-white light, the first thought that came to Rog's mind was not that the destroyer was very strong, but that it should be very valuable. Just as Rog's mind was filled with thoughts that he should not have had, the destroyer opened its face armor, and then a powerful high-temperature light beam shot out. Boom! The high-temperature beam hit the ground where Rog had just stood, leaving a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. As for Rog himself, just as the high-temperature beam was about to hit him, he used the body flicker technique to change his position. After dodging the high-temperature beam of the destroyer, Rog bit his right thumb and slapped it directly to the ground. Spirit communication technique. With his right palm as the center, a complicated psychic formation appeared on the ground, followed by 2 clouds of white smoke of different sizes. The Punisher and Abomination were summoned. The Punishers and Abominations were originally attacking a notorious gang and were about to achieve victory. However, at this critical moment, they were summoned by Rog. Ever since they became Rog's spiritual beasts, this was the first time they were summoned in battle. The Punisher did not think too much about the fact that he had summoned it out. His expression was as calm as ever. Compared to the Punisher's calm expression, the Abomination was incomparably excited. He could finally enjoy the thrill of battle. Finally, I don't have to bully those weaklings anymore. Finally, he could enjoy the battle to his heart's content. After listening to Rog's instructions, the Abomination rushed toward the destroyer without saying a word. At the same time, it let out a series of excited roars. Just as the Abomination was about to pounce on the destroyer like a hungry wolf, a dull and heavy sound suddenly came from its body. Bang! The Abomination did not realize what had happened at all. It only felt an indescribable pain in its abdomen, and then it was blasted away. Facing the menacing Abomination, the destroyer did not do much. It did not even continue to shoot the high-temperature beam. The only thing the destroyer did was to raise its right leg and kick the Abomination after the Abomination entered its attack range. Then, the Abomination was kicked away. After flying more than 100 meters, the Abomination fell from the air and slammed into the ground. The destroyer was actually so strong? Seeing the Abomination being kicked away so easily, Rog realized that he seemed to have underestimated the destroyer. If it was him who was kicked just now, Rog couldn't help but take a breath. However, he wouldn't be kicked by the destroyer like the Abomination. Only the Abomination, whose mind is full of fighting, would fight the destroyer in such a reckless way. After taking a look at the Abomination who was kicked out, Rog turned his attention back to the destroyer. Facing the destroyer, a fighting machine with almost no obvious shortcomings, it is the stupidest tactic to confront it with brute force. The Abomination has proved this very well. In that case, let's use speed to determine the outcome. Rog opened Sharingan in an instant, and then threw a flying Thor kunai at the destroyer. Although the destroyer saw the flying Thor kunai, it didn't take the flying Thor kunai seriously. In its judgment, the flying Thor kunai is the kind of weak attack that will not cause any injury even if it is hit. Clang. The flying Thor kunai hit the destroyer's chest without any suspense, making a crisp sound of metal collision, and then bounced away. At the moment when the flying Thor kunai was bounced away, Rog's flying thunder god came to the front of the destroyer and grasped the flying Thor kunai with his left hand. Odama Rasengan. An Odama Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in Rog's right hand, and then hit the destroyer's chest fiercely. Although the destroyer has a certain degree of self-thinking, Rog's attack is completely beyond its scope of understanding. The destroyer didn't even have time to launch a high-temperature beam before it was hit by Rog's Odama Rasengan. The twisting and tearing ability of Odama Rasengan fell completely on the destroyer, and the 6-meter-tall destroyer flew out in an irregular spiral shape. The destroyer's limbs and body were quickly twisted, as if the whole body was disrupted and then reorganized randomly. However, the destroyer that was knocked away quickly stood up again, and under Rog's gaze, the twisted limbs and body were restored to their original appearance. Is this okay? The destroyer's characteristic structure makes it immune to the damage of Odama Rasengan. Except for making it a little embarrassed, Odama Rasengan did not cause much damage to it. Odama Rasengan did not play the expected effect, and Rog did not care too much about this. He raised his hand and used another ninjutsu. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Jutsu. The destroyer is not Abomination or Hulk, so when he used Wood Dragon Jutsu, he did not hold back at all. Nearly 20 meters long, the long hook-nosed wood dragon sprang out of the ground, like a python that catches its prey, tightly entwining the 6-meter-tall destroyer. Chapter 89. It was the same entanglement effect, but when the wood dragon entangled the destroyer, it was obviously more strenuous than when it entangled the Hulk and the Abomination. This also caused Rog to have to increase the output of chakra of the wood dragon technique. The destroyer was more difficult to deal with than the Abomination and the Hulk because there was no such thing as physical strength in the destroyer. Therefore, the longer the destroyer was entangled with the Abomination and the Hulk, the less physical strength they had. Although the wood dragon could not absorb physical strength from the destroyer, in addition to absorbing the target's physical strength, the wood dragon could also absorb the energy in the target's body. However, when the wood dragon began to absorb the energy in the destroyer's body, an unexpected scene happened. The wood dragon successfully absorbed the energy in the destroyer's body, but as soon as the energy from Odin was absorbed, the nearly 20-meter-long wood dragon burned. In an instant, the hook-nosed wood dragon turned into a fire dragon. This sudden flame not only exceeded Rog's expectations but also caused the 3 warriors of Sengoku behind him to look at each other. On the way here, the 3 warriors of Sengoku first witnessed the Abomination descend from the sky and then the destroyer being sent flying by Rog. When they finally arrived at the battlefield where Rog and the destroyer were fighting, they saw the wood dragon entangling the destroyer instantly turn into a fire dragon. Although the 3 warriors of Sengoku had never fought against the destroyer, they knew very well how powerful this ultimate weapon that Odin had personally created was. But at this moment, they watched helplessly as the destroyer was restrained by Rog, an earthling. Although the wood dragon entangling the destroyer had turned into a fire dragon, the wood dragon showed no signs of burning or breaking. The reason why the wood dragon could still entangle the destroyer tightly was that Rog was frantically outputting his chakra. After his chakra unit changed from a card to a tail, he thought that he would not need to worry about the amount of chakra for a long time. But now, he realized that his idea was a little too naive. After maintaining it for more than 10 seconds, Rog decisively gave up on maintaining the wood dragon spell. Without the infusion of Rog's chakra, the burning wooden dragon quickly showed signs of burning. Its nearly 20-meter-long body was continuously corroded by the flames and was torn apart into pieces of burning wood. Seeing this, the 3 warriors of Sengoku could not help but sigh. If the wood dragon had held on for a while longer, perhaps the destroyer would have stopped because of the lack of energy. Although this possibility wasn't high, it wasn't impossible. When the wooden dragon wrapped around the destroyer shattered into pieces of burning wood, Loki, who was sitting on the throne of Asgard's palace, suddenly stood up. This earthling was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Loki, who was holding the Gungnir, looked at Rog seriously through the destroyer's perspective. He quickly made a decision and headed to the Bifrost. Without the entanglement of the wood dragon, the destroyer also regained its ability to move. Just as the destroyer was about to use the high-temperature light beam to eliminate Rog, the obstacle, Rog in front of it silently formed a seal. Forming seals was not necessary for Rog. It was just that in order to make the following scene more ritualistic, he decided to add such a link at the last minute. The moment Rog finished forming the seal, a huge wooden figure more than 25 meters tall crawled out of the ground like an ancient beast. Wood puppet technique. Looking at this huge wooden figure that was 4 times its height, the destroyer's self-awareness immediately made an extremely dangerous judgment. Since absorbing the energy in the destroyer's body would cause the wood dragon to catch fire, there was no need to use the wood dragon to absorb energy. If the advantage of the wood dragon spell was to control the target and absorb energy, then the advantage of the wood puppet technique was its extremely strong physical influence. Even if you have a body made of URU metal, even if you have Odin's divine power as a source of energy, today I will definitely reform you. With a thought, the godlike wooden figure Arhut raised his fists. Boom 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 boom, F***CK tactics and strategies, and F***CK combat skills. The bigger the fist, is the truth. Under Rog's control, the wooden figure Arhut seemed to have transformed into a bodhisattva praising the Gatling gun of Nanwal. Its fists were like 6 big, clean pipes that were spinning 3,600 times per second. Great compassion to the world. Physical conversion to my Buddha. Da-da-da-da-da. Clearly under the scorching sun, the 3 warriors of Sengoku felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Is this guy really human? He must be an evil god that had transmigrated from a different dimension. How could this kind of person appear in Midgard? He should be conquering the universe, not staying in this weak chicken country where the average combat power is less than 5. At this time, Rog did not know what the 3 warriors of Sengoku were thinking. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to blast the annoying silver-white human-shaped self-propelled armor in front of him into the block form that metal should have. The sound of missiles exploding continued to ring out, and the ground continued to vibrate with palpitating vibrations. Coulson and the others who had first encountered the destroyer also rushed over at this time. Then, like the 3 warriors of Sengoku, they looked at Rog, who was emitting a light blue light all over his body, with a shocked expression. In order to maintain the tyrannical and unreasonable influence of the wooden figure Arhut, Rog almost operated his chakra to the limit. Time passed little by little, and when the 25-meter-tall wooden figure Arhut finally stopped waving his fists, what appeared in front of them was a deep circular pit with a diameter of tens of meters. As for the originally majestic destroyer, its original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Even the orange-red light in the destroyer's body that seemed to never be extinguished had completely disappeared. It's finally over. When the wooden figure Arhut stopped, the people present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After confirming that there were no energy fluctuations on the destroyer, Rog also ended the wooden figure technique and gasped for breath. Such an intense output of chakra made him experience what it meant to be tired after being impulsive. If it were not for the sake of maintaining his image, he would not even want to stand now. He just wanted to lie on the ground and rest. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, the hammer of Thor, more than 10 kilometers away, suddenly soared into the sky and flew toward the town at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then, a thundercloud quickly gathered in the sky, and a giant lightning bolt more than 10 meters thick struck down fiercely, making a thunderous sound that resounded for tens of kilometers. Chapter 90. After the giant lightning bolt, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire town. Even Rog and the others, who were a few kilometers away from the town, could clearly feel the godlike aura. Thor had returned. Sensing the powerful aura coming from the town, Rog revealed a puzzled expression. How could he retrieve Thor's power just by evacuating the townspeople? He didn't know what had happened, but he was sure that Thor had successfully retrieved Thor's power. He was even stronger than before he lost Thor's power. Thor's right hand gripped Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and his clothes turned into Thor's armor. His red cloak fluttered even though there was no wind. Blue lightning bolts that were visible to the naked eye were swimming around his body like electric snakes. Sif and Dr. Forster couldn't help but smile when they saw Thor turn back into Thor. Sif was happy because the Thor she knew had returned. The Thor who had led them to defeat one enemy after another had returned. Dr. Forster was happy because she had witnessed Thor's resurrection from the dead. Thor's chest had been pierced, and he had turned back into a mythical figure. After regaining Thor's power, Thor wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he looked at Loki calmly. "I thought you just wanted to prove that you were stronger than me, but now I realize that I don't know you at all. I can tolerate your usual pranks, and I can also overlook your usual excessive actions. But you shouldn't joke about your father's life, and you shouldn't start a war between Asgard and Jotunheim just to satisfy your desire for the throne. Loki, you've really made a mistake this time." Thor didn't expect his younger brother to appear behind him and pierce his chest with the Gungnir while he was evacuating the townspeople. "I am also the heir to the throne. I can make Asgard the ruler of the 9 realms. I can let the entire universe know of Asgard's power. I will prove to my father that I am the most suitable person to become Asgard's king. It's not my fault, it's the world's." Loki still didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had done. Become Asgard's king, destroy Jotunheim's frost giants, and lead Asgard's army to conquer the 9 realms. Listening to Loki's Chunibu speech, Roger suddenly felt that his usual Chunibu actions were not worth mentioning compared to Loki's. After sensing that Saul had regained the power of the Thunder God, he dragged his tired body back to the town and caught up with Loki's Chunibu speech. "No, you will never become Asgard's king." As soon as his voice fell, the Thor's hammer in Thor's hand flew towards Loki like lightning. Then, it directly pierced through Loki's illusion. "He left a long time ago. He should be there now." Rog pointed outside the town. When Thor looked in the direction of Rog's finger, he saw the unique teleportation beam of Bifrost. As Thor's younger brother, Loki knows Thor's character better than anyone else. So after Thor regained control of Thor's power, he left the town as soon as possible. What Saul and the others saw was nothing more than an illusion he left behind. When he returned to the town, Rog was almost deceived by Loki's illusion. If he didn't open his Sharingan and observe carefully, he wouldn't have been able to see that it was an illusion. The one who controls Bifrost now should still be Heimdall. He can help us return to Asgard. Only the guardian sword in Heimdall's hand can open Bifrost. So after seeing Loki leave through Bifrost, Thor instinctively thought that Bifrost was still under Heimdall's control. But he ignored a small problem, that is, it was the guardian sword that opened Bifrost, not Heimdall himself. As long as one has the guardian sword, anyone can open Bifrost. "I hope so." Rog was not as optimistic as Thor. If his guess is correct, the one who controls the guardian sword in Bifrost is definitely not Heimdall. As Rog guessed, the one who is guarding Bifrost is not Heimdall, but a frost giant. As for Heimdall, he is firmly frozen in ice at this time. After returning to Asgard through the Bifrost Bridge, Loki came to the 2 frost giants guarding the Bifrost Bridge. Phew! Phew! 2 indestructible energy beams shot out from the tip of the Gungnir, directly turning the 2 frost giants in front of Loki into an atomic state. This is not the first time he killed a frost giant. Before leaving Asgard, he used the same method to kill the frost giant king, Laufey. Laufey never thought that he would die at the hands of his own son, Loki. The weapon that killed him was actually the Gungnir of his old enemy, Odin. If time could go back, Laufey would never have trusted Loki so easily, even if he was his own son. After taking care of the 2 frost giants guarding Bifrost, Loki went to the control panel of Bifrost and summoned the frost giant's divine artifact, the Chest of Frost. When the Chest of Frost, shining with dark blue light, appeared in Loki's hand, his skin became more like a frost giant. Only those with the bloodline of the frost giants can use the Chest of Frost. Just as Loki was trying to aim Bifrost at Jotunheim, he heard a crisp sound of ice breaking. Then, a tall figure appeared behind him and sent him flying with a punch. The one who sent Loki flying was none other than Heimdall. The reason why Heimdall became the guardian of Bifrost was not only because he had Heimdall's eyes that could perceive all things, but also because of his own strength. The guardian of Bifrost was Asgard's first line of defense. If it weren't for a moment of carelessness, Heimdall wouldn't have been frozen by Loki's chest of frost, and he wouldn't have lost the guardian sword that controlled Bifrost. As soon as Heimdall sent Loki flying, he heard Thor's shout. Heimdall ignored Loki, who was sent flying, and pointed Bifrost at Thor on Earth, opening the interstellar teleportation. In the next second, the exit of Bifrost shone with a rainbow-like light. In the rainbow-colored light, figures emerged one after another. Thor, Sif, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Rog. In the end, Thor fulfilled his promise and brought Rog to Asgard. They saw Heimdall on the control panel and Loki holding the Gungnir. Chapter 91. Seeing Thor, Rog, and the others appear one by one, Loki's mood instantly became as cold as the chest of ice. If it was just Saul, he might not be a match for him. What's more, there was Rog next to Thor, who could defeat the destroyer. At this time, Loki began to regret going to Earth. Why did he stop Thor from evacuating the town's residents? Stopping Thor was one thing, but why did he have to add insult to injury? If he didn't add insult to injury, all of this wouldn't have happened. Loki, surrender. Now that things had developed to this point, Thor was still unwilling to force Loki into a desperate situation. No matter what, Loki was his younger brother, a brother who had accompanied him for thousands of years. Although this brother wasn't very obedient and would turn into a snake to scare him, he still couldn't be ruthless. Surrender? Why should I surrender? I am the evil god, Asgard, and the future king of the 9 lands. As soon as his voice fell, the chest of ice appeared in Loki's left hand. In an instant, Loki's skin turned dark blue like a frost giant, and an extremely cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze the soul gushed out from his body. The moment Loki summoned the chest of ice, Thor didn't hesitate and directly threw Thor's hammer at Loki. Thor's hammer had just flown a short distance when it was hit by the ice energy from the chest of ice. In the blink of an eye, an icicle several meters in diameter appeared in front of Thor and the others. Thor's hammer was completely frozen by the icicle. After freezing Thor's hammer, Loki didn't stop attacking. Instead, he increased the energy output of the chest of ice. Although Loki didn't like to use force to solve problems, at a time like this, he didn't mind using this barbaric and violent method to get rid of all the people in front of him. As the divine artifact of the frost giants, the chest of ice had the power to freeze an entire planet. Although Loki couldn't unleash the full power of the chest of frost, it wouldn't be a problem for him to freeze Bifrost. Using the chest of frost, Loki regained control of the situation and picked up Odin's Gungnir. He held the box of frost in his left hand and the spear of eternity in his right. Under the buff of these two divine tools, Loki instantly reached the peak of his life. The Bifrost Hall wasn't very wide to begin with. After being attacked by the chest of frost, most of the area was covered in huge blocks of ice. The energy from the casket of frost and the energy from the Gungnir constantly flew across the Bifrost, forcing Thor, Rog, and the others to temporarily leave the Bifrost Hall. Originally, Loki did not expect to deal with Thor, Rog, and the others here. From beginning to end, he only had one goal: control the Bifrost and destroy Jotunheim. Although Loki was also a frost giant, he didn't have any good impression of the frost giants who were like barbarians in Jotunheim, let alone treat them as his own kind. After forcing Thor, Rog, and the others out of the Bifrost Hall, Loki first used the chest of frost to freeze the entrance of the Bifrost. Then, he went to the control panel of the Bifrost and aimed the muzzle of the Bifrost at Jotunheim. Interstellar teleportation wasn't the only function of the Bifrost. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even the main reason why the Bifrost was designed. The Bifrost was an out-and-out weapon of war. It was an ultimate weapon of war with the power to destroy a planet. When the Bifrost's power was maximized, the energy beam of the Bifrost could directly penetrate an entire planet. As for the interstellar teleportation function of the Bifrost, it was only to quickly send Asgard's army to the enemy planet. Why did the Bifrost's teleportation exit look like a cannon barrel? It was because the Bifrost was built according to the specifications of a war weapon. I didn't expect your brother to be more courageous than you. He destroyed an entire race just like that. How domineering! Rog didn't interfere in the battle between Thor and Loki. Even when Loki attacked him with the chest of frost and the Gungnir, he didn't have any intention of attacking Loki. The two of them had a conflict, so why should an outsider like him interfere? In the end, this was all a family conflict. Although the consequences of this family conflict were a little serious, no matter what, this was a family matter between Thor and Loki. Loki wasn't like this before. Is inheriting the throne really that important to him? Until now, Thor still couldn't understand why Loki wanted the throne so much that he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his life for it. After sighing silently, Thor began to summon Thor's hammer in the Bifrost. Under Thor's forceful summoning, the frozen Thor's hammer finally broke free from the shackles of the icicles and returned to his hand. I can't let Loki continue to make mistakes. As soon as his voice fell, Thor raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and slammed it into the Bifrost's deck. The energy of the Bifrost came from Asgard, and the deck was both a passage and an energy transmission channel. As long as the deck was destroyed, the Bifrost would lose all its energy supply, and naturally, it wouldn't be able to continue shooting energy torrents to destroy Jotunheim. Are you sure you want to do this? If you destroy the bridge, you won't be able to see Dr. Forster again. Rog silently reminded Thor. After hearing Roger's words, Saul's action of smashing the bridge paused for a second before he started again. Under Thor's full attack, the solid deck began to crack. As Thor continued to attack, the cracks began to expand, spreading like a spider web. Just as Thor was desperately attacking the Bifrost's deck, a golden energy beam flew out of the Bifrost and hit Thor like lightning, sending him flying. When Thor began to destroy the Bifrost's deck, Loki noticed this. So he broke the ice wall at the entrance of the hall and walked out with the box of ice and the Gungnir. Before Jotunheim was destroyed, he wouldn't let anyone destroy the Bifrost. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the most suitable person to inherit Asgard's throne. After being sent flying by Loki, Saul quickly got up and leaped high into the air. "Forgive me, Loki." Seeing Thor jump and raise the Thor's hammer in his hand, Loki instantly read Thor's thoughts. Thor's hammer finally fell on the Bifrost's deck. Boom! An indescribable explosion of energy sounded, and a powerful energy storm instantly destroyed the Bifrost's deck. The Bifrost was destroyed. The energy storm destroyed the Bifrost hull, causing the Bifrost hull, which was already on the edge of Asgard, to fall directly into the endless starry abyss. Chapter 92. After discovering that the prodigal Thor had plans to destroy the Bifrost, Rog silently used the body flicker technique to retreat a distance. Thor and Loki have super strong physiques that surpass humans, so they don't have to worry about the shockwaves caused by the energy explosion, but Rog can't. Even if he has the body of an immortal, he doesn't think that his physique can be compared to aliens like Asgard. After the gorgeous explosion, it was a mess. Just as Rog began to sense the traces of Thor and Loki, a powerful life form far beyond his imagination appeared in his perception. A super life form as powerful as a planet. If Thor's energy strength after recovering Thor's power is a small pond, then the super life form that appeared in Rog's perception now is a vast ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see. Compared to this ocean, Rog felt that he was at most a palm tree on the beach. After perceiving this indescribable super life form, he decisively ended his perception and withdrew all the chakra and spirit force that he released outside his body. In Asgard, only one person has such a strong energy reaction as powerful as a planet. The king of Asgard, Thor's father, the father of Thor, the father of all gods, Odin. Wearing armor, a red cloak, and a golden eye patch on his right eye, Odin walked past Rog unhurriedly. When passing by Rog, the father of all gods, Odin turned his head and glanced at Rog, then continued to walk forward. Odin's casual glance made Rog's heart beat faster involuntarily. That feeling was like encountering an irresistible natural enemy, and a sense of fear that was branded in the depths of his instincts gushed out of his body. At this time, Rog finally understood why the purple potato spirit, known as the Crazy Titan, didn't dare to have any ideas about Asgard when Odin was still alive. On the surface, Odin's figure wasn't tall, and he had a head full of white hair. It was easy to mistake him for an old guy who could be knocked down with a heavy punch. But if someone really did that, they would know what it meant to not judge a book by its cover, and that the older ginger, the spicier it was. Rog quickly simulated the scene of his battle with Odin in his mind, and came to a conclusion that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he used all his means, even risking his life, he definitely wouldn't last more than a minute in Odin's hands. This was under the situation where Odin didn't use Gungnir and magic. After seeing Odin's arrival, the three warriors of Sengoku, Heimdall, and the others bowed slightly and took the initiative to make way. Although Thor and Loki, who were sent flying by the energy storm, didn't suffer any serious injuries, the energy storm directly sent them to the edge of Asgard, blowing them into the endless starry abyss. At this moment, Odin came to the edge of the broken Bifrost and grabbed the two brothers, one in each hand, and brought them back. His casual manner made it seem as if he had casually caught two restless monkeys. Looking at Odin in front of him, Loki no longer had the madness and arrogance from before, and said in a childlike tone, "I can do it, father, I can really do it." "No, Loki." Although Odin's tone was very calm, to Loki, it was like the Gungnir that hit his heart hard. He was completely denied. Loki revealed a bitter smile, and threw the Gungnir in his hand onto the Bifrost, silently took a few steps back, and then leaped. Loki's decisiveness not only exceeded Odin's expectations, but also shocked Thor. Odin continued to attack, intending to capture Loki, the naughty child, again. However, he had failed. Odin's left hand, which was formed by energy, directly passed through Loki's figure. An illusion. What Odin caught was only an illusion left behind by Loki. When the illusion was shattered, Loki's figure appeared in the depths of the starry sky, and then completely disappeared in the collapsed spatial passage. The god of trickery, Loki, used an illusion to fool the father of gods, Odin, and used his last stubbornness to protect his self-esteem. Loki used a suicidal method to put an end to this family dispute. More than 10 minutes later, in the meeting hall of the Asgard Palace, Thor, Rog, Sif, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Heimdall stood in the hall without saying a word. On the throne above the hall, the father of gods, Odin, who held the Gungnir in his hand, also did not say a word, silently sizing up Thor and the others standing below. After a long silence, the father of gods, Odin, finally said, "Although Loki did wrong, he paid the price for it. This matter ends here. Thor will be responsible for the damage left behind by Loki. The order of the 9 realms must not fall into chaos because of this. Heimdall will be responsible for the reconstruction of the Bifrost. As for Rog, before the reconstruction of the Bifrost is completed, you can stay in Asgard, but you need to assist Thor in maintaining the order of the 9 realms." Rog had no objections to Odin's arrangement. Even if Odin threw him back to Earth now, it would be a very normal thing. But obviously, after knowing what Rog had done before, Odin was willing to fulfill this Earthling's small wish. After waking up from the state of Odin's sleep, Odin learned everything through his pets, Fokin and Fog. It was because of this that he agreed to Thor's request and did not send Rog back to Earth immediately. When night fell, a small banquet was held in a banquet hall in the Asgard Palace. The theme of the banquet was very simple, to celebrate the return of Thor and Thor. But as the main character of the banquet, Thor did not stay in the banquet for too long. Instead, he went to the wall outside the palace alone and stared at the distant starry sky. As the main character of the banquet, leaving alone in the middle of the banquet is not a good habit. Not long after Thor arrived, Rog's voice came from above him. Like Thor, Rog stayed in the banquet for a while and sneaked out. He couldn't stand the exaggerated flattery of the three warriors of Sengoku, and at the same time, he couldn't stand the terrifying alcohol tolerance of the people of Asgard. Thor raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, then saw Rog sitting on the edge of a stone pillar more than 10 meters tall. "Do you think Loki is a good person?" Thor suddenly asked. "This world is not black or white, and people are not bad or bad. So, I can't give you an accurate answer. But I think that although Loki is not a good person, he is definitely not a pure bad person. You are his brother, you should know better than me what kind of person he is." Chapter 93. Odin asked Thor to maintain the order of the 9 realms, but in reality, the only thing that needed to be maintained was the order of Warnerheim. As long as Asgard was there, order would never be lost. Jotunheim, the home of the Frost Giants, was the country that suffered the most from this family dispute. However, the Frost Giant King Laufey had just died at the hands of Loki, so even if these Frost Giants had any ideas that they shouldn't have, they lacked the strength to do so. Muspelheim, the country of the Flame Giant Sur, had the possibility of falling into chaos again, but it was only a possibility. Without the eternal fire, Surtur didn't have the strength to threaten Asgard, so he could be ignored for the time being. Midgard, or Earth, was a country blessed by the will of the universe, so it didn't need Asgard's protection. Svartalfheim, the home of the Dark Elves, was now in ruins, so it couldn't fall into chaos even if it wanted to. Alfheim, the Elven Kingdom, was a peaceful elven kingdom. Compared to fighting, the elves who stood aloof from worldly affairs preferred to grow flowers and plants. As long as you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't bother with you. As for Nidavel and Hyre, one was the home of the dwarves, and the other was the kingdom of the dead, so they didn't need to be too concerned. Only Vanaheim, where the Vanaheim gods were located, would have the ambition that they should not have after the Bifrost was destroyed. As a Ceres' archenemy, Warner Protoss had the power to contend with Asgard's army. If Asgard hadn't produced 2 wise kings, Bauer and Odin, Warner Protoss wouldn't have been suppressed by Aseri for thousands of years. The destruction of the Bifrost meant that Asgard could no longer send troops to Warnerheim as quickly as before. For Warner Protoss, who had been itching for action, this was simply a super gift from the goddess of luck. On the 3rd day after the destruction of the Bifrost, Warner Protoss began to expel Asgard's troops. The war between Aseri and Warner Protoss reignited in Warnerheim. After receiving the urgent military information from Warnerheim's garrison, Asgard immediately entered a state of combat readiness and was ready to send troops at any time. "Is there a blacksmith with better craftsmanship here, who can enchant? I want to make a set of armor that suits me." According to Thor's instructions, Sif prepared a set of Asgardian armor for Log. However, Rog didn't really like this shiny golden armor with a cape. The design style of the armor had an extremely obvious Asgardian style. It was golden and shiny, bright enough to be eye-catching and flashy enough. But this wasn't to Rog's. As a ninja, how can he wear this kind of armor to the battlefield? This is simply an insult to the ninja profession. The dwarves of Nidavel are the best blacksmiths, but without the Bifrost, we can't go there right away. As for enchantment, this is an ability that only a few high-level blacksmiths have. As far as I know, only the dwarf king Eitri can do it. The father of gods and the queen also have the ability to enchant, but Sif didn't say the second half of the sentence, but Rog knew what she meant. It's better for a small character like you to not have such unrealistic fantasies. Although the father of gods Odin and Queen Freya had the ability to enchant equipment, it wasn't a privilege that everyone could enjoy. Even Sif herself only had a magic longsword enchanted by Odin. The enchantment isn't urgent. I have some strange metals here. If possible, I hope to use these metals to make a set of armor that suits me before we depart. As soon as his voice fell, Rog cast the summoning technique in the room and summoned the vibranium from the summoning scroll. The vibranium that was summoned was part of the 10 tons of vibranium sent by the Wakanda King Shaka last time. I didn't expect you to have vibranium. Sif just glanced at it casually and recognized that these black ores emitting a faint blue light were vibranium. "You know about vibranium?" Rog asked with some surprise. Before the vibranium meteorite fell to Earth, Asgard already had a complete set of vibranium forging methods. And in the past few hundred years, Asgard went to Wakanda many times to get vibranium. Several times I led the team there. What was called a foundation that had been settled over time. This was it. Compared to the average lifespan of the Asgard people of 5,000 years, the lifespan of the people of Earth was much shorter. Although vibranium is strong enough, it's not the metal of choice for forging equipment. Compared to vibranium, URU metal is more suitable. For example, this gift of the Earth Goddess in my hand is made of URU metal, and it has the enchantment of the Father of Gods. Sif pulled out the long sword hanging at her waist and waved it beautifully in front of Rog. The silver-white blade was gorgeous in design and at the same time guaranteed lethality. Just by looking at it, Rog could tell that this long sword was made by a master. I also know that vibranium's energy conductivity is extremely poor, but I only have this vibranium on hand. Why don't you give me some URU metal? Since they were already in Asgard, it was reasonable to bring back some of Asgard's specialties. After hearing Rog's words, Sif suddenly had the thought of stabbing this guy to death with her sword. Asgard did have a lot of URU metal, but no one would complain about having too much of such a precious metal. Even the palace guards of Asgard had not been completely equipped with URU metal. Only a small number of elite warriors could obtain a piece of equipment made of URU metal. Sif calmed herself down and prepared to reject Rog's sudden request. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered something. Rog was about to go to Warnerheim with Thor. If he had better equipment, then the pressure on Thor would be less. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, Sif gave her own reply. It's impossible to give you the URU metal directly, but if you want, I can ask the blacksmith to add some URU metal into your armor. Since Logue wanted to forge a new set of armor, all he had to do was add some URU metal to it. No problem. Rog had just finished his sentence when he summoned a draft of the armor from the mediumship scroll. Are you sure you want to make this kind of armor? Taking the draft from Rog, Sif frowned and asked doubtfully. Yes, it's like this, and the color must be dark red. The armor design sketch that Logue took out wasn't something that he had casually drawn. The armor on the draft was exactly the same as the armor of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 94. Under Rog's insistence, Sif took away the design sketches of the armor and the unforged vibranium ore. Because of the loss of the Bifrost, it took Asgard 3 days to build the transmission magic array to Warnerheim and complete the final preparations for the expedition. Asgard's army has already been assembled. As long as Odin gives the order, this army, which symbolizes Asgard's strength, will set foot on the land of Warnerheim and put the flag of Asgard on every piece of land in Warnerheim. Half an hour before the army set off, Rog finally got his own armor from Sif. Compared to Asgard's golden armor, which exuded nobility and magnificence everywhere, the armor in Rog's hands could be regarded as extremely simple. Moreover, such a simple set of armor made people wonder how much defensive ability this set of armor had. Although Warner Protoss has been suppressed by Aseri, it doesn't mean that Warner Protoss is weak. Looking at Rog solemnly put on this simple armor that can be made by any craftsman, Sif can't help but begin to doubt Rog's strength. There are only two kinds of people who dare to wear this kind of armor on the battlefield. One is a rookie who doesn't have much combat experience and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The other is a king of the battlefield who has absolute confidence in his own skills and doesn't worry about being injured at all. Judging from Rog's age, Sif thinks he is more likely to be the former. After wearing the same armor as Madara, Rog opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and summoned the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Fan. He had blood-red eyes, dark red armor, a Kusanagi sword hanging from his waist, and an unreasonably large Thunder Fan on his back. Sif doesn't know if it's her illusion, but when Rog put on the armor and took the weapons, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seems to have such an invincible aura. The process of going to Warnerheim is not noteworthy, and it can even be regarded as a bit boring. Groups of troops walk into the transmission array, and then when the army in front is finished, the process is repeated. Compared with the transmission of Bifrost, This method of transmission is at least several generations behind, and it doesn't have the momentum of an army at all. Looking at the Rainbow Bridge's momentum of teleporting an army over with a clattering sound, and then looking at the slow teleportation of the magic array, the two were completely incomparable. But in any case, Asgard's army set off smoothly. Asgard is an army with a good tradition, so according to their customs, they first teleport the commander of the army, and then arrange for the army behind to be teleported. For this tradition of Asgard, Rog silently despised it. To put it nicely, this is called the commander taking the lead. To put it bluntly, this is to let the commander face unnecessary risks. If the enemy on the opposite side prepared an ambush in advance, or this transmission is completely a trap, then when all the troops of Asgard are teleported, they will see the cold corpse of the commander. It's no wonder that every king of Asgard is strong, because those who are not strong have been killed by Asgard's tradition. Along with Thor, Rog and the 3 warriors of Sengoku were also teleported. As for Sif, she is not on the list of this expedition. The reason was simple. Queen Frigga had personally struck her name off the list of expeditionary troops. When the colorful transmission light in front of them disappeared, the first thing Rog and the others saw was an Asgard camp that was about to collapse. There are corpses everywhere in the camp, and energy beams and arrows are flying around the camp like headless flies. After seeing Thor's figure, the Asgard officer in charge of the camp immediately greeted him and reported the current situation to Thor. After listening to the officer's report, Thor didn't give any specific orders. He simply said that he understood, then waved Thor's hammer and flew out. The 3 warriors of Sengoku were already used to Thor's actions and immediately rushed out with their weapons. When the Asgard soldiers around him rushed towards the Warner Protoss army like hungry wolves, Rog walked out of the transmission circle unhurriedly. It's finally going to start. At first, Rog's speed was just a normal walking speed, but in a few breaths, his speed began to increase. In the end, the Asgard soldiers only saw a red figure flash by. Rog didn't pull out the Kusanagi sword at his waist, nor did he touch the thunder fan behind him. At this time, he wanted to pay his respects to his idol. One man against an army. Thor in the air was about to swing Thor's hammer and descend from the sky. Then he saw a scene he had never seen before. Thor thought his fighting style was wild enough, but now he knew what it meant to be bold on the battlefield. Rog, like a red lightning, came in front of a Warner Protoss soldier. Then, with a flash of his sword, the Warner Protoss soldier fell back, and bright red blood spurted out from his neck. Rog didn't use the Kusanagi sword. He just took the Warner Protoss soldier's long sword, and then used the long sword to end the life of the Warner Protoss soldier. After casually killing the soldier, Rog didn't stop his footsteps. He turned sideways and directly came in front of the other 3 Warner Protoss soldiers. The 3 Warner Protoss soldiers didn't realize what happened at all. The last scene that appeared in their eyes was a beautiful and fatal arc. In the blink of an eye, Rog had already killed 4 enemies. After killing the 3 Warner Protoss soldiers, Rog released his right hand that was holding the sword and grasped the spear in the hands of one of the Warner Protoss soldiers. Stab, stab, entangle, point, pull, an inconspicuous spear, in Rog's hand, as if it had a life of its own, constantly attacked the surrounding Warner Protoss soldiers. Rog was like a battlefield harvester, quickly reaping the lives of the Warner Protoss soldiers. Attracting attention on the battlefield wasn't a wise decision. But this was the effect he wanted. More and more Warner Protoss soldiers rushed towards him. At this time, he threw the spear in his hand. After the spear pierced through the 3 enemies in front, it finally stopped. Rog didn't pay attention to the spear, because now he had a new weapon. One by one, the Warner Protoss soldiers rushed up, trying to completely surround him, and then cut down the guy who was rampaging on the battlefield. But no matter how many soldiers rushed up, Rog's pace wasn't affected at all. Now he didn't care about the weapon in his hand at all. Whatever weapon in the hands of the Warner Protoss soldiers, he would use that weapon. Sword, axe, hammer, spear. No matter what weapon it was, as long as it was in his hands, it could exert amazing power. As more and more enemies besieged him, his Sharingan also turned faster and faster. The dynamic visual ability of the Sharingan was perfectly displayed at this moment. With a simple glance, he could see all the movements of these soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he could take away the lives of these soldiers. Rog's battlefield rose-bloomed. Chapter 95. The crazy Rog not only attracted the attention of the Warner Protoss soldiers, but also shocked the Asgard soldiers. When they knew that Rog was an Earthling, the Asgard soldiers couldn't help but look down on him. An Earthling with a short lifespan, a weak physique, and an underdeveloped technology couldn't be a strong person. If it weren't for the three warriors of Sengoku maintaining their respect for Rog, the Asgard soldiers would have completely ignored Rog. Although Thor had sparred with Rog before, after seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly felt that he didn't seem to understand Rog's strength at all. On the entire battlefield, except for the three warriors of Sengoku who had witnessed Rog violently beating up the destroyer, everyone else showed an expression of disbelief. Compared to the scene of Rog controlling the more than 20 meters tall wooden Arhut Orla destroyer, this scene in front of them was just child's play. The Asgard soldiers were now very happy, because they found that they actually had such a strong person on their side. The Warner Protoss soldiers were now in despair. They even felt that they weren't facing a human, but a Grim Reaper disguised as a human. Rog's massacre still continued, and under his stimulation, the Asgard soldiers also displayed strength that exceeded their usual. One by one, they excitedly rushed towards the Warner Protoss soldiers. The battlefield began to boil. Blood splattered everywhere, and life and death were only separated by a fine line. At this time, the battlefield was like the boundary between the underworld and the human world. The left foot died, the right foot survived. The commander of the Vanir celestial race took a deep breath as he watched Rog slaughtering his own warriors like chopping vegetables and melons. Then he issued a slightly cruel order. They used all their firepower to completely annihilate Rog, who was as dazzling as the god of death. Although Rog was surrounded by a large number of soldiers, compared to killing Rog, the death of these soldiers was completely negligible. Because even if they didn't do so, these soldiers would eventually die in the hands of Rog. Although Asari and Warner Protoss both highly advocated individual bravery, this did not mean that their weapons of war would remain in the era of cold weapons. Following the command of the Warner Protoss commander, a squad of artillery soldiers carrying energy cannons quickly arrived on the battlefield, and then aimed the cannons with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters at the constantly dancing Rog. Rog discovered the existence of the artillery squad as soon as they were in formation. Boom 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 boom. One energy cannonball after another fell from the sky like raindrops, instantly enveloping the area where Rog was. Explosions rang out continuously, and balls of colorful energy storms attacked everyone in the surroundings, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. The moment these artillery soldiers opened fire, Rog used body flicker to leave the battlefield, avoiding the raindrops of cannonballs. When the dust raised by the explosion dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a field of Warner Protoss soldiers falling down like wheat. Since Warner Protoss used energy weapons, Rog naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Rog put his hands together, straightened his thumbs, and formed a hand seal. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. A flame only as thick as a finger spewed out from Rog's mouth. Then, the flame suddenly grew, and instantly expanded into a flame wave like the sea. In the blink of an eye, the flame wave arrived in front of the Warner Protoss army, and completely devoured them like an ancient beast. The flame wave only lasted for less than 10 seconds before completely dissipating. Then the Asgard people, including Thor, saw a scene like a Vici hell. The Warner Protoss soldiers who were attacked by Grand Fire Annihilation still maintained their last movements before death. In the form of charred black corpses, they maintained the appearance of escaping, struggling, unwilling, and suffering. Wherever the flame passed, it was all scorched earth. Those who were attacked by the flame were all dead. Even Thor, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after seeing the scene in front of him. the originally noisy battlefield suddenly fell into a strange silence. After increasing the amount of chakra to 1 tael, this was the first time Rog used Grand Fire Annihilation. From the situation on the scene, the increase in chakra not only increased the attack range of Grand Fire Annihilation, but also significantly increased the temperature of the flame. After clearing the Warner Protoss army in front of him, Rog pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and rushed toward the Warner Protoss army on the other side. The first battle of the Asgard army finally ended with Rog's brilliant performance. According to the post-battle statistics, the Warner Divine race had lost 2,000 men in this battle, including 200 of the Warner Divine race's trump card bloodshed warriors. When Rog wiped off the blood on his Kusanagi sword and returned to Asgard's camp, all the Asgard soldiers he met on the way silently took a step back and slightly bowed to him. Who said that Earthlings can't fight? When Earthlings go crazy, they are crazier than Asgard's craziest four-clawed devil beast. With just a simple camp defense battle, Rog established a higher position in the hearts of these Asgard soldiers than the 3 warriors of Sengoku. The bigger the fist not only is the truth, but it is also the best way to gain respect. After arriving at the commander's tent in the middle of the camp, Rog saw Thor with an ugly expression and the 3 warriors of Sengoku who didn't say a word. As for the other commanders, he didn't know any of them. Although Asgard's advance camp was defended, this was the only camp that Asgard still had in Warnerheim. When Asgard was preparing for war, the Warner Protoss almost went all out and captured all of Asgard's camps. This meant that the army in this camp was all of Asgard's troops in Warnerheim. We lost 22 camps, and now the whole of Warnerheim is under the control of Warner Protoss. If we want to restore order here, then not only do we have to recover the lost camps, but we also have to drive Warner Protoss back to their homeland. This means that what is in front of us now is an army of more than 100,000 Warner Protoss. Even with all 23 camps, the total number of Asgard's troops in Warnerheim was just over 50,000. Before leaving, Thor was already mentally prepared for the worst. But he didn't think that the situation in Warnerheim would be this bad. It's only 100,000 people. We have 4,000 people now. As long as each of us kills 25 enemies, it's not that difficult. After listening to Thor's words, Rog gave his own suggestion. Wasn't it a simple matter to kill 25 people? Chapter 96. One person killing 25 people. That's right, that's easy. Easy my ass. If Asgard soldiers had that kind of strength, Warnerheim would have become Asgard's vassal state long ago, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. If Rog hadn't just shown such amazing combat strength, the Asgard's commanders would definitely have thrown him out of the tent. But that's still quite difficult. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's take care of the 3 closest camps first, then we'll think about the rest. Thor opened his mouth and pulled the topic back, preventing Rog from making more crazy suggestions. After a detailed study of the terrain of the 3 nearby camps and the comparison of their military strength, Thor quickly came up with a follow-up battle plan. What Thor usually did most of the time was to charge into the enemy's army with Thor's hammer, and then use his own strength to forcefully break the enemy's formation. But this didn't mean that he only knew how to charge and break through enemy lines, and didn't know anything about tactics and strategy. No matter what, he was a prince who grew up receiving the elite education of the royal family. He didn't lack the ability to command and strategize that a king should have. It's just that before he was exiled by Odin, he advocated personal bravery more. After listening to Thor's battle plan, Rog suddenly felt that Thor's tactics were quite similar to Sun Tzu's Art of War's concept of win by surprise. After Thor finished arranging the specific battle plan, the dozen or so commanders left the tent and began to mobilize the troops and prepare for the battle. When only the 5 of them were left in the tent, Thor, the 3 warriors of Sengoku, and Rog, Thor said to Rog, "Your performance on the battlefield today was very dazzling and amazing. But I hope that you can control the degree of killing a little. Sometimes, it's not a bad idea to directly kill the enemy's commander." From the perspective of defeating the enemy, Thor didn't have any objections to Rog's approach, and would even encourage him to do so. However, The problem was that their expedition this time was to restore the original order of Vanaheim, not to exterminate the Vanaheim gods. So he hoped that Rog could control his actions a little. Defeating the enemy's army was enough, there was no need to kill them all. It was not Asgard's style to be ruthless. You're the commander, you have the final say. On the surface, Roger agreed to Saul's request, but in his heart, he was thinking about something else. Odin grew old and became merciful. If he was young Odin, he would never have taught Thor this philosophy. Wherever the Asgardian army pointed, it was the territory of the king. Asgard's reputation was built on the bones and blood of his enemies. Comparing the style of the goddess of death to Thor's current request, the difference between the two was like the difference between a cold-blooded tyrant and a kind king. Asgard's army in the camp was divided into 3 groups, each heading to their respective target. It was unknown whether it was because Thor trusted Rog's promise or because he didn't want to see, but he did not arrange for Rog to be in the same group as himself. At this time, the one with Rog was Hogun of the 3 warriors of Sengoku. As for Volstagg and Fandral of the 3 warriors, they led another army. According to Thor's arrangement, the 3 armies would attack the 3 camps at the same time, cutting off the possibility of the 3 camps helping each other. Although Rog was one of the commanders in name, in reality, only Hogun was in charge of this army. Thor originally wanted to let Rog participate in the command, but he actively refused. What a joke, he was someone who could even lose to the simplest machine in strategy games. Letting him command the army was basically asking the army to go for free. After a long journey, Rog and the others finally arrived at the forest near the target camp. There aren't many guards in the camp, only less than 2,000. And more than half of them are hired mercenaries, so their actual combat strength is a little weaker. Hogun explained to Rog. For an earthling like Rog, his understanding of the Warner Protoss was basically the same as 0. Those who wear different clothes are mercenaries. Their origins are very complicated. Some are space pirates, and some are wanted criminals on their respective planets, so it's okay to be a little cruel when facing them. These interstellar pirates and wanted criminals were not welcome on any planet. Simply put, even if they were killed in the cruelest way, there would not be any negative impact. Understood. Seeing that Rog was ready to fight at any time, Hogun also ordered the army behind him to prepare to attack. However, at this moment, a 5-meter-tall rock golem stood up from the camp and walked straight to the camp gate. Behind this rock golem, there were more than 20 smaller rock golems. Why is there a Cronin warrior here? Hogun's face became extremely ugly. A Cronin warrior? Leave these rock golems to me, you take care of the other targets. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog teleported out of the forest and directly appeared in front of the 5-meter-tall Cronin warrior. With a body made entirely of rocks and a giant hammer that was even bigger than Loge's body, this Cronin warrior was basically a self-propelled siege weapon. Roger's sudden appearance startled the Cronin warrior. Then he yelled at Roger, "Sir, you're coming!" Unfortunately, Rog did not learn the alien language and could not understand what the Cronin warrior was saying. However, after seeing the Cronin warrior use his hand to make an uncivilized gesture, Rog disappeared again. Odima Rasengan. Rog suddenly appeared in front of the Cronin warrior and slapped the 1-meter diameter Odima Rasengan in his right hand onto the warrior's face. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, pieces of shattered rock scattered in all directions like raindrops. Under the terrifying impact and twisting force of the Odima Rasengan, the 5-meter-tall Cronin warrior involuntarily took a few steps back and then fell down uncontrollably. When the Cronin warrior fell down, people realized that the Cronin warrior's rock head had completely disappeared. One-hit kill. The Cronin warrior, known as the meat grinder of the battlefield, fell just like that, without any resistance. Chapter 97. The Cronin warrior, who was famous for his defense, actually got his head blown off in one hit. And the one who got his head blown off was a Cronin warrior who was more than 5 meters tall and had the potential to become a lord. What happened to the world? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Asgard warriors and Warner Protoss warriors couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating after seeing this scene. The ones who were the most shocked were the 20 or so Kronan warriors behind them. For Kronan warriors, there was a simple and brutal standard to judge them. That was, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. However, their boss, who was more than twice their height, fell in front of them just like that. For these Kronan warriors, this was like a bolt from the blue. Compared to the shocked onlookers who were wondering if they were hallucinating, Rog himself was incomparably calm. Let alone a stone man, even if a steel giant was hit by his Odama Rasengan, even if it didn't die, it would definitely lose half of its life. What's more, after the Kronan warrior made that obscene gesture, he silently increased the output of chakra. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, he actually made such an obscene gesture. This was simply the regression of civilization, the collapse of etiquette, and the deterioration of wisdom. Therefore, Rog felt that he had to correct this Kronan warrior's uncivilized behavior. After dealing with the Kronan warrior, Rog's gaze landed on the 20 little Kronan warriors behind. Although they were little Kronan warriors, that was only in comparison to the Kronan warriors that had fallen. These little Kronan warriors were still in a state of shock. Each one of them was more than 2 meters tall and had arms thicker than Rog's thighs. Squeak! While these Kronan warriors were still in shock from the death of their boss, they heard a sound that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time. Following the sound, they saw Rog holding the Kusanagi sword and the light blue electric current visible to the naked eye. Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. Rog didn't give these Kronan warriors too much time to react. When these Kronan warriors looked at him, his figures suddenly disappeared. Then, there was the sound of stones cracking one after another. These cracking sounds were crisp, short, and cruel. In front of the Chidori blade that could easily cut through steel, the defense that these Kronan warriors were so proud of was like paper. As the Kusanagi swords continued to slash their bodies, a smooth cut appeared on their rocky bodies. Then, under the influence of gravity, their stone bodies were split in half and fell heavily to the ground. There was no blood splattering everywhere, and no internal organs flowing all over the ground. After being cleanly cut in half by the Kusanagi sword, the dead Kronan warriors turned into pieces of gravel in just a few seconds. Compared to the Kronan warriors, the first Kronan warrior's body's Chidori was the warrior's. Rog didn't know if this was a reflection of strength, or if there was some kind of mutation in the warriors. He only glanced at the warrior's body for a moment, then turned his attention back to the rest of the Kronan warriors. After decapitating the last Kronan warrior, Rog stopped and put the Kusanagi sword back into the scabbard. From when he first appeared to when he put the sword back into the scabbard, less than a minute had passed. When Rog began to turn around and leave, Hogan and the Asgard warriors finally reacted and rushed out of the forest. What followed was an ordinary attack and defense of the camp that couldn't be any more ordinary. After dealing with the Kronan warriors, Rog didn't participate in the next battle. Instead, he went to a big tree and sat down casually. Although Asgard's warriors didn't have as many enemies in the camp, whether it was in terms of equipment or individual strength, the Asgard warriors had the upper hand. Other than the Kronan warriors, the other enemies in the camp couldn't arouse his interest at all. Although the mercenaries all looked different, and the color of their blood was also different, that was all there was to it. Looking at the one-sided battle in the camp, Rog began to feel curious. Was Warner Protoss really qualified to be a Ceres enemy? Whether it was in terms of equipment or individual strength, the Warner Protoss warriors were a level lower than the Aseri warriors. Even the Blood Blade warriors of Warner Protoss were at the same level as the elite warriors of Asgard. But one was an ace and the other was only an elite. But soon, Rog knew why Warner Protoss was a Ceres enemy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a strong energy wave descend into the camp. He opened his eyes and saw a huge tornado with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. This sudden tornado didn't differentiate between friend and foe and attacked everyone in the camp. Then the entire camp was ravaged into ruins. When the tornado disappeared, Rog saw 3 men wearing light blue armor and green cloaks. Chakra perception. Without any hesitation, Rog decisively used chakra perception and began to sense the three enemies that didn't look like ordinary enemies. This energy intensity is very good. Rog, who had a bored look on his face, instantly became extremely spirited and eager to give it a try. Compared to the ordinary Warner Protoss warriors, these three enemies that suddenly appeared not only had stronger strength, but Rog also felt the aura of a storm from them. This kind of aura Rog also felt from Thor. The difference was that Thor's aura was lightning, but what he felt now was the aura of a storm. After the tornado ended, the three enemies that suddenly appeared raised the spears in their hands at the same time. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds and torrential rain poured down. Along with the torrential rain, there was also a tornado strong enough to blow away Asgard's warriors. If these three people didn't appear, Asgard's warriors would be able to completely take over the camp in a short time. But now, Asgard's warriors were constantly blown away by the tornado, and the great situation that they created before was suddenly cleared. Water release, water iron cannon. Chapter 98. Amidst the storm, the liquid bullets fired by the iron water cannon technique were inconspicuous and didn't attract any attention. However, in the next second, the enemy in the middle was sent flying, and the light blue spear in his hand was also thrown to the side. The moment the enemy was sent flying, the storm that was like a natural disaster instantly disappeared, as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Looking at the enemy that was sent flying, Rog slightly frowned. He had originally thought that this liquid bullet would be able to take the enemy's life and complete a surprise kill. But in the end, the liquid bullet fired by the iron water cannon technique sent the enemy flying, and then left a fist-sized dent in his chest armor. The iron water cannon technique, known for its penetrative power, was blocked just like that. After the storm stopped, Hogg led the Asgard warriors out of the camp and quickly came to Rog's side. These are the three Storm brothers of Warner Protoss. From left to right they are Fry, Ford, and Freya. They are the descendants of Njord. They control the power of the storm, and the three of them are extremely good at fighting together. They are famous among the Warner Protoss. Hogun briefly introduced the three Storm brothers. Then what's the situation now? When Hogun led the Asgard warriors out of the camp, the three Storm brothers also reorganized their team. But they didn't let the Warner Protoss warriors launch an attack. Instead, they let the team stay in front of the camp's gate. King against king, general against general. It seems that they intend to use the method of battle formation to determine the outcome of this battle. Although Rog didn't experience the so-called battle formation, after seeing the three Storm brothers take the initiative to walk in front of the battle formation, he immediately understood the meaning of battle formation. Using the result of the battle between the two generals to determine the outcome of the battle. This kind of battle formation was not uncommon on Earth. From the development of Earth's civilization, this kind of battle formation might have been passed down to Earth by Asgard. 1 against 3? Go, I'll support you in spirit. After that, Rog silently took a few steps back and made an inviting gesture to Hogun. Since it was a battle between generals, it would definitely be a battle between the commanders of both sides. Hogun was the current commander of this Asgard army. After seeing Rog's "I'm very optimistic about you" expression, Hogun almost couldn't help but smash the warhammer in his hand directly at Rog. What kind of joke was this? They were facing the three Storm brothers. Even if the three warriors of Sengoku were here, they might not be able to win, let alone him. Although this kind of method seemed to be more civilized and could prevent the death of ordinary soldiers, it was still not enough. But the problem was that if they lost, the commander would be the one to die. Glancing at Rog, then turning his head to look at the three Storm brothers not far away, Hogun quickly made a decision. Under everyone's gaze, Hogun raised the warhammer in his hand and pointed it at the Storm brothers. Then he turned around and ran. Who said that warriors who used warhammers weren't good at speed? Hogun used his own actions to prove that even with a warhammer, he could still run very fast. Hogun's action unsurprisingly caused a wave of boos. Even the Asgard warriors couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. Hogan didn't care about the booze of the Warner Protoss warriors. Compared to the preciousness of life, a little bit of booze was nothing. Rog also didn't expect Hogan to make such a move, which made him have a trace of doubt about Asgard's martial spirit. Since Hogan wasn't interested in a battle between generals, Rog could only do it himself. Moreover, he just happened to have a little interest in the so-called Storm Force. Although the nature and manifestation of the energy were not the same, from his point of view, the Storm Force was a bit similar to wind release and water release. The only difference was that after Chakra's wind and water attributes fused, it would become ice release. Rog casually walked to a place about 20 meters in front of the three Storm Brothers, then pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. At the same time as he pulled out his Kusanagi sword, the three Storm Brothers also raised their spears and pointed them at him. Then Rog disappeared in front of the three Storm Brothers. Now that they were in the middle of a war, it was unnecessary to report his name. The second after Rog disappeared, Ford, who had just been hit by his water iron cannon technique, didn't hesitate and directly stabbed his spear at the empty space in front of him. Ford's reaction was very fast, and his combat intuition was sharp enough. However, Rog's speed was faster. Body flicker technique. The moment Ford stabbed with his spear, Rog changed the direction of his sprint and directly rushed to the left side of Fry. Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. As soon as the sound of birds rang out, the Kusanagi sword wrapped in light blue electric snakes appeared in front of Fry. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to cut Frey's neck, a 1-meter-thick tornado attacked from the right side of Rog. In the end, the Kusanagi sword couldn't cut Frey's neck, and Rog was attacked by the tornado and revealed himself. The one who summoned the tornado wasn't Ford, who was standing in the middle, but Freya, who was on the right. Until now, Rog finally understood the true meaning of Hogan's words that the Storm Brothers were very good at fighting together. From the moment he launched his attack to the moment he was forced to reveal himself, it had only been less than 2 seconds. However, in these short 2 seconds, the three Storm Brothers displayed a tacit understanding, directly interrupting Rog's rapid attack. When he was forced to reveal himself, Ford and Fry did not hesitate and immediately rushed forward to entangle him. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal clashing continued as Log's Kusanagi sword clashed with the Storm Brothers' spears. Rog originally thought that the Storm Brothers were more proficient in magic attacks, but judging from the current situation, they were more proficient in close combat. The attacks of the three Storm Brothers were incomparably fierce. The three spears continuously stabbed towards Rog from different directions. Whether it was the power and speed of the attack, or the angle and timing of the attack, they were all impeccable. Even Thor had no choice but to retreat in the face of the Storm Brothers' joint attack. But Rog is not Thor, and he has the Sharingan. Relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Rog blocked every attack of the Storm Brothers. Don't underestimate people too much. 1 against 3, Rog not only did not choose to retreat, but also took the time to counterattack. As if they felt that Rog was difficult to deal with, the Storm Brothers suddenly accelerated their attack rhythm. The three of them moved forward at the same time, further reducing Rog's area of activity. Finally willing to come in? Although the actions of the Storm Brothers reduced Rog's area of activity, it also gave him an excellent opportunity to counterattack. Lightning release, Chidori. Chapter 99. What are you supposed to do when 3 adult men with bad intentions approach you with a stick in their hands? The answer is simple: electrocute them. Visible electric currents instantly covered Rog's body. Without needing to control them, the electric currents were like poisonous snakes hunting their prey, suddenly pouncing on the 3 Storm Brothers. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Storm Brothers were sent flying and then heavily hit the ground. Never get close to a man who can electrocute people, especially one who has a sword in his hand. After using Chidori to send the 3 Storm Brothers flying, Rog did not hesitate and directly attacked Ford, who was closest to him. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in electric currents came in front of Fry, and then it was blocked by Frey's spear. Even in a situation where he could not move, Ford still made a defensive posture at the last moment. using the spear in his hand to block the Kusanagi sword that was about to cut his neck. Relying on his battle instincts honed over the years, Ford fought for a precious chance to survive. As for the rest, he just needed to leave it to Fry and Freya. Just as Ford predicted, after discovering that he was attacked, Fry and Freya raised the spears in their hands, and two tornadoes gushed out from the tip of the spears, directly attacking Rog's back. Fry and Freya's attack was just right before Rog's second attack. If he continued to attack Ford, he would also be hit by the tornadoes behind him. Should he finish him off, or should he leave? The answer was to leave. The two tornadoes swept past Rog's position like lightning, then dissipated into the air. After teleporting away, Rog did not continue to attack the Storm Brothers. Instead, he allowed the three of them to gather together. You are very strong. But you are not a match for the three of us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being alone. Fry, who was standing in the middle, said to Rog. At the same time, he raised the spear in his hand, ready to attack at any time. To be able to remain unscathed under the joint attack of the three brothers and even launch two extremely threatening attacks, such an opponent was worthy of them going all out. Are you bullying me with numbers? Since that's the case, I'll show you what a real 1 versus 3 is. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog used the shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. After 8 clouds of white smoke, 8 identical shadow clones appeared beside the main body. What kind of spell was this? Looking at the 8 shadow clones around Rog, the 3 Storm Brothers couldn't help but stare blankly. This was not an illusion, but a physical clone. After discovering that the shadow clones beside Rog were not illusions, the Storm Brothers silently gripped the spears in their hands. 1 Rog was hard enough to deal with, and now there were 8 more. Can this world still be good? Compared to the vigilant faces of the 3 Storm Brothers, Hogan had an indifferent expression. Ever since he saw Rog's wood puppet technique and wood dragon technique, his evaluation of Rog had increased explosively. Even if Rog now turned into Sif's appearance, he wouldn't be surprised. When the shadow clones appeared, Asgard's soldiers were silent for a few seconds, and then burst into loud cheers. The second round begins now. As soon as Rog finished speaking, he and the 8 shadow clones disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, they appeared around the 3 Storm Brothers. 9 Kusanagi swords surrounded by lightning snakes stabbed towards the 3 Storm Brothers at the same time. Although the Kusanagi swords in the hands of the shadow clones can't be compared to the real Kusanagi swords, but if they were stabbed, they would still die. The Storm Brothers didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. The 3 of them stood back to back and waved the spears in their hands. After the fight just now, Rog also grasped some information about the Storm Brothers. The Storm Brothers can indeed summon hurricanes and storms, but they can't do it in close combat. This also meant that the 3 Storm Brothers could only choose between long-range damage and melee combat. As long as the attack is fast enough, the Storm Brothers won't have the chance to release the power of the storm. And speed is what Rog is best at. Originally, the scene of the 3 Storm Brothers besieging Rog has now turned into a scene of 9 Rog besieging the 3 Storm Brothers. Rog and the Shadow Clone's attack speed is getting faster and faster. Not long after, it has exceeded the limit that can be seen by the naked eye. For the onlookers, Hogan and the others, this is not good news. Because now they can only see the Storm Brothers constantly waving their spears, but they can't see Rog's figure at all. Clang 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 clang, the Kusanagi sword and the spears collided continuously, and the Storm Brothers were facing more and more pressure. Just when they planned to resist Rog's attack and release the power of the storm at the cost of minor injuries, Rog's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. First one. The Storm Brothers' hair stood up, and a dangerous thought suddenly flashed in their mind. Then Fry and Ford saw a beautiful bloodline flying in front of their eyes. It's Freya. Although the Storm Brothers' strength is about the same, after the fight, Rog found that Freya's strength is slightly weaker than Ford and Fry. Usually, this small difference won't have any impact. But in the ultra-fast attack and defense that Rog deliberately created, this small difference in strength is infinitely magnified. No matter how high the tacit understanding is, it's impossible to be completely the same. Even if they are completely connected, their strength and physical fitness can't be completely the same. As long as it's not completely the same, it means there's a flaw. Even with his throat cut by the Kusanagi sword, Freya still doesn't understand how Rog did it. The three of them have honed their three-person cooperation for thousands of years. How can there be a flaw? Freya doesn't understand this, and he has no way to know the answer. After killing Freya in a flash, Rog directly set his eyes on Ford. Pick the soft persimmon, beat the enemy to death. Since Freya is dead, Ford is the soft persimmon. However, just as Rog changed his target, a tornado far stronger than before appeared in an instant, and he and his shadow clone were both blown away. The tornado with a diameter of tens of meters was like a crazy dragon that went out of control. The sky was instantly covered by black clouds, and the whole world seemed to have entered into darkness. Torrential rain poured down, and the giant tornado became bigger and bigger. A few seconds later, Ford and Fry walked out of the eye of the tornado, their bodies shining with a dazzling light blue light. Finally decided to go all out. Chapter 100. Just by looking at it, one could tell that Fry and Ford were going to fight to the death. How domineering! No, that's not right, it's energy leaking. The light blue light shining from their bodies was not a visual effect, but a real, almost solid energy. In the apocalyptic scene, two men with spears in their hands walked out, their bodies glowing. As long as one's IQ wasn't blown away by the hurricane, even a fool could tell that they were angry, and very, very angry. Therefore, after seeing Fry and Ford showing such a domineering aura, Hogun didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the Asgard soldiers to retreat. As for Rog, Hogun felt that he didn't need to be reminded. Rog wasn't surprised by Fry and Ford's violent reaction. Although he didn't know how long the three Storm brothers had been together, from their age, he guessed that they had been together for at least a few hundred years. Not to mention the death of their brothers, even if it was their pet dog that had accompanied them for hundreds of years, they would still go crazy. This kind of example was not rare even on Earth. Rog remembered very clearly that there was a man named John who killed a total of 377 people because his dog was killed. Among them, there was no lack of inhumane killings with pencils. The incident this time was a tragedy caused by a famous dog. Freya was obviously not a dog, and Fry and Ford were not John. But in any case, it was normal for Fry and Ford to have some violent reactions. Ford's wasteful energy leakage, although it seemed very irrational, was the best choice they could make at the moment. With the three of them working together, they couldn't defeat Rog in close combat. What's more, they were now one less person, so after Freya's death, Fry and Ford completely gave up the idea of fighting Rog in close combat. The rain was like a full moon, accompanied by the hurricane that could blow people away. The original hot-blooded battle instantly became miserable and sad. In order to not be blown away by the hurricane, Rog gathered chakra at his feet to make himself stand firmly on the ground, and then put away the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Since the enemy has started to use their big move, he naturally has to use a big move to repay the enemy. Mokutan, wood puppet technique. The ground under Rog's feet began to roll, and a 20-meter-tall wood arhat climbed out of the ground, like a messenger of death crawling out of the abyss. In order to make himself look cool, Rog deliberately covered his whole body with a light blue chakra coat, adding a visual effect that only V16 VIPs can have. In addition to the sparkling visual effect, he also deliberately set the place where Wood Arhat climbed out at his feet, and he stood on top of Wood Arhat's head. Although he still didn't know the legendary ultimate move of giving you a handicap of 2 hands, this didn't affect him from experiencing the effect of the Shrunken Simple test suit in advance. On this battlefield, I won't allow anyone to be more pretentious than me. Standing on top of Wood Arhat's head, Rog looked down at the Fervert brothers with an arrogant expression. After seeing Rog once again summon Wood Arhat, Hogun, who was retreating, stopped, and his heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. As one of the parties who had seen Wood Arhat beat up the destroyer, Hogun has a blind confidence in Wood Arhat. Compared with Hogun, who was full of a sense of security, the Fervert brothers frowned deeply. They thought that Rog was only a warrior who was good at close combat, but the appearance of Wood Arhat completely broke their idea. How can a person who can summon such a giant creature only be good at close combat? And on Wood Arhat's body, they felt an extremely strong breath of life. Although the appearance of Wood Arhat shocked Ford and Fry, it could not extinguish their anger of revenge for Freya. Even if the one standing in front of them now was Odin, the father of the gods, they would not give up. Regardless of whether they could beat him or not, if they didn't even have the courage to fight, then even if they eventually left here alive, they would leave a very obvious psychological flaw in the future. Without further hesitation, Fry and Ford raised the spears in their hands, and the torrential rain seemed to come to life in an instant. Hundreds of millions of raindrops hit Rog like bullets. Along with the raindrops, there was a hurricane that was enough to destroy houses and raise trees. At this moment, Rog seemed to be targeted by the whole world, and all he could see were enemies. Rog did not care about the raindrops that were like bullets, nor did he care about the hurricanes that were like natural disasters. He stood motionless on top of Wood Arhat's head. The light blue chakra coat set him off like a god. The torrential rain did not dim the light on his body, and the hurricane did not shake his body in the slightest. After standing in place and letting the torrential rain and hurricane hit him for more than 10 seconds, he finally controlled Wood Arhat under his feet. In order to make Wood Arhat even more imposing, and also to increase Wood Arhat's attack power, Rog put on Wood Arhat's chakra coat, and at the same time added the effect of Lightning Serpent on Wood Arhat's body. A 25-meter-tall giant body, a light blue chakra coat, and the outermost layer of lightning serpents that constantly wandered around. This Wood Arhat had reached the peak of his appearance and strength. Then, under everyone's gaze, Wood Arhat began to run forward. Just when everyone thought that Wood Arhat would directly rush towards Ferverd and Roland, Wood Arhat displayed an astonishing jumping ability and directly jumped into the air. Looking at Wood Arhat, who jumped high and then fell like a meteor, Fry and Ford did not dare to be careless, and the two spears in their hands directly collided. At the beginning, the tip of the spear only gushed out a small, finger-thick mini tornado. But when these two tornadoes intertwined and converged into one, the tornado's diameter instantly increased to dozens of meters. Rog did not pay attention to the huge tornado that was enough to swallow Wood Arhat, and a sentence appeared in his mind. Do you remember that there was a palm technique that fell from the sky? The huge tornado was like a roaring dragon, and it crashed into Wood Arhat, who was falling like a meteor. On this day, Hogun and Asgard saw a scene that they would never forget. The heavenly Buddha descends, the 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. Chapter 101. Although the warriors of Asgard and Warner Protoss didn't know what a Buddha was, it didn't affect their shock at the scene in front of them. A 20-meter-tall behemoth broke through the obstruction and attack of the giant tornado and descended from the sky in a domineering manner. Relying on gravity and Rog's burst of chakra, Wood Arhat emitted a blue light and had electric snakes coiling around it. He stretched out his right hand and pressed down on Ford and Fry with his huge palm. Boom! A huge sound like a nuclear bomb exploding suddenly rang out, and the entire ground shook violently. When the shockwave from the explosion completely dissipated, Hogun and the others could finally see the scene in front of them clearly. The 20-meter-tall Wood Arhat stood proudly, and in front of Wood Arhat was a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters. Although they couldn't see Ford and Fry, it wasn't hard to guess the fate of the two brothers just by looking at the blood stains on Wood Arhat's right hand and the two broken spears that pierced into his palm. With just one palm, he completely wiped out the two famous Warner Protoss brothers, Fry and Ford. The three Storm brothers were all dead. Whether it was Hogun and the others or the warriors of Warner Protoss, they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Wasn't this a little too crazy? They were the descendants of Poseidon Njord, an existence that controlled the power of the storm. They were powerful beings that were famous in both Warner Protoss and Asari. It wasn't that the three Storm brothers couldn't die in battle, but the way they died was too humiliating. It was so humiliating that even Hogun, their enemy, felt it was a pity. Freya was a little better, at least he died with a little dignity. But Ford and Fry, Looking at the blood stains on Wood Arhat's palm, Hogan suddenly sighed. He now remembered something Rog said to him before, something he didn't understand before. Sir, times have changed. The times have really changed, to the point where even a veteran like Hogan had the idea of retiring. Although they couldn't accept that Fry and Ford died in this way, the warriors of Warner Protoss still fulfilled their traditional promise, put down their weapons, and admitted defeat. When the warriors of Warner Protoss put down their weapons and admitted defeat, the mercenaries they hired suddenly betrayed them. We're just here to make money, what does glory have to do with us? For these mercenaries who used to be space pirates and wanted criminals, glory was worthless. So they decisively chose to retreat, or in other words, escape. Hundreds of mercenaries suddenly scattered, running in different directions in 2s and 3s. The actions of the mercenaries undoubtedly gave the warriors of Warner Protoss a slap in the face, completely trampling what little glory they had left. Thus, a battle between the warriors of Warner Protoss and the mercenaries broke out. The warriors of Warner Protoss picked up the weapons on the ground, and then pointed them at the mercenaries who were their comrades a dozen seconds ago. Although the warriors of Warner Protoss didn't have as many mercenaries, in terms of actual combat power, each of them had the strength to take on a few mercenaries. The warriors of Warner Protoss used their actions to prove the huge gap between professional soldiers and amateur soldiers. The warriors of Asgard didn't intervene in the civil war between the warriors of Warner Protoss and the mercenaries. They just lined up near the camp, and then silently watched the scene in front of them. Under the huge gap in strength, the mercenaries didn't last long. After more than 10 minutes, the commander of Warner Protoss came in front of Hogan alone, and handed the weapons stained with the blood of the mercenaries to Hogan. After Blockhead Arhat killed the two brothers Ford and Fry, Rog directly sat on top of Blockhead Arhat's head and began to think about a serious problem. Although the storm power of the three Storm brothers wasn't particularly strong, it had a very obvious nature of natural energy. Whether it was the tornado or the rainstorm, it wasn't the power of the three Storm brothers themselves. What they did was to use the storm power in their body to trigger the resonance of natural energy, and then through the manipulation of natural energy, they created tornadoes and rainstorms that were far stronger than their own energy. Although Rog didn't lack chakra now, compared to the natural energy that filled the whole world, the amount of chakra he had was not worth mentioning. Originally, he planned to practice Sage Mode after his chakra reached the level of Nibi or Sanbai. But the appearance of the three Storm brothers made him plan to advance his plan. The Sage Mode inheritance can be chosen from Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, or Shikatsu Forest. The exchange price is 400 ninja coins. The price of Sage Mode wasn't high, and he still had 256 ninja coins. If he wanted to exchange, as long as he was willing to spend a few months or half a year, he could get the 400 ninja coins needed for the exchange. To exchange or not to exchange, that was the question. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he finally made the decision to advance his plan. Since he had to exchange sooner or later, he might as well solve this problem before returning to Earth. Mastering Sage Mode earlier was also a good thing for him. After night fell, Hogan and Rog received the latest information from Thor and Fandral. Like them, when Thor and Fandral attacked the camp, they also encountered the reinforcements sent by Warner Protoss. Although the process was a bit difficult, they finally took the camp smoothly and completed the established plan. Including the initial advance camp, Asgard now has 4 camps, which can be regarded as the initial foothold. Thor also specifically told Rog to avoid too bloody killing in the process of the battle. It seems that Thor was still worried about Rog, worried that he would accidentally do something excessive. Asgard came to maintain the order of Warnerheim, not to start a full-scale war. Rog did not take Thor's instructions to heart at all. Well, although Odin asked me to assist Thor in maintaining the order of the 9 realms, as you know, I'm a private investigator. When he heard the word private investigator, Hogan was stunned. Let me put it another way. I'm not Asgard's man, so I'm different from you. I don't have military pay. Therefore, in the upcoming battle, I hope that we can cooperate in another way. Although Hogan looked like he only knew how to fight, when he heard the word military pay, he immediately clenched the wallet on his belt. They had not known each other for a long time, so if it was about borrowing money, then forget it. Although Hogan did not speak, Rog understood what he meant. I don't want to borrow money. What I mean is, if you need me to fight in the next battle, you can commission me. My fee is very cheap, especially for you. I can give you a discount you can't imagine. Chapter 102. Mission? Are you planning to be a mercenary? Hogan, who was originally vigilant, suddenly looked distressed after hearing Rog's words. Are you betraying the warrior's honor? How can you be a mercenary? You're degenerating yourself. You won't be able to go to the Hall of Valhalla after you die like this. Before Rog could speak, Hogan had already started persuading him with righteous words. It's just that Hogan's persuasion skills are a bit difficult to explain in a few words. What do you mean I won't be able to go to the Hall of Valhalla after I die? I'm still very young, and I don't have any plans to die in battle. As for the warrior's honor, I don't have a damn warrior's honor. I'm a ninja. I'm the kind of ninja who spits fire and occasionally rolls a meatball. Although that's what he thought, Rog still said, strictly speaking, I'm still a little different from a mercenary. A mercenary's main job is to kill and set fires, but I'm different. I can accept other kinds of missions besides killing and setting fires. For example, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Or do you have a sister who's been missing for many years? Even if you want to see your ex-girlfriend whom you've broken up with for many years, that's also possible. After listening to Rog's explanation, Hogan shook his head fiercely, obviously unable to accept Rog's words. Either you give me the military pay I deserve based on my current strength, or you give me the military pay I deserve. Or, you can accept the form of commission that I propose. Choose one, there's no other choice. I'm an earthling, I have no obligation to fight for Asgard. Looking at Rog's serious and irrefutable expression, Hogan seriously considered the huge amount of salary that matched Rog's combat strength. In the end, he still agreed to use the form of a commission in exchange for Rog's help. If it's a commission, it should be reimbursed, right? After resting in the camp for 3 days, Hogan and Rog went to the next target according to Thor's plan. In order to avoid the disastrous result of losing 3 camps in 1 day, Warner Protoss gathered more than 20,000 troops to support the front line in 3 short days. According to the latest information, the next target of Rog's attack, Curran Castle, already had more than 8,000 troops stationed there. Curran Castle originally had less than 2,000 troops, but after learning of the death of the 3 Storm brothers, Warner Protoss sent 6,000 troops to reinforce Curran Castle. It was said that these 6,000 troops were the first batch of reinforcements. As for the remaining 14,000 troops, 10,000 of them were sent to Thor's side. What was grandeur? This was it. Saul alone took up half of the 20,000 reinforcements. That's why sometimes being too famous wasn't a good thing. Because Warner Protoss's troops were holed up in the city, Rog and Hogan easily arrived at Curran Castle. Curran Castle wasn't a big city, and the walls were only 10 meters high. Any warrior with a little bit of strength could easily climb over the walls. If it weren't for the dozens of shining energy cannons on the walls, Rog would have thought that he had returned to the Middle Ages in Europe. 8,000 people attacking a city with a garrison of 8,000. This quest is amazing. After arriving at Curran Castle, Rog used Chakra's perception to sense the situation inside Curran Castle. There was no special energy reaction, which meant that there were just a lot of troops stationed there. There wasn't any enemy that needed special attention. We are the warriors of Asgard. Don't compare us with those miscellaneous troops. Although the number of troops was far less than the enemy, Hogan's confidence wasn't affected in the slightest. He didn't know where he got his confidence from. 8,000 against 8,000. That means one person can kill 8 enemies. Moreover, we are the ones attacking the city. Thor really knows how to arrange missions. We don't need to attack Curran Castle. We just need to pin them down here. Asgard's reinforcements are already on the way. No wonder Hogan was so confident. Rog thought that he was hiding some big move. Compared to attacking Curran Castle, It was much easier to pin down the troops stationed in the city. However, Rog didn't intend to waste too much time here. Do you still remember the mission I told you before? There is a good opportunity right now. Do you want to give it a try? Rog tempted Hogan like a devil from hell. What opportunity? As expected, Hogan took the bait. It's very simple. You just need to entrust me to help you take down Karun Castle. As for the reward, you can use URU metal instead. A city without high-level combatants, even if there were more people, at most it would take a little more time. You want to attack Karun Castle alone? Hogan looked at Rog in disbelief. He knew that Rog's combat strength was very strong, and he had mastered a lot of strange abilities. However, there were 8,000 troops stationed in Karun Castle. Even if there were 8,000 pigs, it wasn't something that one person could handle. Not to mention that these people could fight back, run away, and attack in groups. Yes, as long as you give a reasonable reward, I can help you take down Karun Castle. Even though he had seen Rog fight several times, Hogan still couldn't believe that Rog could take down Karun Castle alone. Write down the content of the mission and the reward. Anyway, if I can't complete the mission, you won't lose anything. As long as I pay some URU metal, I can get Karun Castle. This deal is profitable no matter how you look at it. While Hogan was still hesitating, Rog directly took out the mission scroll from the summon scroll and then handed it to Hogan. Maybe he was moved by Rog, or maybe he wanted to make Rog give up, but Hogan finally wrote down the mission on the scroll. When he wrote down the reward, he hesitated for a few minutes, and then wrote down a number that he wasn't very confident in. URU metal, 5 kilograms. Hogan just signed his name, and the relevant mission information appeared in the system's mission page. Mission content: Capture Karun Castle. Mission status: incomplete. Mission reward: 80 ninja coins. Rog thought that this would be a very simple and easy mission, but after seeing the mission reward given by the system, he felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. If it was just a simple mission, the system would never give a reward of 80 ninja coins. This made Rog smell a trace of danger. Show me the latest information about Karun Castle. For the sake of safety, he decided to carefully study the current situation of Karun Castle. Even if he was very strong, he still needed to be cautious. This was a valuable experience that Rog learned from a certain hero. Chapter 103. Map of the city, garrison forces, weapons and equipment. Although Rog didn't know where Hogan got all this information, but the information was so detailed that it was easy to make people think that there was a mole in the enemy's garrison, which helped him a lot. After carefully skimming through it a few times, Rog handed the several pages of information back to Hogan. But from the current information, he still didn't understand why the system gave him 80 ninja coins as a commission reward. But since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it for the time being. You can go and prepare the URU metal now. I hope that when I come back, I can see those little guys with charming luster. After saying that, Rog walked out of the tent and went directly to the Karun Castle's gate. Kusanagi sword, thunder fan, plus Madara's armor, Rog felt that his current preparations were enough. The garrison of Karun Castle discovered the arrival of Rog and the others early in the morning, but they didn't have the slightest intention to take the initiative to attack. Going out to meet the enemy is cool, but people will die. Especially after knowing the news of the death of the 3 Storm brothers, the commander of Karun Castle completely cut off the idea of taking the initiative to attack. The commander of Karun Castle was very satisfied with the feeling of security now that he had the absolute advantage in terms of military strength and the protection of the city walls. However, after seeing Rog coming towards the gate, he suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart. He didn't know why he had such intuition, but he decisively ordered the energy cannons on the city walls to aim at Rog. Being aimed at by more than a dozen shimmering cannons is not a very pleasant thing, because you don't know if these guys who are controlling the energy cannons will suddenly tremble. When he came to a place about 300 meters away from the gate, Rog stopped, held the handle of the thunder fan with his right hand, and took it from his back. Mission execute. After muttering in his heart, Rog used the body flicker technique and disappeared from everyone's sight. He rushed directly to the city gate like lightning. With the body flicker technique, he only needed 2 to 3 seconds to cover the distance of 300 meters. While the garrisons on the city wall were still searching for him, he had already crossed the city wall and arrived in front of the garrisons with the thunderclap fan in hand. Ever since Rog obtained the thunderclap round fan, he had always used it as a defensive equipment. But after fighting with the 3 Storm Brothers, he felt that he could slightly change the purpose of the thunderous fan. The troops stationed in Karn Castle had no idea how he had appeared. The only thing they could see now was the thunder fan that was flashing with blue lightning. Boom! 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 4 to 5 arm-thick bolts of blue lightning struck the garrison on the city wall like lightning serpents, instantly wiping out the garrison on Rog's right. Rog didn't use any ninjutsu, he just injected the Thunder Attribute Chakra into the Thunderclap round fan and then released it. Although this way of using it was simple and crude, it was very effective. With the sound of these lightning bolts, the siege of Karun Castle officially began. The huge gap in strength often means the birth of a tragedy. When Rog came to the city wall of Karun Castle, his personal performance began. In the face of these garrisons who were far weaker than him, Rog was like a hungry wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. Although the garrisons of Karun Castle tried to stop Rog, they soon found that it was completely impossible. No matter how many of them went up, Rog could always break through their encirclement in the first time and then give them several lightning bolts. What made them even more desperate was that with the passage of time, Rog's speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. They were now completely unable to see Rog's figure. All they could see now was one lightning bolt after another, and an unreasonably large fan. It wasn't until today that the garrisons of Karun Castle learned that the fan can also kill people. Looking at Rog slaughtering the garrisons on the city wall like cutting vegetables and melons, the commander of Karun Castle had a tangled look on his face. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, it was very clear that there was a huge gap in strength between the garrisons and Rog. Although he was the commander of Karun Castle, he had to admit that his men were no different from ants in front of Rog. In an extraordinary world, without high-end combat power, this was the result of the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, the commander of Karun Castle couldn't help but curse in his heart. After those bastards in the military knew that the 3 Storm Brothers had died in battle, they refused to send high-end combat power over. To save their reputation, they had to put high-end combat power on a more suitable battlefield. After struggling for a few minutes, the commander of Karun Castle finally made a decision. Go to the Dark Dungeon and bring Owl here. Tell him that as long as he can defeat one person, we will return his sister to him. Sir, this is not good. Owl is. Do as I say, I will take responsibility if there is a problem. More than 10 minutes later, Rog, who was on a killing spree on the city wall, saw the so-called Owl. He didn't know if it was because his killing just now was too brutal, or because Owl's reputation was too great, but when Owl appeared on the city wall, the garrisons quickly retreated as if they had seen the devil, and the entire city wall became empty in an instant. The moment Owl appeared, Rog used chakra to perceive his situation, and then he got a result that surprised him. There was no energy reaction in his body, and his vitality was at a normal level. Other than being over 2 meters tall and having muscles that were comparable to a bodybuilding champion, the shirtless Owl didn't look special at all. This guy, there's nothing special about him? Just when Rog identified Owl as an ordinary person, an amazing scene happened. Owl, who was dozens of meters away from him, flashed in front of him, and his right fist directly hit the armor on his chest, sending him flying. Boom! Rog, who was sent flying, directly crashed through the wall of the tower. This speed, it was the first time Rog encountered this kind of thing. Until now, he still didn't figure out what had just happened. If he wasn't wearing armor, Owl's punch was enough to cause him a lot of injuries. However, at this moment, the strange Owl appeared in front of him again. Again? Rog, who had already suffered a loss once, naturally wouldn't sit still. When Owl's right fist was about to hit him again, dozens of blue electric currents visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Boom. Rog was once again sent flying by Owl, But this time, Owl who attacked him also flew out upside down. Although he looked a little disheveled, Rog did not suffer any particularly serious injuries. Thank you Vibranium, thank you URU Metal, thank you Thousand Birds. After returning to the city wall, Rog didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. He put the Thunder Round fan back on his back and took out the Flying Thor Kunai. It was faster than his body flicker technique and surpassed the dynamic visual ability of Sharingan. Rog, who is good at speed, met an enemy who is also good at speed for the first time. Chapter 104. What was going on with this guy? If a person possessed unimaginable super speed, then generally speaking, there were only two possibilities. One was to master the extraordinary power related to speed, and the other was a superpower born from the genetic mutation of the body. But at this time, Owl was obviously neither of the two situations. There was no energy in his body, and his life force was at a normal level. There were no signs of genetic mutation. Owl, who had attacked Rog twice in a row, did not stop there. When the numbness caused by the Thousand Bird flow slightly eased, he launched a third attack on Rog. It was still a straightforward attack. Although Owl had incredible speed, his attack method was so simple that it made people speechless. Relying on speed to come in front of the enemy, and then using his fist to attack the enemy. Rog, who had suffered twice, naturally would not be hit by such a simple attack again. At the moment when Owl's figure disappeared, he also used the blink technique to leave the place. Even so, Owl still kept up with his speed. Just when Owl's right fist was about to hit his head, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Owl. Flying Thor. Rog returned to his previous position and picked up the Flying Thor Kunai that he deliberately left in place. What kind of experience was it to fight with an enemy with super speed? This question had always been answered by Rog's enemy. And now, he could finally answer this question himself. The answer was only one word: aggrieved. To be precise, it was extremely aggrieved. Unable to see the enemy's trace, unable to dodge the enemy's attack, unable to keep up with the enemy's movements, no matter what the situation was, it was enough to make people feel extremely aggrieved. What was more troublesome was that behind this aggrieved feeling, death followed closely. The blink technique was definitely out of the question. Owl's speed had obviously exceeded the blink technique's speed. This also meant that Rog only had one last choice left. The Flying Thor technique. Rog did not expect that there would be a day when he would use the Flying Thor to compete with someone in speed, and it was with a strange man who had super speed for some unknown reason. Were they trying to determine who was the fastest man? Rog didn't have a problem with the word fastest, nor did he have a problem with the word man. It was just that he had an instinctive repulsion when he put the fastest time with a man. Just when Rog was still thinking about it, Owl recovered from his doubts and no longer cared about how Rog disappeared just now. In this regard, Owl was very similar to Rog. Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. Before Owl launched an attack, Rog took the initiative to throw the Flying Thor Kunai in his hand to Owl. After throwing out the Flying Thor Kunai, he didn't care whether the kunai hit Owl or not. Instead, he used the body flicker technique to leave the place, and then took out another Flying Thor Kunai. Although the speed of the Flying Thor Kunai is very fast, it is obviously not impossible to hit Owl. Owl just tilted his body slightly and avoided the Flying Thor Kunai flying towards his head. But just when he had just avoided the first Flying Thor Kunai, the second Flying Thor Kunai also came in front of him. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. It wasn't until after throwing out 8 Flying Thor Kunai that Rog stopped this seemingly meaningless attack. Because each time the Flying Thor Kunai was thrown from a different angle, these Flying Thor Kunai that Owl dodged were inserted in different positions on the city wall. If you carefully observe the landing point of these Flying Thor Kunai, you will find that these Flying Thor Kunai seem to be thrown out randomly, but in fact, each Flying Thor Kunai presents a similar angle. The preliminary work has been prepared, then it's time to perform. Rog threw the Flying Thor Kunai in his hand, and then disappeared with the kunai in an instant. Although Owl didn't know what Rog was going to do, at the moment when Rog disappeared, he also entered an incredible state of speed. From the perspective of a bystander, Rog and Owl seemed to have completely disappeared, and the entire city wall became empty in an instant. So, an awkward scene happened. Whether it was the garrison on the Karun castle or the Asgard soldiers outside the city, they could only silently stare at the empty city wall like fools, and then pray for the appearance of Rog and Owl. If it weren't for Rog and Owl's figures occasionally appearing on the city wall, they would even suspect that Rog and Owl had already left the Karun castle. Rog repeatedly jumped between the flying Thor kunai, and Owl would also appear in front of him at the moment when he finished teleporting. Then he would jump again, and Owl would start to chase again. The whole process seemed to be very harmonious. After all, no one could touch each other, and naturally, there would be no so-called battle. Owl was like a hound that would never be tired, constantly chasing Rog, the prey. Although Rog could stop and counterattack, he didn't have such an idea at all. Before figuring out why Owl had such incredible speed, he would not have the intention to attack Owl. Until now, he finally understood why the system gave 80 ninja coins as a commission reward. An enemy with super speed is more difficult to deal with than an enemy with super physique. On the surface, Rog was just using the flying Thor to constantly teleport to avoid being hit by Owl. But in fact, he was silently perceiving everything in Owl's body through chakra perception. This was the first time he was perceiving an enemy so seriously. Almost after chakra perception's perception ability was exerted to the limit, he finally perceived a trace of abnormality in Owl's body. Every time Owl entered super speed, a mysterious force would appear in his body. This force would only appear for a short few milliseconds, and then completely disappear. It was this mysterious force that only existed for a few milliseconds that gave Owl unreasonable super speed. After figuring this out, Rog immediately came up with a new battle plan in his mind. If Owl's super speed was his own ability, then Rog could only have a real speed competition with him. But since this speed was given to Owl by the mysterious force, then things became a lot simpler. After all, the power that doesn't belong to oneself is unreliable. Rog intended to let Owl experience what is called his own power. Chapter 105. In the face of an enemy like Owl who relies on external forces, the best way is to use a seal. But the problem is that Rog doesn't know how to use a seal now. So he chose the second plan. The second plan is also very simple, that is, to directly choose a war of attrition. Because Owl's super speed is not his own ability, it means that his super speed is uncontrollable. This uncontrollable does not mean that he can't control his super speed. It means that he can't decide the duration of his super speed. If he is lucky, he can maintain this super speed until the battle is over. If he is unlucky, he will be beaten back to his original form in the next second and become an ordinary person again. After making the decision, Rog stopped the previous repeated flying Thor teleportation and stopped directly on the edge of the wall, waiting for Owl's arrival. Although Owl had unimaginable super speed, it was a pity that he did not have the combat skills to match this super speed. Owl's tactics are always so straightforward. Perhaps in his heart, this kind of straightforward attack is enough to solve all the enemies. When Owl rushed toward himself again, a light blue lightning struck straight at Owl. Right on Chidori Iguchi. Although Owl's combat skills are not worth mentioning, it is not difficult for him to avoid the attack of Chidori Iguchi. Just when Owl sideways to avoid the lightning tip of Chidori Iguchi, Rog's right hand suddenly waved, and Chidori Iguchi directly swept toward Owl. In order to avoid being hit by Chidori Iguchi, Owl can only change his forward posture and let the left side dodge. From the beginning to the end, Rog didn't expect Chidori Iguchi to hit Owl. The reason why he used Chidori Iguchi was just to let Owl appear where he wanted. Although Owl, who dodged to the left, avoided the sweep of Chidori Iguchi, he ignored the flying Thor kunai at his feet. Flying Thor. Rog, who was standing on the edge of the wall, came to Owl's side in an instant, and then before Owl could react, his left palm hit Owl's back. Rog's left palm did not cause any harm to Owl, it was just a simple slap. If time permits, Rog doesn't mind letting Owl experience the taste of Rasengan. Although it only takes a little time to cast Rasengan, this time is enough for Owl to use super speed to leave here. After being patted by Rog, Owl also realized something. But at this moment, it was meaningless. Flying Thor. If it wasn't for the Flying Thor spell on Owl's body, Rog wouldn't be interested in touching a male's body. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Relying on the super speed granted by the mysterious power in its body, Owl continued to jump for more than 10 minutes. In the end, when the mysterious force did not continue to appear, Rog used the Flying Thor kunai in his hand to cut across Owl's neck, completely ending his life. Without Owl's restraint, Rog once again began his one-man siege. At the moment when Owl's body fell to the ground, in the mind of the commander of Karun Castle, the picture of the fall of Karun Castle involuntarily emerged. Although there were still 7,000 or 8,000 troops stationed in Karun Castle, and a large number of specially prepared defensive equipment, but this did not change the fate of Karun Castle. After killing Owl, Rog did not continue to attack the ordinary soldiers, but began a purposeful beheading operation. With the help of the Flying Thor, all the defenses of Karun Castle were useless to him. No matter how many guards there were around these commanders, the last thing they saw was the Kusanagi sword with lightning wrapped around it. One commander after another was killed, and the command system of Karun Castle quickly collapsed. It didn't take long for the garrison of Karun Castle to be in a mess. They didn't know what to do now, whether to continue to hold their posts, or to pursue Rog who was alive and kicking in the city, or to choose to retreat directly. Death and chaos quickly shrouded the entire Karun Castle. When most of the commanders of Karun Castle were killed by Rog, the remaining commanders finally made a decision. Give up Karun Castle, preserve the strength, and prepare for a future counterattack. Half an hour later, the west gate of Karun Castle was opened, and the garrison of Karun Castle began to retreat. Looking at the mighty 5,000 or 6,000 people, Hogan seriously thought for a moment, and finally made the decision to pursue. Although it was impossible to wipe out the enemy, but it was not a problem to add some trouble to the enemy. Most of the garrison of Karun Castle chose to retreat, and those who stayed in Karun Castle also chose to surrender. Although Rog did not attack these ordinary soldiers, but his previous battle had left a very deep impression on these soldiers. So after the main force retreated, they decisively put down their weapons and expressed their willingness to surrender. Anyway, it was not the first time they surrendered, and losing to Asgard was not a disgrace. In terms of treatment of prisoners of war, Asgard's reputation had always been very good, and this also unknowingly dispelled some of the worries of the garrison of Karun Castle. Until now, these soldiers still thought that Rog was from Asgard, because in their minds, only a powerful country like Asgard could produce a strong person like Rog. A few hours later, Hogan led the Asgard soldiers to officially take over Karun Castle. Whether it was Hogan or the other Asgard soldiers, they did not expect that this siege of Karun Castle would turn into a one-man show by Rog. Except for the loss of some soldiers when pursuing the garrison of Karun Castle, Asgard took over Karun Castle without any losses. Well, the URU medal you want may be given to you later. It will take a few days for the logistics team to arrive. They should have some URU medal in their hands. After all, they are the only ones who have army craftsmen. Hogan said to Rog with some embarrassment. The mission was completed, but he could not pay the reward. This was even more embarrassing for him than losing the battle. That's not urgent. I have a question now. Rog told Hogan about the special characteristics of Owl in detail, hoping to get some information from Hogan. If I'm not wrong, the energy on Owl's body should be the awakened divine power. But under normal circumstances, awakened divine power will exist forever and will not disappear like this. Hogan said with uncertainty. Awakened divine power? What is that? Rog continued to ask. The reason why Asari and Warner Protoss are called the Protoss is because we have a kind of energy called divine power. But not everyone can awaken divine power. Only the best of a race can awaken their own divine power. The power of Odin, the power of Heimdall, the power of omniscience, and the power of the storm of the three storm brothers are all awakened divine powers. Chapter 106. Although Hogan didn't awaken divine power, as an Asgard, and an Asgard officer with a high position, he still has enough understanding of divine power. Through Hogan's explanation, Rog also roughly understood the so-called divine power. In short, divine power is the racial superpower of Asari and Warner Protoss. However, this superpower is not caused by genetic mutation, and the difficulty and conditions of awakening are a bit high. According to Hogan, the proportion of awakening divine power is about 1 in 10,000. Of course, this is just a rough proportion. For those who are born in a good family, the possibility of awakening divine power is hundreds of times higher than ordinary people. This is the fundamental reason why Asari and Warner Protoss can maintain the aristocratic rule. From this point of view, Owl was undoubtedly a lucky guy who was bursting with luck. But unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have received a complete education on divine power, otherwise, the speed divine power in his body wouldn't show such a strange state. Both lucky and unlucky, Owl may be the kind of person who has the legendary Schrodinger's luck. After waiting for a few days in Karn Castle, Hogan finally waited for Asgard's reinforcements and logistics team, and then handed over the agreed URU medal to Rog. Unconsumed ninja coins, 336. The system's commission reward is in his hand, and the URU medal is also in his hand. Rog's mood also became better. Because there is no next attack plan for the time being, Rog finally experienced a real alien trip in Karun Castle. There were all kinds of unknown Vanaheim specialty snacks, alien races from an unknown planet, alien weapons with strange shapes, and alien skin colors and hair colors that were all different from the aliens. Rog was like a real tourist, appearing in every corner of Karun Castle, tavern, weapon shop, food street, romance street. Although Karun Castle has just experienced war, it has no impact on the lives of the residents in the city. Everything in the city is developing according to this established trajectory. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. After a few days of tourist life, Rog found that he still prefers Earthlings, or alien races that don't look much different from Earthlings, such as Warner Protoss. Because of the focus of Warner Protoss, after waiting in Karn Castle for a week, Hogan and Rog finally received the latest news from Thor. The process was a bit difficult, but Thor still completed the established goal and successfully took the target city. Fandral and Volstagg had also successfully completed their mission, and the number of Asgard's camps in Vanaheim had increased to 7. Although there are still 16 camps under the control of Warner Protoss, Asgard's early plan can be regarded as perfectly completed. From departure to the present, a total less than 2 weeks. According to this progress, it will take at most 3 months for Asgard to restore order in Warnerheim. 3 months, for Asgard with an average lifespan of 5,000 years, is a short period of time that doesn't need to be calculative. However, things didn't develop as smoothly as Asgard expected. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, Asgard sent several reinforcements, increasing the number of Asgard soldiers in Warnerheim to more than 50,000. But even so, Asgard only recovered 7 camps in the past 3 months. Of the 23 camps, 14 have returned to Asgard's hands. The remaining 9 are still firmly in the hands of Warner Protoss. In the process of Asgard recovering the camps, Rog didn't stay idle. He accepted several commissions from Thor and the 3 warriors of Sengoku. But he doesn't know if the system did it on purpose, but most of the commissions from Thor and the 3 warriors of Sengoku didn't pass the system's judgment. The few commissions that passed the judgment didn't give a high reward. Unconsumed ninja coins, 385. After 3 months, Rog's unconsumed ninja coins increased from 336 to 385. He only needed 15 ninja coins to get the Sage Mode inheritance, which is worth 400 ninja coins. After 3 months of serious consideration, Rog finally decided on which Sacred Grounds immortal technique inheritance he wanted to learn. In fact, he didn't need to think for so long. With the Wood Release and Hashirama Sage Mode, he only has one choice, and that is the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode inheritance. The Toad Senjutsu of Mount Myaboku is only suitable for people like Prince Ming. Even a fierce person like Jiraiya only got an incomplete Sage Mode after decades of learning. As for the Ryuchi cave, Rog only thought for a second and refused. No matter what era it is, stay away from men who play with snakes, their spirit is a bit. He doesn't know if the system will pack a summon contract of a living slug after redeeming the Sage Mode inheritance. Just when Rog started to imagine some beautiful things, Thor came to him with Thor's hammer. Sif came with Thor. Sif finally appeared on Asgard's list. As for whether it was her own wish or Queen Freya's arrangement, only the two of them knew. There are more and more garrisons in Maguang City. I hope you can go in and see if there are any loopholes in the defense line. We have been delayed here for too long. Thor said to Rog with some tiredness. The Maguang City he mentioned was the culprit that caused their progress to be seriously delayed. Asgard wasn't the only one who will increase their forces. After Thor joined Rog and others, Warnerheim also increased their frontline forces. There are now more than 40,000 garrisons in Maguang City, and there is no lack of Warner Protoss's high-end combat power. Maguang City is one of the 5 main cities in Warnerheim. It has high walls and many soldiers, and it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more troublesome is that this is a place that has to be fought for. Whether they can take down Maguang City directly determines whether Asgard can successfully recover the rest of the camp. In the past 3 months, Asgard spent most of his time attacking Maguang City. It has been almost 2 months since the day of the attack. In the past 2 months, Thor has climbed the walls of Maguang City more than once, but he was beaten back. Thor is a Ceres Thor, and Warner Protoss naturally has their own Thor, and more than one. Now in charge of commanding the Maguang City garrison is Warner Protoss's 2 Thor, 2 female Thor. In other words, the twin female Thor, Vigdigni and Weigelf. Chapter 107. Unlike Thor, who currently needs Thor's hammer to control his own thunder power, Vigdigni and Weigelf can already use their own thunder power without any external help. Just by looking at this point, Saul had already fallen behind the 2 female thunder gods on the opposite side. If it weren't for Thor, the current situation would not be Asgard's soldiers besieging Maguang City, but Maguang City's garrison chasing after Asgard's soldiers. Old rules, you know. As soon as the voice fell, Rog summoned a commission scroll and threw it directly to Thor. Although most of the tasks entrusted by Thor did not pass the system's judgment, in general, Rog still made some money from them. You may make a profit, but I will never lose. Commission content. Sneak into Maguang City to inquire about the defense line intelligence. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward. 10 ninja coins. When Thor finished writing the commission content, a new commission appeared on the system's commission page. Glancing at the information on the system page, Rog frowned slightly. The difficulty of the commission is not high, but the commission reward is a bit low. Even if this commission is completed, there are still 5 ninja coins left from the 400 ninja coins needed to exchange for the immortal art inheritance. On purpose. The system is definitely on purpose. Although the commission reward is a bit lower than what I expected, but no matter how small the mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Saving ninja coins, isn't this the same thing? Before leaving, Rog glanced at the reward on the scroll. 10 kilograms of URU metal. It's not too much, not too little, it's enough. Since accepting commissions, Rog has asked for URU metal as the commission reward every time. This also led to a bit of an awkward situation. Those precious weapons that originally needed to be repaired with URU metal have not been repaired because of Rog. Those who can use URU metal weapons are basically famous in the army, so in addition to Thor and the 3 warriors of Sengoku, those officers with damaged weapons have a lot of complaints about Rog. If it weren't for Rog's strength far beyond them, maybe these officers would sneak into his tent in the middle of the night, and then, after throwing the commission scroll into the summon scroll, Rog left the tent and walked in the direction of Maguang City. As a ninja, sneaking is the foundation of the foundation. This was especially true for Log, as infiltration was his specialty. What is the perfect sneak? As long as the witnesses are killed, it is a perfect sneak, said a certain assassin who didn't want to reveal his name. Said confidently. Once, Rog was also a loyal fan of the Kong-style sneak method. But after coming to Warnerheim, his sneak method has changed slightly. In the end, he is still a ninja, so after mastering the transformation jutsu, he returned to the normal way of sneaking. More than 10 minutes later, a Warner Protoss soldier came out of the forest outside Maguang City, then took advantage of the night to climb over the wall of Maguang City and entered Maguang City. In the City Lord Hall of Maguang City, the two sisters Vigdigny and Weigelf were carefully looking at the topographic map outside the city, and from time to time, they asked other generals next to them. At this time, Weigelf, as the younger sister, suddenly frowned. "Sister, something may happen tonight?" After hearing Weigelf's words, the City Lord Hall instantly quieted down. Although Weigelf's strength is weaker than her sister Vigdigny, she has a strong sixth sense that is completely unreasonable. Raise the level of alert, change the temporary password of the entire army, double the number of patrols. Without any hesitation, Vigdigny immediately issued the latest order. Anything that can make Weigelf have an intuition is not a trivial matter. This has been unquestionably confirmed in the past 1,000 years. The next second after Vigdigny issued the order, more than a dozen generals quickly left the City Lord Hall and began to implement the latest order. "Can you predict who it is? Is it Thor or Rog?" Vigdigny asked. "I don't know, but I think the possibility of it being Rog is higher," Weigelf said with some uncertainty. After hearing Rog's name, Vigdigny's face became extremely cold, like an iceberg that has not melted for thousands of years. If you want to pick the person in the opposite Asgard army that she wants to kill the most, then Vigdigny will always have only one answer, and that is Rog. Even Asgard's commander, Thor, has to be ranked behind Rog. The reason why Vigdigny hates Rog so much is purely Thor's fault. A month ago, Thor gave him a commission to go to Maguang City's database to get a copy of Maguang City's construction log. It was a very simple commission, and it didn't require fighting and killing as long as he got the information. Originally, this commission was indeed very simple. But Thor and Rog did not expect that someone would fall asleep in the database. And this person was not someone else, but the highest commander of Maguang City. As a commander, it was normal for him to learn about the defense of the city in the database. Because he was too tired, it was also normal for him to fall asleep in the database. The only abnormal thing was that the book that Vigdigny pressed under her hand happened to be the Maguang City's construction log that Rog wanted to steal. The next thing was very simple. Rog and Vigdigny fought in the database, and the final result was that Rog smoothly took away the city's construction log. It's just that when he picked up the city's construction log, he was a little disgusted. The construction log that was covered with saliva on the cover was something that anyone would dislike. Moreover, before the Flying Thunder God left the database, he said a very normal sentence, but it completely ignited Vigdigny's anger. "You're already such a big man, and you're even the commander of an army, but you still sleep and drool like a child." Sigh. Originally, this sentence was nothing, but coincidentally, when Rog said this sentence, the defenders near the database just arrived at the scene. As for what happened later, Rog wasn't too clear. The only thing he could be sure of was that from the next day onwards, as long as he appeared on the battlefield, Vigdigny would chase him crazily with the two-handed greatsword that was not much smaller than his round fan. Rog, who was walking in Maguang City, suddenly sneezed, and then glanced around vigilantly. "It can't be that bad, right? I just came in." Although Rog didn't fight much with the two sisters, Vigdigny, he knew very well how terrifying the intuition of the sister Weigelf was. Weigelf was the only person he had met who could see through his shadow clone and transformation technique. Chapter 108. To be precise, she didn't see through it, but she used her incredible sixth sense to directly distinguish between the original body and the avatar. As for the transformation technique, it was the same. Even if he turned into the most inconspicuous guard, Weigelf would still be able to recognize him. This was a bit unreasonable, and what was even more troublesome was that Rog had no way to deal with it. After entering Maguang City, Rog was like a real patrol soldier, constantly moving forward in the city. In order to make himself look less lonely, he also deliberately summoned 9 shadow avatars and let them disguise themselves as patrol soldiers. As a result, a standard patrol team was born. If someone paid a little attention, they would find that the people in this patrol team were all soldiers who died in battle. In the silent night, a small patrol team made up of the dead who had died in battle was patrolling the city like ghosts. With the addition of some sparse drizzle and a bleak breeze, it was a typical opening to a horror story. Although there were many garrisons in Maguang City, they were not very familiar with each other. So even if there was a completely unfamiliar patrol team passing by in front of them, they did not have any doubts. The military discipline is quite strict, and the line of defense is also very reasonable. From the looks of the soldiers, their food and sleep are not bad, and their mental state is also very normal. Generally speaking, this is a good army with good combat effectiveness. After pretending to patrol for more than an hour, Rog came to a conclusion that he already knew. If the level of the garrison in Maguang City was not good, even with the 2 female Thor Vigdigni and Weigelf, they could not stop the attack of the Asgard soldiers. Could it be that he could only go back like this tonight? Although no matter whether the loopholes in the line of defense were found or not, it would not affect the final judgment of the commission. But coming here in the middle of the night and then leaving without doing anything was not in line with Rog's character. Just as he was considering whether to do something temporarily to let the garrison of Maguang City have a full night, a real patrol team came towards them. Password. Rog wanted to bring his doppelganger team over, but the leader of the opposing team asked for the password. Rog didn't answer, he just silently opened his Sharingan. Sharingan. Genjutsu. After seeing Rog's blood-red eyes, the patrol captain was instantly hypnotized. Just as the patrol captain was about to lead the team away, a young soldier in the middle of the team suddenly shouted, "Captain, they didn't answer the password." As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Rog had originally planned to let this team go and stir up trouble elsewhere. However, this young soldier directly interrupted his plan and successfully obtained a VIP ticket to hell for himself. Kill them all. Rog and the others weren't the only ones here. There were also the other garrisons that had just been replaced. The 9 doppelgangers shot at the same time, more than 40 garrisons, including the patrol team, only lasted for less than a minute before all of them turned into corpses. When the doppelganger killed all the surrounding witnesses, Rog removed the doppelganger and quickly left. Although the garrisons didn't have time to send out an alarm signal, their bodies would be found sooner or later, so Rog didn't bother to continue to disguise himself and directly rushed to the more valuable targets. If you want to quickly destroy the morale of an army, there are 2 ways. One is to carry out a decapitation operation and directly destroy the command system of the army. This is Rog's preferred method, but here, the difficulty of the decapitation operation is a bit high, so he directly abandoned this plan. As for the second method, it is to destroy the logistical support system of the army, that is, burn the military food. This kind of thing, Rog just did it once half a month ago, and he can be regarded as a skilled technician. Under the cover of the night, Rog moved forward quickly like a ghost. Although he still didn't know where the rations were hidden, it wasn't a difficult task for him to find them. Intimidation, threats, torture, hypnosis. After several efficient inquiries, Rog successfully learned the location of Maguang City's military food storage from a few unlucky guys. Because of his attack half a month ago, Maguang City no longer concentrated all the military food in one place, but stored it in 5 different warehouses. They have become cautious. The amount of military food stored in the 5 warehouses varied. Rog directly excluded the warehouse with the most military food and planned to go to the warehouse with the second most military food. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and then took out an Asgard gold coin from his pocket. He saw him throw the gold coin, and then after confirming the front and back, he repeated this action 3 times. After these rounds of random selection, he finally determined the final goal. The goal, the warehouse with the 4th most military food storage. The reason why he used the method of throwing the gold coin to determine the target was purely because Weigelfa's strong sixth sense left a deep impression on him. He didn't want to fall into an ambush prepared by the enemy because of a random choice he made. After determining the target warehouse, Rog didn't go immediately, but summoned 4 shadow clones. In the face of an enemy like Weigelf, no matter how cautious he is, it is not too much. The main body went to the 4th warehouse, and the 4 shadow clones went to the other 4 warehouses. In this way, even if he bumped into Weigelf in the 4th warehouse, he could directly go to the other warehouses through the Thor. This is not fear, this is necessary caution, the caution of a ninja. After confirming that there is no problem, Rog began to go to the 4th warehouse. Although there are a lot of soldiers guarding, it is still normal. There is no particularly strong energy fluctuation around. This should not be a trap. After coming to the 4th military food warehouse, Rog first used chakra perception to perceive the surrounding environment, and then rushed to the warehouse like lightning. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. The blazing flames rushed to the warehouse like a huge wave, and then under Rog's gaze, it was blocked. A wall-like energy barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking all the blazing flames of the grand fire annihilation. At the same time, a hemispherical barrier with a diameter of several kilometers was instantly formed. When the energy barrier appeared, Rog established a link with the flying thunder god on the shadow clones, and planned to directly leave here with the flying Thor. However, the appearance of the hemispherical barrier completely shattered his hope. The flying Thor technique disappeared. Chapter 109. No, it didn't disappear. It's that the entire space was completely isolated. Although the strength of the shadow doppelganger is not as good as his main body, but to silently destroy his shadow doppelganger and erase the flying thunder god technique from the shadow doppelganger, it is definitely not something that the Vannas of Maguang City can do. To be able to break the connection of the flying Thor technique, only a barrier that also has the power of space can do it. So what is the function of this hemispherical barrier in front of him? It's very obvious. I didn't expect that you would be willing to waste so many resources on me. When Rog spoke, the energy barrier in front of the warehouse door disappeared, and the 2 sisters, Vigdigny and Weigelf, wearing pale golden armor, came out. As long as we can kill you, it's worth it even if we have to pay more resources. As soon as the voice fell, the blue cloak on Vigdigny's body fluttered without wind, and a light blue lightning appeared around her. Is it necessary? Didn't I just say that you drool in your sleep? Getting angry over such a small matter isn't something a qualified commander would do. Compared with the frosty Vigdigny, Rog at this time was much more casual, as if he didn't realize that he was in a trap. On the surface, he was still as calm as ever. But in fact, he has been silently praying in his heart. Thor, if you have a little conscience, come and save me quickly. Small matter. You actually think this is a small matter? After hearing Rog's words, the lightning on Vigdigny's body suddenly became thicker, and even her eyes flashed with a light blue current. Because of Rog's words, now the entire garrison of Maguang City knows that their commander drools when she sleeps. This news even began to spread in the capital of Warner Protoss. After living for so many years, Vigdigny felt the power of public opinion for the first time. Rog must die. Feeling Vigdigny's murderous intent, Rog directly summoned his Thunder Fan and Kusanagi sword, ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, he had the occult scroll with him. Otherwise, he could only use the flying Thor kunai to fight against Vigdigny. Although Vigdigny was a woman, she was a woman who had awakened the divine power of thunder. Moreover, she was a woman who was in a state of extreme anger. When facing such an enemy, one could never be too careful. Moreover, she had Weigelf, who had a strong sixth sense, by her side. The battle between the 2 female Thor from Warner Protoss and the upright ninja from Earth was about to start. Vigdigny didn't give Rog too much time to prepare. At the moment when Rog summoned his Kusanagi sword and Thunder Fan, she had already raised the 2-handed greatsword in her hand and attacked Rog like lightning. It was just a simple straight charge, but Victigny broke out with all her strength. Her whole person was like a real lightning that came in front of Rog, and then a thunderous strike. Boom! The two-handed greatsword wrapped in lightning and thunder fan fiercely collided with each other, and a strong explosion like a small nuclear bomb broke out. Victigny and Rog were blown away by the explosion at the same time. The powerful shock wave of the explosion also directly killed all the guards near the warehouse. This woman is really crazy. Even if most of the energy was absorbed by the thunder fan, Victigny's sword still made Rog's right hand slightly numb. If he didn't have Sage Body and use Strange Body technique at the first moment, Victigny's sword was enough to send him flying. Shadow Clone technique. Before Rog landed on the ground, he quickly used Shadow Clone technique. His whole person seemed to be infinitely multiplying and instantly created 30 shadow clones. Of course, these shadow clones were not used to attack Victigny. In front of Victigny, who controlled lightning, these shadow clones were no different from balloons. As long as she released lightning once, she could take away most of the shadow clones. When these shadow clones appeared, they didn't hesitate and used body flicker technique at the first moment. Like a flock of frightened birds, they quickly disappeared from the warehouse. This hemispherical spatial barrier was like an independent space. It isolated Rog from the outside world's Thor technique. Since he couldn't connect to the outside world's flying Thor technique, then he could only set up flying Thor techniques inside the barrier. The 30 shadow clones that he just summoned were his flying Thor technique. The original body is still here. Those that left are all clones. Weigelf's voice immediately sounded. Rog wasn't surprised that Weigelf could see through his shadow clones. However, even if the shadow clones were seen through, it wouldn't affect his plan at all. When the shadow clones scattered and ran in different directions of the barrier, one by one, flying Thor techniques appeared in his perception. With the flying Thor technique, the flying Thor was the real flying Thor. While the shadow clones were constantly setting up flying Thor techniques, Victigny attacked Rog again. However, this time, she pounced on empty air. When the two-handed greatsword in Victigny's hand was 10 centimeters away from him, Rog activated Flying Thor and instantly disappeared from Victigny's sight. Admit defeat. This is already my home ground. You are not my opponent. Rog's voice sounded more than 10 meters away. However, Victigny obviously wouldn't stop here. The moment she saw Rog's figure, she once again waved her greatsword and rushed over. Victigny's speed was indeed very fast. However, for Rog, who already had enough coordinates to teleport, this speed was still too slow. Boom! A 10-meter deep pit appeared on the ground where Rog was standing. However, there was nothing in the pit other than gravel. Why bother? Rog sighed helplessly. Can't they just sit down and have a good chat? Why do they have to fight to the death? And Victigny, as the commander of Maguang City, shouldn't she put the city defense first? Why must she make things difficult for an upright ninja like him? It seems that she couldn't bear to see her sister Victigny being teased alone. Weigelf also joined the battle. Compared with Victigny's two-handed greatsword, Weigelf's weapon was much more normal. It was a one-handed rapier of normal length. When Victigny once again attacked Rog like a violent lightning, Weigelf also launched an attack at the same time. Boom! Victigny's attack once again missed, and a normal house was blasted into ruins. Through Flying Thor, Rog easily avoided Victigny's attack. But at the moment when he had just completed the teleportation, a strong intuition of danger emerged in his mind, prompting him to instinctively use Flying Thor again. Before teleporting away, he saw a rapier shining with electric light appear in front of him. Chapter 110. Referee, I want to report, someone here is cheating. Rog's teleportation coordinates at this time were randomly selected by him, but Weigelf seemed to have known that he would be teleported here and came here in advance. If his speed was slower, then the thin sword with electric light would have skewered his head like a stick of sugar-coated haws. Does your sixth sense have to be so strong? Do you want me to live? Although he avoided Weigelf's attack at the last moment, Rog couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This little girl was much more ruthless than her sister. Victigny had a fiery personality and was easily impulsive. This could be easily seen from the weapon she chose and the behavior she showed. Weigelf was just the opposite of Victigny. She was the kind of person who didn't talk much, but once she made a move, she was ruthless. Moreover, her speed was faster than Victigny. Compared with Rog, Weigelf was more like a professional assassin. In order to avoid such a situation, Rog did not continue to stay near the warehouse, but teleported to a roof hundreds of meters away. Until this time, Thor, who was outside Maguang City, finally found that something was wrong. He waved Thor's hammer and flew into the air. He saw a space barrier with a diameter of several kilometers suddenly covering an area of Maguang City, exuding a moonlight-like light. This kind of large-scale barrier consumed a lot of energy every second. Even if Maguang City had sufficient energy supply, this was an extremely extravagant and wasteful behavior. Thor silently looked at the space barrier, and a thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. Did Rog really just go to inquire about the defensive line of Maguang City tonight? Could it be that although he didn't know what Rog had done, as the commander of an army, Thor knew what he had to do now. The warriors of Asgard quickly mobilized, and a siege battle that was not part of the plan began. When Thor led the Asgard warriors to attack Maguang City, Rog was also thinking about the next tactic. Now, there were only two paths in front of him. The first method was to use the flying Thor to constantly change his position until the spatial barrier ran out of energy. This method was also the most stable one at the moment. Other than being a little cowardly, there were no other shortcomings. The second option was to defeat the Victigny sisters, or use brute force to forcefully destroy the spatial barrier. If it was a one-on-one fight, whether it was Victigny or Weigelf, he had the confidence to win. But if it was 1 against 2, he didn't have much confidence. After all, neither of them were ordinary women. Even Thor, who was also good at discharging electricity, could not gain the upper hand when facing the two of them, let alone him, an earthling with a weaker body. As for relying on brute force to destroy the spatial barrier, this kind of thing was just a dream. If he had such strength, he wouldn't have been forced to dodge everywhere like he was now. Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime? Or do you want to be a hero, even if it's only for a few minutes? He didn't know why, but this sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. This sudden sentence caused him, who was originally flashing away, to be slightly stunned. He was actually distracted in the battle. In the next second, Weigelf's 2-finger-wide thin sword came in front of him. Clang. The tip of the sword flashing with electricity failed to stab Rog in the end, but it was blocked by the thunderous round fan. Seeing that her attack did not hit the target, Wiggle quickly retreated. Just at the moment when Weigelf had just made space, Victigny's 2-handed giant sword followed and slashed at Rog. Boom! The raging electric current was like an out-of-control dragon, attacking everything around it. The violent energy did not differentiate between friend and foe, attacking everything around it. Victigny took advantage of the situation and retreated, avoiding the violent energy storm. In the middle of the energy storm, Rog, who was holding the round fan, was motionless like a wooden man. If it wasn't for the strong chakra light shining on his body, Victigny would even suspect that Rog had directly lost consciousness, so he stayed in the energy storm stupidly. At this time, Rog was very awake. It could even be said that he was very awake. Although there was the protection of chakra, the electric current in the energy storm still gave him an incomparable stimulation. The reason why he didn't Flying Thunder God was that he wanted to personally feel the thunder power released by Victigny and compare it with his newly developed ninjutsu. Without the subsequent energy input, the energy storm, which used thunder power as the main energy source, completely dissipated in the air after more than 10 seconds. When the energy storm dissipated, Rog put the round fan behind his back and directly condensed a Rasengan in his right hand. It was just an ordinary Rasengan, there was no change in nature, and the size was also the normal size of a palm. However, in the next second, Rog began to inject the thunder attribute chakra into the Rasengan. In the past, Crown Prince Kamui created the strongest ninjutsu of the wind release ninjutsu by injecting the wind attribute chakra, futon, Raisin Shuriken. After fighting with the three Storm Brothers, Rog also began to develop his own unique Rasengan. Compared to Crown Prince Kamui, Rog was more proficient in thunder and fire release, so his Rasengan certainly couldn't be based on the wind attribute chakra. The Rasengan, which was originally the size of a palm, instantly expanded to the size of a basketball. At the same time, a light blue lightning appeared on the surface of the Rasengan, and it madly flowed irregularly and showed a phenomenon of electric current discharge. Raitun, Spiral Railgun. Strictly speaking, this ninjutsu was in an incomplete state, because Rog didn't do any actual combat testing of this ninjutsu. However, it was obviously not the time to care about these small details. The moment the spiral railgun was formed, Weigelf's sixth sense sent out a strong warning signal. Danger! Retreat quickly! Without any hesitation, Weigelf came to Vigtigny's side like lightning, and directly pulled Vigtigny's right hand, and quickly retreated. Looking at Vigtigny's figures retreating quickly, Rog slowly raised his right hand, and silently aimed the spiral railgun at the two sisters. The reason why he named this ninjutsu spiral railgun was, on one hand, because this ninjutsu had a super long attack range and super fast attack speed, just like a real railgun. On the other hand, it was his little faith. The electric sparks dancing on your fingertips are my undying faith in this life. Chapter 111. Only the super electromagnetic gun will last forever. Boom. The electromagnetic gun in Rog's hand disappeared in an instant. A light blue beam of light entwined with an electric snake emerged out of thin air and crossed the entire Miguang city. The electromagnetic gun first hit the two sisters, Vigtigny, and then it penetrated all the obstacles in the attack path without any reduction in power. Houses, enchantments, city walls, nothing could stop this light blue beam of light. It wasn't until it hit a small mountain more than 10 kilometers away from the city that the beam of light finally stopped. The next second, an orange-red fireball soared into the sky like the sun. The earth began to shake. The hurricane formed by the shock wave struck the surroundings like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, it was a mess. When the flames of the explosion dissipated, when everything began to return to calm, the hill that originally stood outside Miguang City had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a circular deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers. Electromagnetic gun, one shot, soul. Like a natural disaster, the battlefield that was originally fighting suddenly quieted down. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused suddenly, and everyone couldn't help but look in the same direction. Is this really something that a human can do? Regarding the fact that Rog is an Earthling, it has been spread to Asgard and Warner Protoss as early as a few months ago. A guy who is active on the battlefield like he is on steroids and has super combat power, no matter where he is, he will be the focus of investigation. But after seeing the scene in front of them, they found that they still underestimated Rog. After the battlefield was strangely silent for more than 10 seconds, there was a burst of excited shouts. Those who shouted excitedly were all Asgard soldiers. As for the Warner Protoss soldiers on the defending side, their faces were as ugly as they could be at this time. The existence of high-end combat power can not only improve the combat power of the entire army, but also greatly improve the morale of the army. The terrifying power of the electromagnetic gun raised the morale of Asgard to the peak in an instant. The siege of Miguang City also began once again amidst the howls of the Asgard soldiers. Unlike the excited Asgard warriors, Rog wasn't happy at all. The power displayed by the spiral electromagnetic cannon did not disappoint him. In fact, it had far exceeded his expectations. However, the aftereffects of the spiral electromagnetic gun were far beyond his expectations. Other than the numbness in his right arm, he couldn't feel anything. He couldn't even clench his fist. Not only that, the flow of chakra in his right arm was also severely obstructed. It felt like the F1 track had turned into a sidewalk. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was standing motionless like a peerless expert. In reality, his battle prowess had been severely reduced by several times. Fortunately, there was no one who would attack him now. Victigny and Weigelf, who were most likely to attack him, were now lying weakly in the ruins of the house, gasping for air. Especially Victigny, she was vomiting blood from time to time. Although the spiral electromagnetic gun didn't directly penetrate their bodies, even if they were just grazed by it, the powerful power of the spiral electromagnetic gun still brought unimaginable damage to them. If they hadn't awakened the power of thunder, their bodies would have been completely destroyed by the violent energy of the electromagnetic gun at the moment they were grazed by the spiral electromagnetic gun, and then instantly scorched and dissipated. The only fortunate thing was that Rog had not conducted any actual combat tests on the spiral electromagnetic gun ninjutsu before. So when he first used this ninjutsu, there was a small deviation in his accuracy. This was also one of the important reasons why Victigny could survive. At the moment when Rog had just fired the spiral electromagnetic gun, Weigelf received a death reminder from her intuition. But this reminder was meaningless. At the moment of firing, the spiral electromagnetic gun had already reached its maximum speed, and she had no time to dodge. So she could only watch helplessly as the spiral electromagnetic gun came in front of her, and then, Rog's current state wasn't very good, but Victigny's state was worse than his. After confirming with Chakra's perception, he began to walk towards Victigny. The enemy hero's health was low, and this was the best opportunity to take the last hit. After continuously using the body flicker technique, Rog came in front of Victigny and looked down at them lying on the ground. Now, they were no longer as majestic as before. If they weren't wearing armor, they would look like refugees who had been stranded in a foreign land because of the war. There was still a little difference. They were refugees with good figures and outstanding looks. Pulling out the Kusanagi sword from his waist with his left hand, Rog calmly said to the two of them, "In your next life, be an ordinary woman and don't come to the battlefield again." After saying that, Rog raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and stabbed forward. Just as he stabbed with the Kusanagi sword, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm fell from the sky and directly struck the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Boom! This sudden lightning bolt didn't hit the Kusanagi sword, but fell to the ground. You can't kill them, their mother is Gerwig. Killing them will provoke an all-out war between Asari and Warner Protoss. The one who summoned the lightning to attack Rog was none other than Thor. After flying in front of Rog, he briefly explained the reason. "You're the commander, you have the final say." Since Thor said so, Rog could only put away the Kusanagi sword and ignore Victigny and Sora. Although Victigny and Sora avoided death, they also became Thor's prisoners of war. Maguang City eventually fell into the hands of Thor. After capturing Victigny and Sora, it was only a matter of time before Maguang City fell. Except for some stubborn generals who led the troops to break out, most of the garrison chose to surrender. Asgard successfully took down Maguang City, a city with great strategic value. According to the post-war statistics, Maguang City had more than 40,000 garrison troops. Nearly 5,000 people died in the siege, 30,000 people surrendered, and nearly 8,000 people successfully escaped. Asgard, as the side that attacked the city, also paid the price of more than 6,000 people. Although Asgard's total force in Warnerheim was more than 50,000 people, more than 10,000 of them were garrisoned in 7 camps. So the troops that really followed Thor to fight were less than 40,000 people. The army of less than 40,000 people had to watch over 30,000 prisoners, and at the same time, they had to defend Maguang City and guard against the counterattack of Warner Protoss. Thor was having a headache now, but he wasn't the one with the biggest headache because Rog was having a bigger headache than him. "My right hand won't be wasted like this," right? Chapter 112. It's been 5 days since the original battle, but Rog's right hand still hasn't recovered to the state before he used the electromagnetic gun. The physical damage was completely healed in less than 2 days thanks to the immortal body's powerful recovery ability. However, The chakra meridian system in his right arm is still in a serious state of blockage. For this reason, he specifically consulted the military doctor of Asgard and got a useless answer. Pay attention to rest, and you'll be fine after a few days of rest. If it weren't for the medical doctor's rich medical experience and good reputation in Asgard, Rog would definitely regard him as an ignorant and incompetent charlatan. If only there was a medical ninja here. It's best if it's a female medical ninja with a golden ponytail and a proud figure. Putting those unrealistic fantasies behind him, Rog opened the exchange page of the system and looked at the medical ninja page. To exchange or not to exchange, that's the problem. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he finally dispelled the idea. He's good at killing people, but saving people is out of the question. It's impossible to have a medical ninja, not in this life. Although the chakra meridian system in his right arm is still in a serious state of blockage, compared to the time when he used the electromagnetic gun, it's already improved a lot. It's probably equivalent to upgrading from a sidewalk to a bicycle path. So even if he doesn't do anything, the Sage mode will repair the damaged meridian system. The only problem is that he doesn't know how long it will take to completely restore it to its original state. For a right-handed ninja, it's a very serious problem that he can't use chakra with his right hand. This will not only affect the ninja's strength, but also affect the ninja's self-confidence. So he intends to solve this problem in his own way as soon as possible. If he guessed correctly, the blockage of the meridian system in his right arm should be related to his imitation of the Thunder God's power. The electromagnetic gun is a brand new ninjutsu that he created based on the Rasengan and added the Thunder God's power to chakra, and then borrowed the railgun, by Jadama, Thunder God, and other things. Most of them were reliable. The only thing that wasn't reliable was the divine power of thunder that he had imitated. Of course, it is also possible that the side effects of ninjutsu are too great, beyond the tolerance of the meridian system, so this situation occurred. However, no matter what the reason was, he could not allow anything to happen to the golden right hand. He doesn't know any medical ninjutsu, and there is no way to quickly improve his sage body, so he intends to use a simple and violent method with high success rate to solve this problem by force. Since chakra couldn't solve the problem, he would use the immortal technique chakra to solve it. If he remembered correctly, the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest had the ability to borrow natural energy to greatly increase the vitality of the body. Not only could it increase one's speed and defense, but it could also increase one's attack range and power through natural energy. As for the Senjutsu chakra, it can increase the power of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu by leaps and bounds. This is not something he needs to pay too much attention to at the moment. It is said that when the sage body of Hashirama meets the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest, there will be some wonderful changes. As for whether this information is reliable or not, Rog can't be sure. Unspent ninja coins, 395. The sage mode of the Shikatsu forest required 400 ninja coins. As long as he completes one more commission, he will have enough ninja coins. Thor, he can directly exclude him. He shouldn't have any commissions in the near future. The three warriors of Sengoku, their URU medal quota for the next few hundred years has already been used up. As poor people, they won't have any commissions for the time being. Sif, although she has enough URU medal quota, she doesn't particularly approve of Rog's commission. It can even be said that she is very against it, so she can also be excluded. As for the rest of the officers and generals who have URU medal quota, forget it, I won't consider them. After thinking about it seriously, Rog found that there are only a few potential clients in Asgard. How about expanding the scope of business, or adding Warner Protoss to the client whitelist? Although he has killed a lot of Warner Protoss people in recent months, strictly speaking, he is just a hired thug by Asari. But this can only be thought in his mind. Compared with the commission, Warner Protoss may want to know how to kill him, using that kind of inhumane, bloody, and painful way to kill him. After sighing helplessly, Rog left his room and walked to the other side of the city. After 5 days of reorganization, Asgard has completely controlled this extraordinary city. Although there are still some stubborn people who launched some meaningless attacks from time to time, it didn't affect Asgard's control of Miguang City. After passing through a few streets, Rog came to a manor that was strictly guarded by Asgard's soldiers and didn't hesitate to consume energy. Lord Rog. When he came to the gate, the Asgard soldier in charge of guarding the gate immediately saluted Rog. I'll go in and take a look, you can continue with your mission. After saying that, he passed through the specially set up spirit formation gate and entered the magnificently decorated manor. Although the area of this manor is not very large, the decoration is extremely exquisite. Even Rog, an earthling, had to sigh at this ingenious alien architectural style. When he came to the hall of the manor, he saw two familiar faces. After seeing Rog's arrival, the hot-tempered Victigny immediately stood up and rushed towards him. At this time, Victigny completely lost her previous valiant posture. Even the fist she waved was as weak as an ordinary person. At this time, do you still hate me so much? Rog easily avoided Victigny's fist, pressed his left hand on her shoulder, and then pushed her back with a little force. Although Rog only pushed her slightly, Victigny stepped back more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing her body. Give up, you can't be my opponent now. After speaking, Rog ignored the angry Victigny and found a seat to sit down and poured himself a cup of tea. What do you want to do? Weigelf, who was sitting opposite him, asked. Nothing, I just want to know if you have any unfulfilled wishes? Chapter 113. After hearing Rog's words, Weigelf, who was sitting opposite him, rolled her eyes at him and then slowly said, If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have the intention to kill me and my sister, otherwise you wouldn't have locked us up here. Weigelf is not only calmer than Victigny, but she is also more thoughtful than Victigny when considering things. So she won't be distracted by Rog's words. I was going to make a little joke with you. In that case, I will say it clearly. Do you have any commission that you want to complete now? If there is, I can help you complete it. Of course, letting you go or killing Thor and so on are not in the scope of this. Rog said straightforwardly, completely ignoring the fact that he was the one who had captured Victigny and her companion. What is the price? Weigelf asked calmly. This depends on the specific content of your commission. As long as the reward is not excessive, I can accept it. Considering the current situation of Victigny, Rog didn't specifically specify the reward. What he wants now is just ninja coins. As for the reward, it's just icing on the cake. Weigelf looked at Rog seriously, and then continued to say in a calm tone, No. You can leave now. Really? That's really a pity. After getting a clear reply from Weigelf, Rog stood up directly and walked straight towards the door. He originally planned to come over and try his luck. If there is a commission, of course, everyone will be happy. If there is no commission, he won't care too much. Just as Rog was about to leave the hall, Victigny suddenly said, Wait, I have a commission. Rog stopped and turned to look at Victigny. I want to fight with you. If you win, the wrath of the hurricane is yours. After that, Victigny pointed to the two-handed greatsword placed in the corner of the hall. It's not that I look down on you, but in your current state, you can't be my opponent. Even if I stand still and let you use one hand and 2 feet, you can't beat me. Although Thor didn't put Victigny and Victigny in a real prisoner camp, in order to avoid some unpleasant things, he still made some restrictions on them. For example, adding a seal on them. Because of the existence of the seal, Victigny and Victigny not only lost control of their thunder power, but even their physical fitness was suppressed by the seal to the level of ordinary Warner Protoss soldiers. It was also because of this that Saul was at ease to lock them up in this manner instead of the underground prison that was strictly guarded. Although I don't understand your power attribute, I'm very sure that you must have a way to suppress your own level to the same level as me. Under the same conditions, one-on-one. Whoever loses will hand over their weapon to the winner. Victigny said as she walked towards Rog. When she finished, she was less than a meter in front of Rog. Being too competitive isn't a good thing, but since you insist, I don't mind fulfilling your little wish. As soon as his voice fell, a commission scroll appeared in Rog's hand. The commission is for me to fight with you once, and the reward is for your Wrath of the Hurricane. You think you can win? I've never lost in front of a woman. Although she was not very happy with Rog's current tone and attitude, Victigny still took the commission scroll and wrote the content. When Victigny finished writing the commission, the system also gave the result of the judgment, and a new commission task appeared in the commission page. Commission content: Fight with Victigny once. Commission status: Incomplete. Commission reward: 5 ninja coins. 5 ninja coins commission reward. Just as Rog had expected, the system had given him the lowest reward. When do you want to start? As soon as Rog finished speaking, Victigny's fist came in front of him, showing his answer with practical action. Although Victigny's attack was very sudden, it was limited by her current sealed body. Her punch was not only weak but also not fast. With this speed, Rog could avoid it with his eyes closed. But at this time, not only did he not avoid the punch, but he also took the initiative to stretch out his right hand, letting his right palm take the initiative to appear in front of Victigny's fist. It turned out to be this level of strength. After blocking it with his right palm, or after feeling Victigny's current strength, he took a step back and took the initiative to open the distance. Obviously, Victigny did not think too much about it. When she noticed that Rog had retreated, she immediately rushed forward and launched a series of quick attacks. Rog didn't resist Victigny's fist like before, but kept retreating, and at the same time silently remembered Victigny's current speed, attack speed and reaction speed. After getting enough information, he suddenly accelerated his retreat, and instantly opened a distance of 4 or 5 meters from Victigny. You cheated, Victigny said discontentedly. Let me correct you, I didn't cheat just now, I just wanted to confirm what level you are now. Next, it's the official battle. Even if he didn't use chakra, Rog's physical strength was far beyond the sealed Victigny. So in order to make Victigny accept her loss, he still needed to deliberately control his strength and speed to maintain his level as much as possible to be on the same level as Victigny. After saying that, Rog took a starting position that Victigny had never seen before, and said very seriously, Wing Chun Rog. Although Victigny didn't know what Wing Chun was, looking at Rog's current appearance, she knew that Rog was finally serious. Next, Rog and Victigny staged an informal martial arts competition between Earth's martial arts and Warner Protoss fighting skills in this hall. Spread, arms, prone, small thoughts, bridge seeking, index, wooden dummy technique. Although Rog hadn't officially learned Wing Chun before, after gaining the Sharingan, he silently copied this famous fist technique. This was the first time he used Wing Chun in a battle, and from the current situation, the effect was pretty good. Although Rog didn't use strength and speed that exceeded Victigny's, he still easily gained the upper hand. Victigny's fighting skills weren't weak, and she was experienced enough, but unfortunately, she met Rog who had better skills and more experience. Chapter 114. As time went by, Victigny's breathing became more and more rapid. Her movements began to change, and there were more and more flaws in her attacks. At this time, Victigny had completely lost her initial confidence. Even if Rog suppressed his own level to the same level as her, she still couldn't cause any injury to Rog. Can't win really can't win. This discovery made Victigny begin to despair. She originally thought that as long as Rog didn't have those fancy abilities, she would be able to defeat Rog. But it turned out that even if Rog didn't use ninjutsu and chakra, she still wasn't Rog's opponent. Disappointment quickly enveloped her entire heart. After persisting for a few minutes, Victigny stopped attacking, then without saying a word, she lowered her head and left the hall. It's finally over. When Victigny stopped attacking, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have any interest in the Hurricane's fury, but in order to complete the system's commission, he picked up the Hurricane's fury and then left the hall. Looking at her sister Victigny and Rog leaving the hall without saying a word, Weigelf slightly frowned. After leaving the manor, Rog opened the system's commission page and took a look to confirm the completion of the commission. Commission content: Fight with Victigny. Commission status: Completed. Commission reward: 5 ninja coins sent. Unspent ninja coins, 400. Finally, he had enough ninja coins to exchange for the Sage Mode inheritance. Rog planned to return directly to his room and then begin to exchange for the Sage Mode inheritance. But just as he was about to return to his room with the Flying Thunder God, he suddenly remembered something. I'm going to leave for a while. I'm not sure how long it will take. If the war ends early, help me give this hurricane's fury to Vigdigny. Rog found Thor in the City Lord's Hall, and then under Thor's confused expression, he gave him the hurricane's fury and gave him a kunai. Before Thor could ask, he returned to his room with the Flying Thunder God, and then threw all the Kusanagi sword, round fan, armor, and other things back into the summon scroll. After exchanging for the Sage Mode inheritance, he will immediately start practicing the Sage Mode. However, Maguang City is not a very good place to practice. After preparing the food and living supplies, he left Maguang City alone. A few hours later, he arrived at a primeval forest where there were few people. This forest was quite a distance away from Maguang City. More importantly, there was no strategic significance in this place. So whether it's a Seri or Warner Protoss, they won't send any soldiers here. After using chakra perception to perceive the situation in the forest, he opened the system's exchange page and exchanged for the Sage Mode inheritance. 400 ninja coins instantly returned to 0, and all the information of the Sage Mode appeared in his mind. Sage Mode, in a strict sense, is also a kind of ninjutsu. It's just that the Sage Mode uses the Sage Mode chakra, and the ninjutsu released with the Sage Mode chakra is also called Sage Mode. By fusing physical energy and spiritual energy, one can obtain the ordinary chakra. On the basis of physical energy and spiritual energy, plus natural energy, one can form the Sage Mode chakra. The principle is very simple, but the difficult part is that the three types of energy must maintain an absolute balance, that is, according to a strict 1/3 ratio, to obtain the Sage Mode chakra. If the natural energy is more than 1/3, it will be swallowed by the natural energy and turned into stone. If it's less than 1/3, it can't fuse chakra, and naturally can't enter the Sage Mode. Rog has known the principle of chakra for a long time. But the key is that he doesn't know how to absorb the natural energy, and he doesn't know how to use it. In the Sage Mode information of the Shikatsu Forest, there is all the information he needs, including a set of training materials and notes. As for which senior these notes are from, there is no note in the information. Under normal circumstances, the Sage Mode can only be practiced in the 3 inheritance grounds, namely Shikatsu Forest, Mount Mayaboku, and Ryuchi Cave. The system considerately considered this problem, so it gave him a new ability. Inherent Barrier, Shikatsu Forest. Once activated, it can create the real Shikatsu Forest and replace the surrounding space with the real Shikatsu Forest. Simply put, the real Shikatsu Forest will replace the real world, but only for the duration of the inherent barrier. But compared to the real Shikatsu Forest, this Shikatsu Forest is very different. In the real Shikatsu Forest, there is a living slug that has lived for a long time, and its size is unknown. But in the real Shikatsu Forest, there is no living slug. If he wants to have a living slug in the real Shikatsu Forest, he can exchange it from the system. But the exchange price is a bit expensive. It's just a little cheaper than a tailed beast. After going through the information about Sage Mode in his mind a few times, Rog finally focused on the new ability, Inherent Barrier, Wetbone Forest. He now has sufficient evidence to prove that the reason why the Sage Mode can be sold for 400 ninja coins is because of the inherent barrier. If there is no inherent barrier, the exchange price will be at least 50% lower, or even more. After confirming the activation method of the inherent barrier, Shikatsu Forest, he decisively activated the inherent barrier. In just a moment, the alien forest in front of him disappeared. It was replaced by a tall, Earth-style rainforest. Looking at the scenery in front of him, the Shikatsu Forest is not mysterious at all. Except for the high humidity in the air, there is not much difference between this place and an ordinary rainforest. Of course, this may also be because he is too weak right now, so he can't discover the mystery of the Shikatsu forest. A Shikatsu forest without a living slug is a Shikatsu forest without a soul. After silently cursing in his heart, he began his first immortal technique cultivation. Shikatsu Forest, Mount Myaboku, and Ryuchi Cave. Other than the fact that their locations were very mysterious, more importantly, they all inherited the mysterious immortal mode. And their immortal mode was even more different. Not only are their appearances different, but their abilities also have their own characteristics. Sage Mode Chakra can turn ninjutsu into Sage Mode and greatly increase the power. This is something that the Sage Mode of the 3 secret places can do. In addition, their Sage Mode has some unique advantages. Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode can use natural energy to perceive the surrounding life and chakra. Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode can greatly increase the amount of chakra, increase the perception ability, and can also summon Mount Myaboku's toads to release Sage Mode. Shikatsu Forest's Sage Mode can greatly increase the vitality, agility, defense, and can also increase the attack range of taijutsu with the help of natural energy. Chapter 115. A strong physique, a huge amount of chakra, and a tenacious will. These were the 3 main points of cultivation in the Shikatsu Forest's immortal mode cultivation notes written by a senior who did not wish to reveal his name. For an ordinary ninja, these 3 prerequisites may be a bit difficult to achieve. But for Rog, these 3 prerequisites are basically non-existent. Hashirama's Sage Mode, Ichibi's chakra, and his tenacious will, Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode seems to be tailor-made for him. Of course, this is just a fantasy in his mind. After adjusting himself to his best condition, he sat cross-legged on the ground according to the requirements of cultivation. Then he began to empty his mind. Relaxing the mind, letting the chakra flow naturally, perceiving the chakra in the body, perceiving the natural energy in the world, perceiving the whole world. Then his hands began to form seals, Zi, Cho, In, Mao, Shin, Si, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Su, Hai. After rapidly forming 256 seals without stopping, Rog finally felt the legendary natural energy. Vast, pure, and filled the whole world, as if everything in the world was born from it. He didn't have time to sigh, this energy forced into his body. Swelling, tearing, swallowing, decomposing, all kinds of heart-wrenching pain instantly enveloped his whole body. At this moment, he finally understood why the notes specifically said that the practitioner needs a tenacious will. Although he tried his best to keep himself awake, the pain acting on his body and mind at the same time was like the power of heaven and earth. He couldn't resist. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when he thought that his spirit was about to collapse, his consciousness suddenly entered a world that was only white. There was no color, no substance, and no energy. Rog was like a leaf that fell into a river, floating aimlessly in this world. After floating aimlessly for a long time, a green planet completely made of trees appeared in front of him. When he saw this green planet, he suddenly remembered something. Isn't this the planet he saw when he transplanted the Sage Mode? When this memory appeared in his mind, the pure white world suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a vast starry sky. Rog didn't have time to think about it. His whole body rushed to the green planet like a meteor. Just when he was about to hit the green planet in an incomparably tragic way, all the scenes in front of him disappeared, and his consciousness instantly returned to his body. With the return of his consciousness, the first thing he felt was an uncontrollable strong hunger. Under the stimulation of hunger, his body's senses began to quickly return. Vision, touch, smell, hearing, and other senses were instantly restored. Until now, he had time to look at his current situation. His body, his limbs, and his IQ is still online. Except for the low amount of chakra, everything is fine. After repeatedly confirming his body condition, he took the summon, took it, of the food, of him. After eating and drinking his fill, he casually laid on the ground and began to recall the inexplicable scene from before. According to the records, when every cultivator perceives natural energy for the first time, they will have an inexplicable experience. The duration of this experience also varies from person to person. Some people can return to normal in a few minutes, some can return to normal in a few hours, and some can never return to normal. As for what the length of time means, there is no accurate answer at present. After all, the number of samples is not enough, and it is difficult to draw any effective conclusions. However, as long as one can feel this wonderful experience, it means that the cultivator has completed the first stage of the sage mode, the cultivation of sensing natural energy. Sensing natural energy, refining the immortal technique chakra, and entering the sage mode. This is the three-step cultivation of the sage mode. It looks very simple, but in fact, the first stage of sensing natural energy can already eliminate more than 90% of the cultivators. The second stage of refining the immortal technique chakra is much more difficult and dangerous than the first stage. If you can't sense natural energy, you can't cultivate the sage mode. But if there is an accident in the process of refining the immortal technique chakra, then the stone puppets will be waving at you. Time flies. It has been half a year since Rog left Maguang City. In this half a year, he has put almost all of his energy into cultivating the sage mode. For this reason, he deliberately referred to Prince Ming's accelerated cultivation buff. He has to say that the Shadow Clone Jutsu is a very useful ninjutsu. In particular, the experience and memories would return to the original body after the seal was lifted. It was as if it was tailor-made for cultivation cheating. Due to the selfless dedication of these shadow clones, his immortal mode cultivation progressed at an unimaginable speed. With a clap of his hands, the eyeshadow appeared. After spending half a year, he finally mastered this rapid makeup technique and inherited the sage mode from the Shikatsu forest. Although the red eyeshadow can only last for 15 minutes, for the current him, it is completely enough. And as he guessed, the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest, the sage body, and the wood release have some unknown mysterious connection. After mastering the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest, he can clearly feel the changes in his physique, physical strength, and recovery ability have been improved qualitatively. The most intuitive feeling is that even if he releases the electromagnetic gun 3 times in a row, his right arm will not have any problem. The further improvement of the sage body also led to a further increase in his chakra capacity. The era of the Ichibi is over, and now it is the era of the Nibi. Compared with the increase of chakra, the changes of the wood release are much more ordinary. It is nothing more than the wood dragon and the wood golem becoming bigger and stronger, and adding a few more wood release ninjutsu. It's time to go back. After removing the inherent enchantment, Shikatsu forest, Rog began to perceive the Flying Thor Kunai's Flying Thor technique. Before leaving Maguang City, he deliberately left a Flying Thor Kunai for Thor, just for this moment. Found you! After perceiving the Flying Thor technique, his figure instantly disappeared from the forest. When his figure reappeared, the first thing he saw was Saul, whose clothes were in a mess and who was gasping for breath. Did I come back at the wrong time? Chapter 116. Thor's hammer was carelessly placed to the side, the armor on his body was also taken off, and sweat was dripping down his face. Beside him was a similarly exhausted Sif. How did you become like this? At this time, Thor was in an indescribable state, as if he had been ganged up on for several days. The god of the ocean, Njord, personally made a move. In order to cover the retreat of the army, Thor fought Njord alone. Thor didn't say anything. The one who answered Rog was Sif. Njord? What did you do to make Njord personally deal with you? The god of the ocean, Njord. His position in the Warner Protoss was probably equivalent to the position of the father of the gods, Odin in Asari. Although his strength was not as strong as Odin, in Warnerheim, he was definitely worthy of the title of the strongest. Under normal circumstances, Njord would absolutely not make a move against Thor and the others. Because once he made a move, it meant that the Warner Protoss broke the final agreement of kings not to participate in the war, and raised the level of the war to the level of an all-out war. In this way, The battle between Asari and Warner Protoss was no longer a small local confrontation, but an all-out war between the two races. To put it in simpler terms, Njord and Odin were Warner Protoss and Asari's nuclear weapons. Because both sides had nuclear weapons, even if there were some unpleasant local wars, both sides could maintain the most basic rationality. But if someone disregarded the agreement and used nuclear weapons, then what awaited them would be the same nuclear attack. Do you still remember the 3 Storm brothers that you killed? Thor looked at Rog with some helplessness, then said, "Of course I remember." If it weren't for the 3 Storm brothers, he wouldn't have practiced Sage Mode in advance. So to a certain extent, he had to thank the 3 Storm brothers. If it weren't for their selfless contributions, he wouldn't have been so motivated to cultivate. They are Njord's descendants, and they are the more outstanding ones. Thor continued to explain, but Rog did not understand what this had to do with Njord personally taking action. The grass on the graves of the 3 Storm brothers was already more than a meter tall. If Njord wanted revenge, he would have done it long ago. On the battlefield, everyone relies on their own abilities. Even if you lose, you won't blame the heavens or accuse others. But someone used this to make a big deal out of it. They spread it in Warner Protoss, saying that Njord's descendants were even worse than Earthlings, and that 3 of them couldn't even defeat one. Coupled with the continuous defeats of Warner Protoss, Njord's reputation among the general public is getting lower and lower. In order to regain his reputation, Njord organized an army of 30,000 people and led them into battle personally. This reason sounded reasonable, but Rog still felt that this reason was a little too far-fetched. Would Njord, an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, be so impatient? It was impossible that he didn't know what it meant for him to personally take action, but he still chose to do so. In order to regain his reputation, he didn't hesitate to draw out Odin. This didn't seem like something a king would do, especially when his own strength was not as good as Odin's. "Don't you feel that something is wrong?" Rog asked in return. "We also feel that something is very wrong, but that's all the information we have right now." And Njord really did take action. Thor naturally noticed this, but Njord's action made them have no time to think about other things. The most important question now was how to stop Njord. If they couldn't stop Njord, then everything they had done before would be meaningless. At this moment, the 3 warriors of Sengoku suddenly came into the tent and said to Thor, "Njord is coming with the army. He will appear in front of the camp in at most an hour." All the Asari camps in Warnerheim had been recovered. If it wasn't for Njord's appearance, they would have considered returning to Asgard. "Inform the entire army, we will continue to retreat." Thor sighed helplessly and gave the order to continue the retreat. This was not a good order for Asari, which valued martial arts. But under the current circumstances, this was their best choice. Without the top combat power to restrain Njord, it was meaningless no matter how many ordinary soldiers there were. "Where is Njord's army now?" Rog didn't look at Thor, but turned to Hogun and asked, "I'll go buy some time for you." After saying that, Rog left the tent and looked to the north. The god of the ocean, Njord, the strongest of the Warner Protoss. Just the name alone was enough to make people eager to give it a try. "Don't be rash. I've already sent someone to inform Father. We don't need to deal with Njord ourselves." Thor followed Rog out of the tent and said with a serious face. Just by looking at Rog's expression, he could tell what Rog was planning. As the only person present who had fought Njord, he knew how strong Njord was. "Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. I may not be able to defeat Njord, but if I want to leave, he won't be able to stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, Rog's figure disappeared in front of Thor. He just mastered Sage Mode, and such a perfect opponent appeared. If he didn't seize this opportunity, Rog would despise himself. And as he said, even if he can't defeat Njord, he has absolute confidence to leave the battlefield. A ninja who mastered Thor is so confident. After running north for a while, he saw a mighty army of Warner Protoss, and Njord who was riding a mount he couldn't name. The moment he saw Njord, who was walking at the front of the army, also saw him. Although it was the first time he saw Rog, Njord recognized him at a glance. The man in red armor was the one who killed the 3 Storm Brothers. Njord slightly raised the trident in his right hand, and the army of Warner Protoss behind him immediately stopped moving forward, and the whole army quietly stayed in place. Then, Njord slowly walked toward Rog on his cheetah-like mount. When Njord walked toward him, Rog also summoned the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Fan, and then put these 2 weapons on his body. After arriving in front of Rog, Njord looked at him condescendingly, and then pointed the trident in his hand at him. "You are the Earthling Rog?" Njord deliberately asked in a very oppressive tone. "No, I am Sage Rog." Roger put his palms together, and a red arc of eyeshadow appeared in his eyes. A red circular pattern also appeared on his forehead. Chapter 117. The moment he put his hands together, the chakra in Rog's body turned into chakra. Unlike Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode, Shikatsu Forest's Sage Mode doesn't need to absorb chakra in a static state, and it doesn't need to transform into chakra in advance. As long as the ability to sense and absorb chakra is strong enough, Shikatsu Forest's Sage Mode can be activated instantly. With the red lines and eyeshadow appearing in his eyes, Rog can directly see the chakra around him, and his body can't help but absorb chakra. Although the god of the ocean, Nold, didn't know what Rog had done, the moment Rog entered Sage Mode, he thrust his trident at Rog like a bolt of lightning. Njord's attack wasn't slow, but Rog's speed was faster. After entering Sage Mode, Rog's strength, speed, and physique have undergone a qualitative change. Especially the vitality of his body, it has increased to a terrifying level. Handprint healing. In Sage Mode, Rog is the same as Hashirama. He can automatically recover when he is injured. In other words, in Sage Mode, not only can he fight, but he can also take a beating. When the flashing trident was about to reach him, Rog used the body flicker technique and disappeared in an instant. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he used the body flicker technique's explosive power to jump high. Sage Mode, Odama Rasengan. The Odama Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter instantly appeared in his right hand, and then he fiercely attacked Njord on his mount. As the strongest of the Warner Protoss, Njord naturally won't be hit so easily. He suddenly raised his right hand holding the trident, and the tip of the trident pierced the Odama Rasengan in Rog's hand. Boom! An energy storm mixed with Senjutsu chakra and storm force erupted with a loud bang. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept out in all directions at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground within a few hundred meters. The shock wave of the explosion lifted Rog in the air, and Njord's mount directly knelt on the ground and let out a painful howl. Rog hasn't landed yet, but his attack was once again in front of Njord. Flying Thor Kunai. Ding. Njord waved his trident, and the flying Thor Kunai was blocked and bounced to the ground. Rog did not expect the flying thunder god Kunai to hit Nold in the first place. All he wanted was a set of coordinates that he could teleport to. When the flying thunder god Kunai stabbed into the ground, he disappeared from the sky again. Immortal Method, Lightning Release, Chidori Blade. Relying on the flying Thor, he instantly flashed to Njord's right side, and the Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning drew a beautiful arc. Njord didn't expect that Rog, who was blown away by the explosion, could actually come to his side in an instant. He didn't expect that Rog's sword would have such a terrifying speed. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of him. Either he continued to sit on his mount and use his body to resist the sword, or he abandoned his mount and took the initiative to avoid the sword. In the blink of an eye, Nold made his decision. His body slightly leaned to the left, and then he turned around and instantly left his mount. Njord avoided Rog's lightning-like sword, but his mount wasn't so lucky. The Kusanagi sword directly cut through the mount's neck, directly ending the life of the mount. After the lightning killed Njord's mount, Rog didn't have time to withdraw his sword. Njord's attack arrived in front of him. It was a purple lightning ball with a diameter of 2 meters, flying straight toward him with the momentum to overturn mountains and seas. Even if he had the Sage body and entered the Sage mode, Rog absolutely couldn't resist the damage of this ball of lightning. However, he didn't need to use his body to resist this ball of lightning. When this powerful ball of lightning was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, a huge palm of 3 or 4 meters in size emerged from the ground and directly grabbed the ball of lightning. Immortal method, wood release, wood puppet technique. I often say that in the past, Hashirama used the wood puppet to catch the Kyuubi's Baijidama with his bare hands. Today I, Rog, used the wood puppet to catch the sea god Njord's ball of lightning, no problem. When the huge palm caught the ball of lightning, wood puppet Arhat, whose height soared to more than 40 meters, climbed out of the ground. Although Wood Arhat's appearance didn't seem too oppressive, at this time, seeing Wood Arhat catch the ball of lightning with his bare hands, the Warner Protoss soldiers couldn't help but have the feeling that Wood Arhat was an abyss demon. Holding a ball of lightning that constantly released strong electric current in his right hand, and a wooden dragon with a long hooked nose wrapped around his body, Wood Arhat appeared directly in front of everyone. Here you go. Under Rog's control, Wood Arhat's right hand was like a meteorite falling from the sky towards Njord. At this time, Njord finally understood why the 3 Storm Brothers who had awakened the power of the storm lost to Rog in the Battle of Champions. This Earthling can't be allowed to live. Although Njord's height was less than 2 meters, he didn't have any intention of dodging or retreating. Instead, he directly raised his trident and stabbed towards Wood Arhat's right hand. In terms of size, Njord's action was like a mouse roaring at a lion. But as the strongest of Warner Protoss, Njord obviously wouldn't do such a meaningless action. Boom! When Wood Arhat's right fist that was holding the ball of lightning collided with Njord's trident, an even stronger energy storm than before erupted. The shockwave from the explosion even directly swept through the Warner Protoss soldiers 1 kilometer away, causing the originally neat and orderly formation of the Warner Protoss to suddenly become a mess. The trident in Nold's hand collided with the wooden Arhat's right fist, which was several times larger than himself. The trident that was about the size of a toothpick in front of Wood Arhat not only blocked Wood Arhat's right fist, it also didn't bend at all. This kind of unscathed state was no longer something that could be explained by the strength of the trident itself. Before Wood Arhat could retract his right fist, the trident in Njord's hand shone with an ocean-like blue light. Then, an indescribably shocking scene appeared in front of Rog. On this plain far away from the ocean, a 40 to 50 meters tall and several hundred meters long wave appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was like a natural moat formed by the waves, towering in front of him. Ocean God Njord was starting to get serious. Chapter 118. Is this the power of the god of the ocean? To be able to create waves of this magnitude on a plain without water, no wonder he's the god of the ocean. Looking up at the wave that was taller than Arhat, Rog not only didn't have any fear, but became even more excited. An opponent of this level is worth going all out. Under Rog's control, Arhat opened his arms and roared at the huge wave like a beast. In front of Arhat, the god of the ocean, Njord, was like a mouse in front of a lion. And in front of this wave, the wooden Arhat was like a pet dog in front of a wild wolf. Sometimes, the ups and downs of life came so quickly. At this time, the Warner Protoss soldiers in the distance didn't know how to describe the battle between Njord and Rog. Their only thought now was to retreat as soon as possible, as far away as possible, so as not to be affected by the terrifying battle between these two. Dying on the battlefield was the glory of a soldier. But if he died in the process of being a spectator, it would be a blatant irony. Under the command of the other generals, the disrupted formation of the Warner Protoss soldiers began to quickly retreat. At the same time, on the other side of the plain, Thor and the 3 warriors of Sengoku were also shocked. They knew that Njord was very strong, the strongest of the Warner Protoss. But they didn't expect that Njord could use divine power to directly create a vision of heaven and earth that went against the laws of nature. And what surprised them even more was that Rog, who had been missing for half a year, could actually fight Njord back and forth. Moreover, judging from the few exchanges just now, he had a slight upper hand. He has a power similar to divine power, but I've never seen this type of power. As the only one present who had awakened divine power, Thor was the only one who could detect the natural energy in Rog's body. Divine power? Earthlings can also awaken divine power? Sif wasn't suspecting Thor, but it sounded a little unbelievable. It's not the kind of divine power that we understand. It's just somewhat similar to divine power. It can borrow natural energy. Rog immediately noticed Thor's arrival, even though he didn't pay attention to Thor's situation. After entering Sage mode, his perception ability had been significantly improved, especially in the area of natural energy perception, which had an unparalleled improvement. Thor, who had awakened the power of thunder, was like a walking human-shaped lightning bolt. Moreover, it was the kind that kept releasing electricity. Therefore, as soon as Thor appeared, he would be able to sense Thor's arrival. But now, he didn't pay attention to Thor because he still had a troublesome wave to deal with. Under Njord's control, the tens of meters high wave rushed towards Arhat like a ferocious beast. It had the momentum of completely destroying Arhat. At the moment when the wave hit, Rog also used a ninjutsu that he had never used in actual combat. Sage mode, would release, world of trees descending. At the moment when the wave was about to hit Arhat, the whole earth began to tremble violently, and huge trees directly rushed out from the ground. In an instant, a forest with a radius of several kilometers appeared on the plain, completely changing the terrain of the plain. You have waves, I have forests. Don't underestimate Sage mode. The huge wave carried an aura that could destroy everything as it slammed into the wooden Arhat, slamming into the forest that had sprouted from the ground. At the moment when the wave hit the forest, the earth seemed to howl, and the dull and heavy sound of the wave resounded throughout the world. The waves flowed through the forest like a flood, destroying a large number of trees. An obvious gap appeared in the originally dense forest. When the seawater dissipated, the forest was still standing on the ground, and Arhat was still standing. Now it's my turn. Rog didn't give Njord a chance to launch another attack. Arhat's fists were like Gatling guns as they bombarded Njord. The Gatling Bodhisattva of Namo had saved the world with great compassion. 3,600 revolutions in a single breath. Physics is converted to Buddha. Yula 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 Yula. The last time this happened was when the destroyer was made of URU metal. Njord was not the destroyer, but the wooden Arhat was not the wooden Arhat of the past. Right now, the wooden Arhat was burning the immortal technique chakra. Just as Arhat's physical fist was about to hit Njord, a spherical barrier made of light blue light appeared in front of him, completely blocking Arhat's fists that could destroy rock and steel. Although the spherical barrier was only a few centimeters thick, it was like an absolute domain, blocking all of the wooden Arhat's attacks. The dull sound of the attack was like the sound of war drums, reaching everyone's ears. While the light blue barrier blocked Arhat's attack, Njord once again raised the trident in his hand. The cloudless sky was suddenly shrouded in dark thunderclouds. Along with the appearance of the thunderclouds, there was also a downpour of rain, a whistling hurricane, and a rapidly rising sea level. Waves, lightning, torrential rain, hurricanes. This was the full power of Njord's ocean godly power. The warriors of the Warner God clan, who had already retreated several kilometers after seeing this apocalyptic phenomenon, did not need anyone to order them to quickly retreat again. Should we go up and help? Sif came to Thor's side and asked. No need. Without awakened godly power, we can't get involved in their battle. Thor was currently the only person qualified to get involved in the battle, but he had no intention of getting involved. Although he didn't know what Rog was thinking, he was certain that Rog was enjoying the battle. Relying on his ocean godly power, Njord directly changed the weather within a dozen kilometers, creating his own domain. You used the forest to change the terrain of the plains, then I'll turn the entire plains into an ocean. Wrath of the god of the sea, the sky and earth change color. Under the protection of the spherical barrier, Njord began to slowly rise into the air, and finally floated in the thunderclouds like a light blue sun. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck the forest, and the rapidly rising seawater flooded the entire plains. Dozens of hurricanes formed a storm cage, firmly trapping Rog in the forest. Looking at Njord in the thunderclouds, Rog somewhat helplessly sighed. Afraid that I won't be able to aim, so he purposely gave me a clear target? Surrounded by a forest of towering trees, under his feet was the 10-meter-tall wooden arhat. Rog stood on the wooden arhat's head, and had no intention of leaving. Since Njord purposely gave him such a clear target, it would be unreasonable not to hit him. Immortal spell, lightning escape, spiral electromagnetic gun. Chapter 119. With a thought, the light blue spiral electromagnetic gun with lightning wrapped around it appeared in Rog's right hand. Looking at the spiral electromagnetic gun in Rog's hand, the god of the ocean Njord snorted in disdain. You want to use this to defeat me? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Njord knew exactly what the spiral electromagnetic gun in Rog's hand was, and he also knew that Rog used this move to defeat Vigdigni and her sister. But he still didn't think that the spiral electromagnetic gun could hurt him. He was the god of the ocean, the strongest of the Warner Protoss. The spiral electromagnetic gun could defeat Vigdigni and her sister, but it could never defeat him. This was the confidence of the god of the ocean. Glancing at Njord, who was high above, Rog slowly raised his right hand and aimed the spiral electromagnetic gun at Njord. From the outside, the spiral electromagnetic gun in his hand was no different from the last one. But in fact, the spiral electromagnetic gun this time was more than 10 times stronger than the last one. What was circulating inside the spiral electromagnetic gun was not chakra, but the immortal technique chakra. After aiming the spiral electromagnetic gun at Njord, Rog fired the spiral electromagnetic gun without any hesitation. The best way to deal with those arrogant guys was to give them a hard slap on the spot. In just a moment, the spiral electromagnetic gun wrapped in lightning arrived in front of Njord. Then, it slammed into the absolute barrier built by the god of the ocean. Boom! A strong explosion like the explosion of a neutron star rang out, and a strong and dazzling blue light instantly shrouded the entire sky. Pitch-black thunderclouds, violent lightning, raging tornadoes. The original apocalyptic scene was swept away by the terrifying shockwave generated by the explosion and instantly returned to its original sunny appearance. One punch of wind and rain, no gods in the four seas. For some reason, this sentence suddenly flashed in Rog's mind. Before he could think about it, the shockwave generated by the explosion roared like a tsunami and slammed into Arhat the wood and the forest. The trees in the forest were uprooted, and even the amazingly large wood Arhat couldn't help but take a few steps back before he finally stabilized his body. The shockwave disappeared as quickly as it came. When everything returned to normal, the originally lush forest was already a mess. Rog, who was standing on top of Arhat the wood, ignored the situation in the forest and looked directly at Njord in the air. The absolute barrier formed by the god of the ocean still appeared in front of Njord. However, compared to the previous complete sphere, the current divine barrier was like a wall that had been blasted by a Gatling gun. There were holes everywhere, and it gave off a feeling that it would collapse and dissipate at any time. Behind the fragmented barrier was Njord, who was gasping for breath. Now, he was no longer as conceited as before, and the armor on his chest had completely caved in. The size of the dent was just a little smaller than the spiral electromagnetic gun. Never in his wildest dreams did Nold expect the helical railgun to be so powerful. At the moment when he was hit by the spiral electromagnetic gun, he felt as if he had been hit by Odin, who was holding Thor's hammer. If it wasn't for the god of the ocean dissipating part of the spiral electromagnetic gun's power, the attack just now would have left him with an unforgettable memory. At this time, the first thing that appeared in Njord's mind was not how Rog could make such a powerful attack, but which bastard had investigated. The attack's power was limited. Although it defeated Vigdigni and Weigelf, it did not cause serious damage, and did not have the power to directly kill. Njord really wanted to kill the intelligence officer who came up with this conclusion. Even the god of the ocean's divine power that he had created could not stop the spiral electromagnetic gun. This attack's power could not only seriously injure Vigdigni and Weigelf, but it could also instantly kill them. The last time he suffered an attack of this level was more than 1,000 years ago when he fought with Odin. It was also because of that defeat that Warner Protoss signed a peace agreement with Aseri. Thinking of this, Njord seriously looked at Rog, who was on top of Arh. This guy, could he be Odin's illegitimate son? The power of thunder was Odin's specialty, and the spiral electromagnetic gun just happened to contain the powerful power of thunder. Just as he was randomly guessing the relationship between Rog and Odin, he saw the familiar spiral electromagnetic gun in Rog's hand. Again? After seeing the spiral electromagnetic gun in Rog's hand again, Njord instantly became 120% alert. The god of the ocean's divine power once again appeared in front of him, and at the same time he clenched the trident in his hand. Although the power of the spiral electromagnetic gun was far beyond his expectations, it was still enough to make him raise his hand and surrender. There was only one person who could make him put down his weapon and choose to surrender, and that was the father of gods, Odin. Rog raised his right hand again and aimed the spiral electromagnetic gun at Njord. After mastering Sage Mode, his Sage body had also undergone an obvious evolution. Now, he could release the spiral electromagnetic gun 6 times in a row, and there would be no side effects. There was no enemy that could not be taken care of by the immortal spell, lightning evasion, spiral electromagnetic gun. If there was, then he would shoot again. Just as Rog was about to release the spiral electromagnetic gun, a cylindrical rainbow fell from the sky. It was the teleportation of the Bifrost. When the brilliant light of the Bifrost dissipated, Odin, who was riding an 8-legged horse, wearing armor and holding the Gungnir, appeared in front of Rog and Njord. The father of gods, Odin, had made his appearance. After seeing Odin appear, Rog took the initiative to deactivate the spiral electromagnetic gun in his hand, and at the same time, deactivated Sage Mode. Njord, are you going to violate the agreement between us? Odin's tone was very calm, and it felt like he was asking Njord if he had eaten breakfast. However, it was this sentence that made Njord, who was floating in the air, take the initiative to land in front of Odin and deactivate the divine power barrier in front of him. I have no intention of violating the peace agreement between us, but my descendant. Before Njord could finish his words, he saw Odin's extremely cold eyes, and then he silently swallowed the rest of his words. Looking at Odin, who was silent on the 8-legged horse, Njord did not say anything in the end and silently left. A few minutes later, the army of Warner Protoss began to retreat. Did the difference in treatment have to be so obvious? Something that he could not do even if he fought for his life, Odin did it with just one sentence. This was too much of a blow. Chapter 120. What was a big shot? As long as he appeared, no matter how complicated things were, they would become incomparably simple. When Odin personally came to Warnerheim, the chaotic Warnerheim immediately returned to its original order. Warner Protoss returned to its original territory without a word, and the peace agreement signed thousands of years ago came into effect again. Except for the soldiers who died in battle and the people who were displaced due to the war, everything returned to its original state. In less than 2 days, Asgard took care of all the things in Warnerheim, and the troops began to return to Asgard. Before returning to Asgard, Rog went to see Vigtigni again and returned Vigtigni's wrath of hurricane to her. Then, he left Warnerheim like a scumbag who didn't recognize anyone after pulling up his pants. After returning to Asgard through the Bifrost, Rog suddenly found that Asgard was obviously different from when he left. In other words, he finally felt the magic of Asgard. Natural energy. The natural energy was so rich that it was unreasonable. Even if he didn't enter Sage Mode, he could clearly feel the excessive natural energy. Living in this environment, even an ordinary Earthling could be strengthened to the point of superhuman. In the next few days, the whole of Asgard celebrated the victory of the troops who went out to battle. As for the soldiers who had contributed to the war effort, they had also received their due rewards. Except for Rog. Is this military merit list serious? Hogan and the others got a reward, but I didn't? Rog looked at the military merit list that had just been released in his hand and asked in confusion. To be precise, you're not the only one who didn't get a reward. Thor's name won't appear on it either. Sif casually explained. He is him and I am me. He's the heir to the throne, and the whole of Asgard will be his in the future. But I'm not. Although he didn't fight for the military merit, Odin's way of doing things was still very disappointing. The reward wasn't important, but it was meaningless if he didn't even show some appreciation. By the way, His Majesty wants you to go see him after the banquet. Tonight? If Rog remembered correctly, Asgard's banquets usually lasted until the wee hours of the morning. Yes, tonight. After receiving Sif's confirmation, Rog suddenly had a bad feeling. Odin was so old, it shouldn't be. After the banquet ended, Rog was led by the royal guards to the highest observation platform of the Golden Palace. Apart from Odin, there was no one else on the huge platform. At this moment, Odin was clad in golden armor, and the tip of the Gungnir emitted strands of electricity from time to time. You're here. Odin was the first to speak. Yes, I'm here. Rog replied simply. Are you very curious why your name isn't on the list of military merit? Odin turned to look at Rog and said calmly. I'm not particularly curious. Since you've removed my name from the list of military merit, you must have your own considerations. As the king of Asgard, Odin obviously couldn't write the list of military merit himself. What he needed to do was to review the list of military merits submitted to him and determine the final reward. Rog was very sure that his name was definitely on the list of military merit, because he had taken a look at the list before submitting it. You're a smart young man, so I hope that our conversation will only be between the two of us. Apart from Rog and Odin, no one knew what they were talking about. The next morning, the royal guards handed over the thunderclap round fan and the 9 flying Thor kunai that Odin had personally enchanted to Rog, responding to summons and flying autonomously. This was a magical effect that Rog had specially requested, and Odin had fulfilled his small wish. With these 2 magical effects, the round fan and the flying Thor kunai could fly directly into his hands when he needed them, just like the Thor's hammer. After testing the effects of the round fan and the flying Thor kunai, Rog placed them back into the mediumship scroll with great satisfaction. Order had been restored in Warnerheim, and the Bifrost had been rebuilt. It was time to return to Earth. It had been more than 9 months since he left Earth. Although he spent most of his time in Warnerheim, he was quite satisfied with this trip. He increased the amount of chakra, mastered Sage Mode, and learned new ninjutsu. He also got hundreds of kilograms of URU metal. The round fan and the flying Thor kunai were also enchanted. In conclusion, the past 9 months had been quite meaningful. Okay, don't send me off. If there's a chance, I'll see you on Earth. After saying goodbye to Thor and the 3 warriors of Sengoku, Rog's figure directly disappeared in the brilliant light of the Bifrost. Because there was no specific request for the teleportation location, Heimdall directly set the teleportation location in the original city of Anticapuant. I'm finally back. Glancing at the blue sky, Rog sighed silently, and then began to perceive the flying Thor technique in New York. The next second, his figure completely disappeared. Rog did not directly return to the office, but directly teleported to his secret nest. But when he returned to this long-lost home, his face became a little ugly. After more than 9 months of vacancy, the originally clean house was covered with dust, and the turbid air irritated his nose all the time. Shadow clone technique. With a thought, a total of 30 shadow clones appeared in front of him. It was absolutely impossible to clean by himself, and it was not appropriate to contact a housekeeping company, so he immediately thought of the shadow clone technique. A shadow clone technique that only knows how to fight is definitely not a good shadow clone technique. After handing over the cleaning job to the shadow clone technique, Rog once again used the flying thunder god and teleported directly to the office. However, when he teleported back to his office, he saw a woman with dark brown curly hair who looked to be in her early 20s. Who are you? Rog and the young woman asked at the same time. You first. After hearing Rog's question, The young woman did not answer his question, but trotted out of the office. Within a few seconds, the woman returned to the office, and Rog's assistant, Erica, came back with her. "Rog, you're back?" After seeing Rog, a look of excitement appeared on Erica's face. But she quickly calmed down, and then said to Rog, "Her name is Sky, a hacker in the hacker organization Rising Tide." Chapter 121. Hacker Sky of the Rising Tide Organization? Is she the future shockwave woman, Daisy Johnson? After hearing Erica's introduction, Rog looked up and down at Sky while using chakra perception to sense her situation. There is no special energy except for the normal life energy reaction. Is it because she hasn't awakened as an inhuman yet? Although it was the first time Sky met Rog, she knew very well that the man in front of her was the real owner of the firm. The legendary private detective. After sensing Rog's look up and down, Sky involuntarily took a step back silently. "Okay, I know you can go out first," Rog said to Sky. When Sky left the office, Rog asked about what had happened in the past 9 months. In the next half an hour, Erica briefly introduced what had happened in the past and expressed the idea of letting Sky stay in the firm. In the past 9 months, nothing particularly sensational happened. The only thing worth paying attention to was that during the Stark Industrial Expo, Whip fought against Iron Man and was then defeated by Iron Man. In addition, Tani participated in a hearing organized by the Senate Armed Services Committee and refused to hand over any technology for the Iron Man armor. Although Tani still maintains his unruly playboy style, he has also become a well-known superhero and has even gained a lot of fans. Through Erica's introduction, Rog finally knew that Sky, the future Shockwave woman, would appear in his firm. After Tani publicly admitted that he was Iron Man, many people suspected that the government had concealed many important things. In this magical land, the right of citizens to know is a sacred right. At least that's what the people think. As a result, many hacker organizations began to investigate government agencies, trying to dig out substantial evidence that the government concealed from the people. And the Rising Tide organization is one of them. However, unlike other hacker organizations, the Rising Tide organization focused on the investigation of metahumans. After a careful investigation, the Rising Tide organization discovered the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., and by the way, they also discovered Roger's small, inconspicuous firm. Although they have not investigated what kind of organization S.H.I.E.L.D. is, the existence of this secret organization is enough to prove something. As the top hacker of the Rising Tide organization, Sky was naturally the main force in the investigation. However, Sky had overestimated her ability to act. Her investigation had attracted the Punisher's attention. On a dark and windy night, Sky was gently invited to the office by the Punisher. In the past few years, there had been at least 80, if not 100, people like Sky who worked in a covert investigation firm. This kind of thing could be easily solved, but after talking to Sky face to face, Erica kept Sky in the office. According to Erica, the firm needed a technical talent like Sky. And after knowing that Sky's ultimate goal was to find her parents, Erica's motherly love inexplicably overflowed. She didn't know if she was moved by Erica's concern or if she wanted to continue investigating something, but Sky happily accepted Erica's arrangement and became a new assistant in the law firm. When Sky stayed, Erica and the other two also quietly monitored her for a while. Except for the occasional hacking, Sky did not pose any threat to the firm, so the Punisher and the Abomination later agreed to Erica's approach. During Rog's absence from the Earth, the affairs of the firm were basically decided by the three of them voting and discussing, so Sky's stay can be regarded as a joint decision of the three of them. Okay, I see. By the way, sort out the previous commissions and give them to me. It didn't take long for Erica to hand over a sorted commission document to Rog. Although he left the Earth, the work of the firm did not stop completely because of his departure. Erica is responsible for receiving commissions, and the Punisher and the Abomination are responsible for completing them. Of course, sometimes Erica herself will complete some commissions, but most of the commissions are completed by the Punisher and the Abomination. Also, unlike him who accepted random commissions, Erica and the others were obviously more focused when they accepted commissions. They were not as confusing as he was. After reading the commission document in his hand, Rog suddenly found that it doesn't seem to make much difference whether he's in the firm or not. Even if he's not there, the firm can still run well, and judging from the completion of these commissions recently, it's running quite well. In the next month or so, Rog resumed his commission career and successfully earned 40 ninja coins with the remaining 3 commission scrolls. Just when he thought that this kind of dull life would continue for several months, Coulson, who he hadn't seen for more than 10 months, suddenly came to the firm. "Rog, we're in a bit of trouble now." After that, Coulson directly handed the strange-looking tablet in his hand to Rog. "You need to look at this, look at it now," Coulson said to Rog with a serious look on his face that he had never seen before. "Don't be so nervous, relax," Rog said to Coulson with a smile and turned on the tablet casually. Then, his face became extremely serious. There was only one surveillance video on the computer, and it was last night's surveillance video. In the video, there was an empty laboratory the size of a basketball court. In the middle of the laboratory, there was a complex instrument. A few seconds later, a blue light shot out from the center of the instrument. This blue light hit a mechanical platform more than 20 meters away, and then a spherical portal appeared on the platform. This spherical portal only lasted for a few seconds before it exploded, and the light blue energy blew around like a hurricane. When the energy storm dissipated, a man with a spear in his hand appeared on the platform. At first sight of this man, Rog recognized his identity. The god of trickery, Loki. When he first opened the surveillance video, Rog felt that the surveillance picture was a bit familiar. When Loki appeared, he was 100% sure that the laboratory in the surveillance was the laboratory where S.H.I.E.L.D. studied Space Gem. Loki, Space Gem, S.H.I.E.L.D., the wheel of fate turned forward again. "Tell me, what do you want to commission? We hope you can find this person and give him to us, and you can pay him." Chapter 122. 500 million US. At this time, there is no need to be polite to S.H.I.E.L.D., they have money anyway. And compared with the Space Stone, 500 million US is nothing. No problem. Coulson has obviously been fully authorized by Nick Fury and agreed without thinking about it. As usual, write the commission content. Remember to send the reward in advance. After that, Rog handed an unused commission scroll to Coulson. Judging from the system's previous performance, the possibility of this commission passing the judgment is extremely high, and if nothing unexpected happens, the commission reward given will also be amazing. Although he was mentally prepared, Rog couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the commission information that appeared on the system commission page. Commission content: capture Loki and hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 200 ninja coins. A full 200 ninja coins, the reward given by the system has once again refreshed the record, and it is double the previous record. The last time he captured Hulk, the system only gave a reward of 100 ninja coins. After seeing the commission reward this time, Rog felt that he suddenly liked Loki. "Loki, you are really too good. What is prestige, what is status? This is it. You can take this kunai with you. When you are ready, just let me know." After taking the Flying Thor kunai from Rog, Coulson quickly left the office and began to go to Stark Building. At the same time, Black Widow Natasha also found Dr. Banner in Canada, who had become single again. At noon the next day, Rog received a call from Coulson. Before leaving New York, Rog also specifically told Erica and the other two to be ready to fight at any time. "It's already in the Atlantic Ocean, how efficient." After sensing the Flying Thor technique of kunai, Rog did not hesitate and directly left the office with the Flying Thunder God. When his figure reappeared, he was on the deck of a busy aircraft carrier. Coulson had just disembarked from a Quinjet with a Thor. Beside him, there was a blonde man with perfect proportions and an American-style perky butt. "Next time, before you appear, can you give me a heads up first?" It's easy for you to agitate others by appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although he had already experienced Rog's sudden appearance like a ghost, Coulson couldn't help but complain. Then he introduced him to the vigilant Rog. This is Rog, a private detective, a very famous one. He is Captain America, Steve Rogers, the first superhero in American history. Coulson added silently, and when he introduced Rogers, his tone was obviously much more excited. It was normal for fans to be excited when they met their idol. Hello. Rog took the initiative to greet him and extended his right hand to Rog. Hello. This is the legendary Captain America. Rog also reached out his right hand and shook hands with Rogers. It felt good. Why did Fury ask you to come here? As soon as Rog shook hands with Rogers, Black Widow Natasha came over and asked in confusion. He's very willing to pay, and I happen to be interested in this commission. Rog answered casually. Pay. After hearing Rog's answer, Rogers froze for a moment. He received the information specially prepared by Nick Fury yesterday, but there was no record of Rog in the information. It wasn't until now that he understood why Coulson just said that Rog was a private detective. Is it really good to let a private detective participate in this kind of mission? Rogers didn't look down on private detectives, but as a soldier, he instinctively felt that private detectives were just civilians and not suitable for this kind of battle. Natasha didn't expect that Nick Fury would take the initiative to find Rog. However, after considering Rog's strength, she felt that Nick Fury's choice was quite wise. The bridge is looking for you. They have already started facial recognition tracking. Natasha didn't pay any more attention to this issue and turned to Coulson and said, See you later. When Coulson left the deck, Rog and the others met Dr. Banner, who was a little restrained. Before Rog had time to say hello to Banner, Rogers took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Dr. Banner. Rogers shook hands with Dr. Banner and then continued, I heard that you can find the magic cube? Haven't you heard of anything else? I don't care about anything else. Rogers' answer made Dr. Banner a little more relaxed. Dr. Banner looked around and then said, You must think all this is strange, right? To be honest, I have a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. While Rog was talking to Dr. Banner, Natasha came to Rog's side and whispered, Did Fury really just ask you to find the magic cube? Why do I feel like he might have used you as some kind of safety device? Strictly speaking, I'm not here to find the magic cube, I'm just here to capture Loki. As for the safety device, I don't think Fury needs an outsider like me as the final insurance. Rog knew exactly what Natasha meant by a safety device. Although Dr. Banner is now gentle, once he gets angry, he will be crazier than the craziest beast. Let's go in quickly, we won't be able to breathe here soon. Natasha didn't continue to dwell on this issue and said directly to Rogers and Dr. Banner, who were not far away. As soon as Natasha finished speaking, the announcement that the deck was cleared sounded on the deck. Is this a submarine? It can't be? Do you want me to stay in a sealed and pressurized metal tank underwater? Both Rogers and Dr. Banner guessed something, but their imagination was still a little weak. When they came to the edge of the deck, they saw the turbo-type flight engine that was slowly rising. This is not an aircraft carrier, but a helicarrier. Led by Natasha, Rog and the others came to the bridge of the helicarrier and saw the busy SHIELD staff, as well as Nick Fury, who was wearing a black leather trench coat. Sir, we have reached the predetermined altitude. Very well, let's disappear. Nick Fury, who was standing in the commander-in-chief position, gave the order decisively. Hello, everyone. Nick Fury turned around and greeted Roger and the others. At this time, Rogers of the American team silently took out $10 and handed it to him. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.